Among them was Han Thang, along with Vu Hien and the department deputy. Looking down from the stage, the entire auditorium was packed. La Tuyen shouted from the crowd, "Senior Tran is the coolest." On stage, an announcer's voice boomed across the hall. "And the new student council president will be Kwang Vu Hien, from the prestigious insurance statistics, class of 01. The entire hall erupted in celebratory applause. Next, the position of vice president will go to La Tuyen. She couldn't hide her shock, but tried to remain composed. The announcer's voice boomed through the hall once more. "Let's give them all a warm round of applause." And serving as the other student council vice president will be Han Thang, from social sciences and humanities, class of 01. Down in the crowd, a nervous La Tuyen shot to her feet, applauding furiously. Nearby, Quan and Duok Bin were talking. Duok Bin seemed stunned by the enthusiastic reception for Han Thang. To Quan, however, it made perfect sense. Han Thang was just that kind of charismatic and friendly guy. The scene cuts to a lively restaurant celebration. Everyone was excitedly congratulating Han Thang on his new position. Amidst the noise, Aban hurried with plates of food. He cheerfully greeted every new customer at the door. Outside, orders were shouted non-stop. The busy staff rushed to clear tables for the next wave of guests. The energy inside was just as high, the room buzzing with laughter and conversation. Amid the celebration, Han Thang's phone screen lit up. A message appeared, filled with affection and longing. He gave the text a quick glance, deciding to call back later from his dorm. Suddenly, Duong Min approached with a drink. "Brother Thang," he said, "allow me to offer you a toast." The next morning, sunlight streamed into Han Thang's dorm room. He sat up groggily, stretching and rubbing his eyes. A voice called out, telling him to get ready for class. Then, a sudden memory hit him. He scrambled for his phone, quickly checking his messages. His eyes widened. It was a message from Deng Nu. The tone was a mix of deep longing and harsh, unfiltered blame. He then switched to another chat window, a message from Shen Yu Chu. Her tone was laced with worry, seeing how hard he was pushing himself with work. Aside from that, his inbox was overflowing with junk mail, filled with countless variations of scam messages. Han Sheng slowly climbed down from the bunk bed, casually turning to ask, "What class do we have today?" Quan Nam replied simply, "Computer science." On their usual route, Yang Ming cleverly seized the moment, suggesting they play a few games during class. As the group walked with Han Sheng, Quan Nam suddenly remembered that two beautiful girls had come looking for him, and Yu Chu yesterday. One even waited for a very long time. Since Han Sheng had been completely drunk and incoherent, Quan Nam had to be the one to speak with them. He reassured everyone not to worry, feeling lucky that Quan Nam had handled the situation so skillfully. Han Sheng also asked for his friend's help, knowing he would be absent for a while. Inside the buzzing computer lab, students chattered away while waiting for the lecturer to arrive. Han Thang quickly called his close friend, hoping she would answer. Otherwise, he'd be in big trouble. But the other end of the line was silent. Han Thang hurried to explain why he hadn't answered her call earlier. Warm apologies and sweet whispers flowed between them, sparking a hint of jealousy in someone listening nearby. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Rong Yu quietly went to sit with her friend at a desk up front. TT immediately started a conversation, asking curiously, "What did Han Thang say to make you smile like that?" Rong Yu smiled and shared. He was just appointed vice president of the student council yesterday. TT sighed softly, thinking it was just some student council position. They began to gossip about the council and its constant sucking up to professors. But Rong Yu didn't believe Han Thang was the type to flatter others for personal gain. At that thought, she felt a little uneasy and wanted to drop the subject. The scene shifts to outside the dormitory, where Xiao Yu had an indifferent look and a cool tone, feigning disinterest. In reality, she was just digging for gossip about Han Thang, giving half-hearted replies to the nonsense she was hearing. Hearing Xiao Yu's vague and evasive voice, Han Thang grew even more curious. Annoyed, she repeated the harsh words she'd heard that he was talentless and was rumored to have a shady relationship with a teacher. Xiao Yu's anger flared, as if she wanted to curse them for him, recalling that he had been forced to host that party. Han Thang just took a drag from his cigarette, seeming completely unbothered. He knew people were fickle. Today's friend could be tomorrow's rival. Although it was frustrating, he had to accept it. That's just how life is, and you can't expect lifelong friends. Hearing Han Thang's words, Xiao Yu relented and changed the subject. She brought up the Rocket 101 enterprise, certain the project wouldn't fail so easily. Han Thang seized the moment to tease Xiao Yu, testing to see if she would abandon him like the rumors suggested. That question was better suited for Xiao Rongyu or Shen Yu Su. They were both special, but for Han Thang, having Xiao Yu around was a joy in itself. Speaking of which, she suddenly remembered her plan to find the person who spread the rumor about their secret relationship, but Han Thang firmly stopped her. He then claimed the rumor was absolutely true, leaving Xiao Yu utterly speechless. She ended the call in silence, feeling a sense of indescribable helplessness. He was such a show-off, and it was incredibly annoying. In a quiet classroom, Han Thang, Yang Ming, and Shi Chao used their break to play a few rounds of a game. In the middle of a match in the familiar computer lab, his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it, surprised to see a message from a strange avatar, a small cat with the words, "The sun rises in the west." At the same time, elsewhere, Yu Su blushed deeply after receiving a message, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Behind her, Han Thang smirked. He had expected something important, but it turned out to be just a message about food. Although he'd already had breakfast, Yu Su's invitation for steamed buns made him feel a little hungry again. Without hesitation, Han Thang rushed to find Yu Su, who looked a bit shy upon seeing him. Where was Manager Shen Heng? Both of them instinctively glanced at a passing professor. The teacher eyed them with a suspicious gaze. So, Yu Su and Han Thang smoothly sidestepped in unison, moving out of the teacher's view. Unable to resist the temptation of food, Han Thang quickly reached into Yu Su's coat and took out a steamed bun. He popped the whole thing in his mouth, and then grabbed another. Yu Su watched Han Thang enjoy the food with a happy smile. As they shared a sweet, intimate moment, a sudden voice cut through the air. Han Thang frowned suspiciously, unsure of Lin Yu's intent, and vaguely replied that Yu Su was still looking after two kids, a boy and a girl. The son was a league member, while the daughter was the student council's vice president. Still, he wasn't one to be easily intimidated. He immediately targeted her hidden sadness, saying it was easy to tell she was upset. His words clearly angered the other person. Fortunately, Yi Ping's sudden arrival broke the tension, saving Lin Yu from an awkward situation. Han Thang stood up to leave, but not without throwing a few more provocative comments her way. Yu Su, still flustered and confused, watched Han Thang's retreating figure with a soft glance. Lin Yu observed Yu Su, noticing she had gone quiet and was now focused on finishing her practical work. Unexpectedly, Han Thang appeared in the news. The article, titled Startup, highlighted his brilliant leadership. Nearby, Lam Gu paused as if lost in thought, murmuring, "Did they interview Ao So for that piece?" She turned to her friend with a strange feeling, predicting Han Thang was about to become famous, with countless girls chasing after him. But Ao So thought differently, while Lam Gu was certain that fame would soon change him. She trusted this intuition, backed by her experience reading romance novels, and began citing examples. First comes the sweet beginning of love, followed by a few storms, and ending in deep, passionate devotion. That day, dark clouds gathered as a light rain began. On a deserted road, Han Thang shivered, wondering why the Deans had summoned him. Duok Bin guessed it was related to the important rocket project O1, a major financial and investment initiative. He believed the project was truly worthy of respect and held immense value. Hearing this, Han Thang's spirits lifted, and he quickly moved to shield Duok Bin from the rain. The scene shifts to the dean's office door, where the leadership was already gathered. The teacher and his student stepped inside. Kung Xiu greeted them with a warm smile. Just as Han Thang sat down, an assistant brought them water. As he took the glass, Kung Xiu got straight to the point, announcing a television crew was coming for an interview in a few days. He hoped Han Thang would participate, sharing his future plans, his startup process, and his feelings about the journey. Kung Xiu also saw this as a chance for Han Thang to gain experience and ease any nervousness about public speaking. He continued, mentioning the principal he'd helped promote the rocket project 012 at a Jiangsu high school, even inviting teachers from elsewhere to visit. The real surprise was that the guest of honor was from Han Thang's hometown, with roots in Hong Kong. Hearing this, his face lit up with excitement, eager for the chance to learn from leaders and experienced seniors. Assistant Quan listened to Han Thang, deeply impressed by his competence, his caution, and his incredible potential. Their lively chat was suddenly cut short as the dean of a partner school entered. All three fell silent, turning to see who had arrived. It was Mak Ka, dean of the Humanities Institute at Jiangnan University. Kung Xiu respectfully introduced Han Thang to the esteemed guest as the school's fifth-year pioneering entrepreneur. He then introduced Dean Mak Ka from Jiangnan University. She offered a gentle smile, pleased to make his acquaintance. She suddenly recalled he was also from her hometown and asked, "I heard you're from Hong Kong?" Han Thang replied politely, "Yes, I was born in Hong Kong. I attended Hong Kong No. 1 middle school." Mak Ka chuckled softly. That same school had invited her back years ago. Our hometown is changing so much. Soon, she and Kung Xiu were in deep discussion. Han Thang sat quietly observing, but he unfortunately caught Mak Ka's eye. She glanced at him for a moment before looking away. This left him confused. He couldn't understand why she kept watching him. After all, they had nothing in common. As the conversation wrapped up, they exchanged polite farewells. Outside, the rain was still falling, so Han Thang offered to get an umbrella for her. Kung Xiu used the chance to praise him profusely to Mak Ka. "This student is truly exceptional." Mak Ka didn't respond, but a proud smile graced her lips. Han Thang soon returned, handing her the open umbrella with a sincere smile. Dean Mak Ka then asked him to walk her to the elevator. She simply gave a silent nod of agreement. As they walked toward the elevator, she suddenly broke the silence to ask about his family. "How is your father these days?" Han Thang was stunned by the question, immediately asking, "Dean, do you know my father?" It was then that Mak Ka gently revealed their old connection. She explained why she'd been observing him. She and his father were middle school friends. He looked just like him. The world truly is a small place. She never expected to meet the son of an old friend here. She smiled, remarking on how small the world can be. Han Thang, however, remained completely silent. Though he only needed to see her to the elevator, he patiently escorted her all the way to a taxi. Before leaving, she handed him a business card. "If you're ever free," Mak Ka said kindly, "please visit my school in Jiangnan." But his expression was anything but pleasant. His discomfort was clear as day. She offered a few more words before the taxi drove away. He was left alone, holding the umbrella and her business card. He angrily tossed the card into a nearby trash bin, muttering "pipe dream." A moment later, he returned to the room. Kung Xiu was completely taken aback by Han Thang's stern and rigid behavior. She was about to be transferred to the Eastern Education Department, and could even become a high school leader in Jiangsu Province. Hearing the news, Han Sheng's eyes flew open in shock, letting out a single, astonished, "Huh." He then asked the dean for permission to head back to class. "I need to get back to my classroom, sir. Please let me go." In a sudden change of heart, Han Sheng bolted outside toward the trash cans, searching for a lost piece of paper. Just then, someone from behind shielded him with a yellow umbrella. When he turned, he saw it was Yu Chu. She was worried he'd get drenched in the heavy rain. Han Sheng quickly faked a cough, trying to come up with an excuse. He bent down, pretending to tie his shoelace, but his clumsy act didn't fool Yu Chu at all. Her knowing gaze only annoyed him more. "What are you even doing here?" he snapped. As it turned out, she was just returning a book at the worst possible time. Han Sheng scowled, taking the book from her. "I don't even need this," he grumbled. In reality, he only said that because he worried she'd get cold in the rain, but he knew she would insist on staying to help him anyway. The scene cuts back to the discarded business card. Despite digging through the filthy trash, a rain-soaked Han Sheng refused to give up his search. Finally, he spotted the strange business card, resting atop the messy pile of garbage. He let out an exhausted sigh, flicked the card gently, and vowed to forge it into his own opportunity. If she refused to help, he threatened to get someone else involved. Time slipped by as the drizzle continued to fall. Yu Chu and her roommate quickly put their umbrella away, accidentally stunning a few nearby guys. Meanwhile, Han Sheng called his father to explain everything that had happened. He told him about a middle-aged woman named Mo Kei. She had approached him, claiming to be his real birth mother. His father picked up, sounding like he'd just woken up and was still confused. He muttered, "So, you know now?" The question left Han Sheng completely frozen. He had always believed that Liang Mei Huan was his biological mother. The shock was nearly impossible to accept. He stammered to his father, "How could I have possibly known?" Han Sheng then explained he'd met her while doing a survey. Hearing this, Zhao Jun's voice grew cold as he insisted she was just a high school classmate before hanging up abruptly. On Zhao Jun's end of the line, the sky was much brighter. He took a drag from his cigarette, thinking of the name Ke, his old friend from years ago. An image of a family suddenly flashed through his mind. That story made Zhao Jun think of his current wife, the devoted woman who had sacrificed day and night for him and their family. He realized he shouldn't dwell on old memories. In Zhao Jun's mind, only his wife and son mattered. A soft, happy smile formed on his lips. He didn't need to reminisce about his youth. His love for his wife transcended time. The scene shifts, and a few days quickly pass. Han Sheng sat in a meeting with his team, joking with Zibo about buying a car, even though he didn't even have a license. Si Yun was about to light a cigarette, but out of consideration for Ming Rong, he turned and asked for her permission first. She smiled cheerfully, saying, "It's fine. I don't mind." Ming Rong felt the friendly atmosphere was a world away from her old company, and she felt motivated to work harder. Han Sheng's voice turned serious as he moved to the main topic. "Let's start the meeting. The car discussion is unrealistic. A quick joke is fine, but let's focus." Turning to the task at hand, Xiao Yu began to read a brief summary. Sitting beside him, Ming Rong silently praised his sincerity. She thought that Brother Chen was truly a genuine person. Han Sheng's plan was to expand their operations outward, first, by building a cooperative framework, and second, by finding their next target. Han Sheng also emphasized, "Everyone must learn to manage their time well between studying and working, or you'll end up like me," he said, making her laugh. As he finished, he remembered something he forgot to ask. He asked about selecting a car for Sister Jing, a task assigned to Ming Rong and Xiao Yu. Hearing this, Xiao Yu flinched and quickly stood up. She claimed that she'd forgotten because she was busy with school enrollment. Ming Rong stared wide-eyed as Xiao Yu trembled, looking incredibly stressed as cold sweat dripped down her face. Ming Rong found it strange. She couldn't understand why Xiao Yu was having such an extreme reaction. Stranger still, the entire room went dead silent. Han Sheng felt a surge of irritation. Were his words so meaningless to them? She lowered her face, her eyes fixed on the floor. "Model." He apologized to Minister Tran, but still berated Xiao Yu harshly. Thankfully, Jing hadn't arrived, or she would have known I lied about the $200,000 car. In Han Thang's eyes, this was nothing like the director Xian Zi he knew. His criticism continued. "Does this make you feel comfortable?" Facing his fury, Xiao Yu trembled, her face pale as she denied it. Seeing this, Ming Dong stepped forward to share the blame. "Brother Tran, this is also my fault for forgetting to remind Xiao Yu." And Ping, who had been silent, felt things spiraling out of control. Han Thang's hand slammed the table with a loud crack. His furious eyes locked onto Zhang Mingdong as he growled her name. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Mingdong was stunned, and before she could speak, his shouting intensified. He called her a hypocrite, accusing her of faking her kindness. He yelled and raged, screaming in Mingdong's face over her attitude. With that final word, he shot up from his seat and stormed away, still muttering under his breath. Mingdong froze. Tu Vu went silent, turning away, leaving Mingdong utterly stunned. She whispered to Bin beside her, her eyes shimmering with tears, seeking comfort, and Bin sighed, gently explaining the protocol when dealing with Han Thang. The reason: an incomplete mission was an unforgivable failure. Not to mention Mingdong had just crossed his ultimate red line, wounding her to the point of tears. And Bin gently patted her shoulder, explaining that since he was the boss, no one should ever dare to intervene. Understanding dawned on Mingdong as she fought her tears, wondering who was qualified. And Bin replied that it was Manager Kong, but he was unfortunately away. The car cut through the streets under a heavy, oppressive silence. After Han Thang's harsh words, Mingdong glanced at Tu Vu, her eyes still wet with worry. She couldn't stop herself from whispering, "Sister Tu Vu." Tu Vu suddenly stopped crying and answered softly. As Mingdong stared, and Bin whispered, "In this company, only Manager Kong has the power to reason with him." "But why?" she asked, her voice low. "Because she is truly on another level." Tu Vu struggled to maintain her composure as she laid out the hard truth. "Director Tran could replace any of us in a heartbeat, but Sister Tin is different. She's the one who can truly help him achieve his goals." She offered a strained smile. "From now on, stay by Sister Tin's side and learn everything you can. The day you become as capable as her, Director Tran will have no choice but to respect you." Mingdong was speechless. her eyes locked on Tuvu's determined expression, remaining silent for the entire journey. She endlessly questioned herself, trying to imagine what that level of respect truly meant. Late that night, Min Dong tossed and turned, her mind racing. Why did Tran Han Thang value Kong Tin so highly? She remembered that day he bought a Passat for over 200,000 yuan without even a second glance. And Kong Tin had accepted that incredibly expensive car with unshakable calm. For her, it seemed the car was nothing more than an ordinary object. That image was burned into Min Dong's memory. The figure of 200,000 echoed in her mind, stealing her sleep. Suddenly, Min Dong's eyes flew open as an answer ignited within her. Could Sister Tin be the one funding rocket number 1? Was she earning many times more than 200,000? The next morning, sunlight pierced the windows of the rocket number 1 office. As Kong Tin arrived, an unexpected sight immediately captured her attention. Min Dong was walking towards her from a distance. Kong Tin smiled, welcoming her warmly. Min Dong, you're here so early. I had a sleepless night, so I came in early, she replied, her voice bright. Kong Tin then declared with new fire in her eyes, Sister Tin, from today, I will strive to be trusted and respected, just like you. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, the negotiations with the Shentong Corporation were underway. Han Thang opened with his demand. As rocket number 1 expands, volume will surge, requiring a minimum price of 1.6 yuan per package. On top of that, Shentong wanted influence over rocket number 1's internal policies. This was far beyond what Chu Loi had expected. He slammed his fist on the table, protesting furiously. At this rate, what's the point of this negotiation? Then go find a better deal elsewhere, Chi Chao interjected, trying to de-escalate. Everyone knew President Chu had a short fuse, but Han Thang's 1.6 yuan demand was an extreme opening move, almost impossible to accept. Kong Tin spoke with perfect calm. President Chu, the 1.6 figure isn't arbitrary. First, let's discuss facilities and materials. To attract the most customers, our depots must be in prime locations, which means higher rental costs. Second is the cost of labor, as our volume will increase exponentially. Each station requires hundreds of couriers working at maximum speed. She skillfully painted a picture of shared success. If rocket number 1's partnership with Shentong succeeds, the benefits will far outweigh the costs. Everyone who joins us will prosper. Duck Quan felt a twinge of regret. Shentong's rigid approach to Kong Tin had given Han Thang a tactical advantage. At that moment, the man across the table called his name directly. Chu Loi stated his terms. Return Kong Tin to me, and I will drop all claims to the management of rocket number 1. Hearing this, Tran Han Thang struggled to contain his laughter. He took the opportunity to land a verbal jab. President Chu, it's like a relationship. If two people aren't a match, forcing it is pointless. Clearly, the environment at rocket number 1 is better with Kong's leadership, and I am the more suitable man for her. Tran Han Thang's words were a deliberate provocation. He repeated a well-known phrase, you can't stop her from moving on to someone better. Kong Tin coughed lightly, hiding her embarrassment, while Chi Chao and Duke Quan erupted in laughter. Han Thang's wit was sharp, his logic unassailable. Only Chu Loi's face darkened as he prepared a different angle of attack. He targeted the 20-year-old student, sneering that he probably hadn't even known the softness of a girl's hand, yet dared call himself a man. Tran Han Thang held his composure, offering only a perfect, polite smile. Suddenly, a secretary approached and whispered into De Quan's ear, urgently reporting that something had come up. He quickly cut the meeting short. Let's stop here for today. I have an important party tonight. I'll ask CEO Chu and CEO Liu to host Han Thang for me. During dinner, Chu Lei's impatience was obvious. He bluntly asked where Kong Jing was. Han Thang just shrugged casually. She was tired and is resting at the hotel. Chu Lei was forced to swallow his anger, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Without Kong Jing, what was the point of all this? This was all Tran Han Thang's fault. He began plotting how to deal with him later. Just an hour later, Tran Han Thang was on fire, downing glass after glass. Let's drink our fill tonight, he declared, earning a round of applause. An entire bottle was already empty. CEO Chu's tolerance was incredible. He drank continuously without a hint of being drunk, like a fish in water. The more Chu Lei watched, the angrier he got. He ground his teeth in frustration. He kept pushing, but nothing worked. Asterisk. Can't I really handle this guy? Asterisk. Just as Tran Han Thang's drinking spirit was at its peak, Chu Lei approached, calling his name with a fake friendly demeanor. Brother Chu says he'll take you somewhere fun later. But inside, he was scheming to humiliate Han Thang by luring him into a trap. Zhizhou quickly stepped in, trying to de-escalate. Come on, let's rest after eating. We have business tomorrow. But then, something strange happened. Chu Lei and Tran Han Thang suddenly shouted in unison, "Shut up!" Their synchronized roar stunned him, but they just feigned seriousness. Isn't that right, CEO Liu? University students now need to leave campus to integrate with society. They can't just hide in their dorms forever. Zhizhou hurriedly whispered a warning. He doesn't mean the place CEO Chu mentioned. It's somewhere else. You get the idea, right? He never suspected that Tran Han Thang was already a seasoned player. Han Thang gave a slight nod. I understand. Actually, I've always wanted to check it out. He knew the place well but acted like an upright novice, eager to learn, just as his mentors had always advised. Upon arrival, Tran Han Thang handled the check-in smoothly. From greeting the receptionist to chatting with the staff, his actions were so fluid and natural that Chu Lei grew deeply suspicious. He wondered, how could a first-timer be more skilled at this than him? Just then, an employee named Xiao Jiang entered with a toolbox, only to overhear Tran Han Thang's voice on the phone. I'm really at the hotel. Why else would it be this quiet? He lied without even blinking. It's just a pity this hotel has no computer, or I'd QQ video call you. Tell you what, I'll head to an internet cafe right now. The voice on the other end was worried. Why go to an internet cafe? I believe you, but you should drink less. Did you remember to buy milk? Tran Han Thang answered nonchalantly. The hotel has it. Don't worry, it won't affect our weekend stroll. The masseuse, who had been working on his feet from the start, spoke up as he hung up. Sir, reporting to your girlfriend? She guessed with a smile. Tran Han Thang just gave a non-committal hum in response. The employee kept trying to flatter him, her smile bright. Sir, you really are a good man. Tran Han Thang found this amusing. He pondered her words, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The phrase good man was rarely used to describe him. He wanted to see how she'd explain it. The employee answered with skillful grace. Because I feel there's nothing wrong with a man going out to have some fun. How can a capable man just stay at home all the time? But for a man to remember to call home while he's out, that's truly rare. It proves his heart is still with his family, even if his body is somewhere else. Tran Han Thang didn't argue. He thought her logic was sound. She had successfully eased his sense of guilt. The employee maintained her radiant smile. Sir, you have a great sense of humor. Suddenly, Tran Han Thang's phone rang again. He answered calmly. Hello, what are you up to? The sweet, familiar voice of Yu Chu came through the line. I'm feeding Tuan Yuan. He's gotten a little fatter again, she said. Tran Han Thang laughed and teased her back. That's right, it's gotten chubby like you. Ow, so retorted. No way, I'm not fat. The staff member could only grumble internally. Was that another woman on the phone? He was really too timing. By the time Tran Han Thang hung up, the employee's face was still frozen in shock. She gave a self-deprecating smirk. His voice echoed, a demonic temptation. Did you really think I was a decent man? She forced a tight smile. The boss sure knows how to joke. She sighed inwardly. Sucking up was exhausting sometimes. She skillfully changed the subject. Boss, the foot massage is done. If you'd like a back massage, you'll need to remove your shirt. Tran Han Thang gently refused. Let me have a smoke first. His tone was a question, but the words were a statement. My friend arranged for you, didn't he? The employee understood and answered concisely. That boss told our manager you're a VIP who needs dedicated service. Tran Han Thang's expression remained a mask. He blew out a puff of smoke and casually patted the seat next to him, a clear invitation. The employee chuckled to herself. So many clients pretended to be gentlemen, only to reveal their true nature after a few words, their hands starting to wander. The thought actually made her a little excited. Compared to the middle-aged men with their potbellies and alcohol breath, the younger ones were much more pleasant. She glided closer to Tran Han Thang. Boss, I've sat down. She artfully struck a seductive pose, her voice a mesmerizing whisper, but Tran Han Thang just glanced over coolly. Do you even know what business is? The employee immediately played along. The boss wants to discuss business privately. Tran Han Thang replied instantly, not explaining to her, but as if reminding himself, I'm talking about business. Business is full of hidden traps. One careless step, and you could fall into a snare someone else has set. That's why when I go out, I'm both cautious and relaxed. An ordinary person can't harm me. The employee chimed in brightly, praising how the young boss had such deep experience. Tran Han Thang let out a brilliant laugh. It's good that you understand. Then, he shot up without a moment's hesitation, causing the girl leaning in to nearly lose her balance. But Tran Han Thang had already planned this. There are some urgent matters. Wait here for me. The call might take a while, he added before leaving. If you want to go, I'll let your manager know. The employee smiled obediently. Don't worry, I've waited for 2 hours before. Her voice turned sweet and pouty. Tonight, I'm all yours. Tran Han Thang made a heart gesture as a reminder. Then wait for me. Don't you dare leave. Outside, a male employee approached. Sir, are you leaving? Tran Han Thang's reply was flat. I'm not. He had arranged for Chu Toan to set up this little play. I'm just stepping out for work. I'll be back. I'm keeping the room card. The employee nodded with a smile, but his mind raced. This scenario was all too familiar. Perhaps the man's wife was about to storm the place. Tran Han Thang hurried back to the hotel. Kong Tin opened the door, a face mask still on. The lie was over. He'd deceived Tran Chu without a shred of guilt. To the table. We need to plan tomorrow's negotiation with Tham Thong. Kong Tin, of course, couldn't refuse. She stepped back, letting Tran Han Thong enter. The atmosphere turned serious as they focused solely on work. Suddenly, Kong Tin's phone rang. She quietly apologized for the interruption. He felt a bit awkward. But seeing the caller ID, Kong Tin frowned in annoyance. She reluctantly answered, Director Chu, good evening. On the other end, Chu Loi immediately started tattling, his voice booming with gossip. The young CEO of Rocket One is at a club right now. Isn't that a surprise? You truly can't judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, Kong Tin glanced at Tran Han Thang, who sat calmly across from her. She replied flatly, Is that so? She found it hard to believe. Chu Loi yelled, It can't be. Kong Tin, I told you, all men are the same. Tran Han Thang is probably enjoying himself right now. He was deliberately trying to smear him, but he was cut off before he could continue. Kong Tin interjected firmly, I need to rest. We can talk later when there's time. She taught him a lesson. You're the vice president of a big company. Stop these childish games. The moment Kong Tin hung up, Tran Han Thang put on an innocent face. Director Chu called? He said you were at a club. Why would he say something so baseless? She expressed her complete trust in him. Tran Han Thang feigned annoyance. Actually, after the party, Director Chu did try to drag me to a club, but I said karaoke was fine. I've never set foot in a noisy place like that. He feigned annoyance, then slandered me behind my back, a true two-faced snake with venomous methods. Kong Jing immediately sided with Chen Han Thang, leaving Shen Tong without a single regret. He seized the chance to pull her onto his team. Open your heart. From now on, Rocket Number 1 will be your home. His goal achieved, Chen Han Thang made his exit. I've had a bit too much to drink. You should get some rest. She suspected nothing. I just made some hot tea. Take it with you for the road. Back at the club, the beautiful hostess was nearly asleep, having waited so long for Chen Han Thang's return. She snapped to attention, striking a seductive pose, but he shut her down instantly. Not today. We'll talk about this later. Tran Han Thang patted her shoulder, praising her for the brilliant performance. The employee was still confused, but she instinctively played along. You're welcome. After leaving the room, he immediately made an urgent call to Chu Loi. When are you going to get this sorted out? I've just finished now. The scheme to slander Tran Han Thang had completely failed, yet he feigned a cheerful tone. All done, little bro? He asked, feigning total ignorance. Facing Chu Loi's failed plot, he offered a bright, innocent smile. Of course, he felt a profound sense of relief. His reputation remained untouched. He was seething with rage, but on the surface, he had to force a smile. Chu Loi clumsily made an excuse to leave. The medicine is in the room. Give me a second. Tran Han Thang just smiled harmlessly. No problem at all. But he wouldn't let it go, making another call to Kong Tin. Tran Han Thang is really at the club, right beside me. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Her only reply was the decisive click of the phone hanging up. Even if he was right, Kong Tin couldn't care less. Chu Loi's face turned purple with fury as he cursed under his breath. Angry or not, he still had to foot the bill. Tran Han Thang continued to toy with him, leaning in to whisper, "This place is quite lively. Can you bring me here again tomorrow?" Chu Loi knew he was completely outmatched. With Tran Han Thang smirking at him, he finally conceded defeat. "Whatever," he muttered. "University students have no business being here anyway." Duke Quan added his thoughts. "I considered it last night. Shentong isn't trying to seize control of Rocket 01. However, their marketing activities demonstrate that Rocket 01's policies are extremely reliable." Tran Han Thang praised Old Trin for his sharp intellect. He knew I could never accept those terms, so he wisely chose to withdraw. It seemed Shentong had also backed down. Yet, he handled the victory with unshakable composure. "Since Director Trin has spoken, Rocket number 1 will adjust its price from 1.6 yuan per package down to 1.5 yuan. Chi Chao couldn't match that price and could only withdraw. My company proposes 1.2 yuan, and that price is firm." Tran Han Thang made a suggestion. "In that case, let's sign the contract today." I was already planning to visit Jiangnan University this afternoon. Both he and Kong Tin meticulously reviewed every detail in the contract, ensuring no mistakes were made. Chu Loi's patience was wearing thin. "This contract is a standard template drafted by our legal department. We've used it many times before. The two sides of Rocket are just verifying to be certain. Besides, aren't you close to Professor Tun? Why not ask her to review it?" His words dripped with scorn. So wasteful at the club, yet so meticulous with a contract. A realization dawned on Tran Han Thang. Brother Chu's words make sense. "I think I'll ask her." Chu Loi was stunned into silence. It took him a moment to fire back. "Go ahead. Let's see if you can find anything unusual." Hours passed as Han Thang and Kong Tin continued to scrutinize the contract. Chu Loi grumbled, "Look at him, acting as if he's afraid Shentong will trick him and Duck Quan will blame him. Weren't you the one who suggested it?" In truth, he never intended for this. Now, he was filled with regret. "I was just making a sarcastic joke." Chu Loi arrogantly tilted his head back. "So, did the esteemed Professor Tan have any interesting opinions?" Tran Han Thang replied softly, his voice calm and unfaltering. She only corrected 2 words. Chu Loi flipped through the document. The contract was tens of thousands of words long. He couldn't imagine which 2 words she had found. Han Thang pointed to Clause 3 in the final section. "If Rocket 101 intends to sell its business, it must sell to Shentong." Chu Loi's mind went blank. That clause could not be changed. Otherwise, what if he conquers the national student market and then targets us? We have to take precautions. In front of his colleagues and Director Tran Han Thang began his explanation. "The marketplace is just like a battlefield." He emphasized. Professor Tan's suggestion was not to remove the clause entirely, but simply to refine 2 words. Duke Quan silently contemplated the situation. This was the core clause binding Rocket 101. To remove it would be to break the balance of power, leaving Professor Tan with no reason to continue the partnership. The situation compelled Duke Quan to ask, "Which 2 words?" A slow, profound smile spread across Tran Han Thang's lips. He slowly revealed the answer. The word "must" will be replaced with "priority." This seemingly tiny change altered the very essence of Clause 3. Now, if Rocket 101 ever decided to sell its business, they would only need to give Shentong priority, no longer shackled by the word "must." A cold chill ran down the spines of Duke Quan and Chu Loi. With just 2 words, the entire meaning of the contract had been completely inverted. A surge of admiration, mixed with deep caution, rose within Duke Quan. He truly lived up to Professor Sun's reputation. He spoke with the frankness of a child, revealing his thoughts without fear, a truly impressive skill. Chen Han Thang had swiftly seized control of the narrative. In truth, he never intended to sell Rocket 101, knowing the campus delivery market was a future goldmine. He played constant mind games with his counterpart, yet always left the door open. If the profit was right, why not sell? Chen Han Thang's razor-sharp negotiation skills left Duke Quan utterly speechless. Professor Sun's proposal was far too rigid. It violated the core principles of flexible business. If Rocket's business failed and fell into debt, Shentong would inevitably be dragged down with it. Unable to devise a solution, Duke Quan and Zhu Lei pulled away. "We need a moment to confer." The moment they were alone, Duke Quan shot Zhu Lei a look like a dagger, so cold it made him tremble with regret. No one could have predicted such a dramatic turn of events. The frail, silver-haired Bai Yu spoke elegantly, yet with a few words, she completely defanged the contract. Zhu Lei gritted his teeth in fury. So, this is the power of the well-read. He stormed off, leaving a baffled Tran Han Thang behind. Daquan gathered his core team. He asked the legal department directly, "Do you agree to these revisions?" But deep down, he knew better than anyone that at this point, more discussion was utterly pointless. In the end, Daquan had no choice but to concede defeat to Rocket 101. Priority is still priority, a legal staffer urged. When we're outmatched in skill and technique, what else is there to say? Can we truly not change it? But his response was firm. No changes. Daquan weighed his options. First, he couldn't afford a direct conflict. Second, he had to respect Professor Sunday. And third, last priority just meant a little more money. Tran Han Thang wasn't a fool. Why would he ever sell Rocket 101? After both sides reached an understanding, the next step was to sign the official contract. Daquan entertained his guests late into the night. The next day, Tran Han Thang and Kong Jing returned from Shanghai. Both were mentally drained after the 2-day negotiation. The exhaustion was overwhelming. The fine print on commissions, management rights, and countless other clauses was especially grueling. The first day was a minefield of hidden traps. The second, a battle of wits over twisted wording. There were pitfalls everywhere. Tran Han Thang closed his eyes, finally able to rest for a moment. Thankfully, the contract was finalized. The next stage now rested on Kong Jing's shoulders to expand their market. Back in Jiangdong, he stopped by Jiangnan University before heading to his dorm. Tran Han Thang lounged on a bench, holding his cat, Reunion. When someone asked, "Where's your mommy?" it just snuggled deeper into his arms. Reunion loved being close, clinging to Tran Han Thang with endless affection. A group of students passed by, stopping to admire him with the cat. "That chubby cat is so adorable." Suddenly, a figure approached. A clear voice called out, laced with a mature, captivating charm. "Where else would I be?" She tilted her head, tucking a stray hair behind her ear as she stepped closer. "If you ever have a daughter," she said, "you must raise her with this same tenderness." With a soft chuckle, she sat right beside him. But she hadn't forgotten her true purpose. "Class President, the committee has tasked me with interviewing you as a preliminary step for the official city interviews." Nearby, Yang Ming's face lit up. "You're even being interviewed by a major television station?" "You're going to be famous," he exclaimed. Tran Han Thang simply feigned humility. "I truly don't seek fame, but my talents refuse to stay hidden." Yang Ming's eyes burned with envy, thinking, asterisk, how can one man be so arrogant? Asterisk. Ha Thang turned to Nian Yan, curious. "You're going to interview me? What will you ask?" She quickly presented her plan, saying, "This is what I want to do." The school had already requested a local radio interview about his startup ideas and his initial plans. Nian Yan blushed, suggesting hesitantly, "But that all seems a bit too formal. So I want to use this interview to help you clear things up." Ha Thang frowned, asking, "Clear what up?" Nian Yan calmly explained, "It's a common tactic in the entertainment world. Often, when prominent figures appear on talk shows, they'd arrange with the crew for the host to skillfully bring up stories the audience craved. This turns the interview into a clever promotion, giving the celebrity a chance to clear the air and satisfy public curiosity." Tran Han Thang seemed completely unfazed. "Go on," he said. Nian Yan cut straight to the chase. "Class President, you launched a startup while still in university. The students are dying to know about your Rocket 101 project, its earnings, and how you managed to balance work and your studies. However, these topics were far too personal. No one usually dared to ask." She played the part of a curious outsider. "Aren't you the least bit curious how much our class president has earned?" Duongmin blushed, unable to meet her gaze. "I don't want to know. That's his private business. Why should we pry?" She wasn't annoyed. She would simply listen if he chose to speak. The class president can just give a vague answer. Tran Han Thang didn't object. "Fine. You set it up, and I'll play along." Vuong Kai quickly brought over their drinks. "Brother Tran, Sister Ninin, here's your milk tea." She smiled cheerfully, thanking Vuong Kai. After taking a long sip of his own tea, Tran Han Thang finally began to speak. Suddenly, a brilliant new idea flashed in her mind. "I'd like to ask you first, Do you want to promote the milk tea shop as well? She was incredibly sharp, quickly forming a logical proposal that targeted male students who needed part-time work. This suggestion successfully captured Tran Han Thang's full attention. Ngien Ngien continued to explain her point. Aren't you already arranging part-time positions for them? This would subtly reveal the class president's kind heart. Tran Han Thang fell silent, lost in thought. He cared about the common good, but he couldn't ignore insecure students like Vuong Kai. Their interactions at the milk tea shop had gradually helped them become more open and confident. To bring this up in front of a camera, before the teachers and the entire school, would only add to their burden. Tran Han Thang teased her playfully. What good is my little bit of fame? Besides, I don't want to fly a false flag of morality. His handsome face leaned closer to hers, his voice becoming a captivating, low whisper. If I turned out to be a bad person, would you come to hate me? Tran Han Thang's striking features seemed magnified in her eyes, causing her to blush uncontrollably. Her adorably flustered reaction only amused him more. Tran Han Thang clapped Duong Min on the shoulder. Come on, let's go play around. The two were as close as ever, walking away with their arms slung around each other. Surprised, her gaze followed Tran Han Thang's retreating figure. Her heart hammered against her ribs. In that instant, she realized she had been moved by him. A few days later, in the school's broadcast room, Tran Han Thang was bored, fiddling with a microphone and sighing as time crawled by. Just as he had that thought, the rhythmic click of high heels on tile echoed through the room, drawing his attention. He scowled, about to rush her. Hurry up, I still need to get lunch. But the complaint died on his lips as he froze, his eyes locked on her form. Ngien Ngien was flawlessly made up, wearing a dress that hugged every eye-catching curve, making it impossible for him to look away. She narrowed her eyes playfully, teasing him. Forget about lunch. How about you have me instead? In Tran Han Thang's mind, every other thought evaporated. His usual sharp wit had completely abandoned him. Before him stood a dazzling, meticulously styled Ngien Ngien. He instantly understood the real purpose of this lunch meeting. The other staff were all on their break. He coughed lightly, trying to maintain a casual front as he asked, Dressed like that, aren't you afraid of getting cold? Ngien Ngien offered a seductive smile. It's not cold, it's beautiful, right? Tran Han Thang let out a helpless sigh. Why are you doing this? I'm not interested in you. If I were, I would have made a move long ago. You're not a naive person. Whatever you want, just say it. Besides, I don't only have one girlfriend. Ngien Nghien's eyes fell, a flicker of sadness passing over them before quickly disappearing. She knew Tran Han Thang had warned her before, yet she had still chosen to move closer to him. I'm not as beautiful as Thamao So, and I'm not short on money. I don't care about the words you just said. But as soon as the words were out, Ngien Ngien sat directly down on Tran Han Thang's lap. I still desire your attention, even just a little. Because sometimes you have this irresistible charm that keeps me tossing and turning all night long. He remained silent, giving no reaction as he tried to stand and push her off him. Ngien Ngien immediately reached out to hold him in place. At that very moment, the school's broadcast speaker let out a loud hum. She instinctively grabbed the live microphone. Amidst Tran Han Thang's shock and confusion, Ngien Ngien let out a cheerful laugh, shattering the tense atmosphere around him. Still perched on Tran Han Thang's lap, she switched the microphone on. We invite all teachers and students to listen to this issue's special segment. Across the campus of the Finance Academy, a passionate voice began to spread, carrying the vibrant spirit of youth. This is Thuong Ngien Ngien, and today I have the distinct honor of introducing Vice President Tran Han Thang, a person very familiar to all of us. The female students immediately began to whisper excitedly, Wow, it's Senior Thuong hosting the show today. The guys, however, were thinking differently. What the hell was that? Her voice was good, but it was completely different. What felt so off? Why did it carry a hint of intimacy? In this blistering heat, I just wanted to get back to my air-conditioned dorm. Despite that, the interview continued, with the Q&A punctuated by strangely ragged breaths. Student Chen He-sheng, last year you founded Rocket 101. Wasn't it to create convenience for the finance students? That's right. I noticed many students had to go to the post office for express delivery, where the costs are quite high. At that moment, I thought it would be great if there was an on-campus express delivery service. And so, Rocket 101 was born from that idea. Sheng Yan was amazed. So Chen He-sheng wasn't initially focused on profit, yet we were all curious about his net worth. He answered the questions with a calm and clever composure. Students can all earn a little, so the amount retained isn't much. I just bought a car last year, so I don't have much on hand. Then the questions shifted to his studies. Chen He-sheng answered with complete seriousness. An impact on my schoolwork is indeed hard to avoid. But the difference between university and high school is that you can boldly pursue your own interests and passions, especially since our finance school's spirit has always encouraged innovation. The dean also frequently supports students' creative ideas. Furthermore, there's guidance from dedicated professors. That's how a balance between studies and business can be struck. We've already entered the university environment. We must enhance our knowledge, but we can't ignore practical social skills. I want to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to the school's leadership. Lin Yu looked puzzled, asking quietly, "What's wrong with your boyfriend? He sounds like he's constantly panting. Surely the broadcast room isn't hot, and it's not very cold either, right?" She smiled and offered a compliment. Today, MC Shang Yan is a truly captivating host. She skillfully brought up topics everyone cared about, but Chen He-sheng was incredibly sly. He seemed to answer every question, yet revealed nothing important. Lin Yu suddenly guessed they might be rehearsing. Yu Chu just nodded in agreement without a hint of suspicion. Tian Yu, Shang Yan's boyfriend, who had been asleep, suddenly bolted upright. Why did that voice sound so familiar? The more he listened, the more that tone grated on him. He quickly got up and ran to find Shang Yan, surprising many students around with his lightning speed. Tian Yu ran to catch them in the act while gritting his teeth. What if it was actually true? Or should he just pretend he didn't know anything? He weighed his options in his head. He was going abroad soon anyway. Maybe it was better to have less trouble, since he couldn't marry Shang Yan either. The more Tian Yu thought, the more his anger boiled. The entire school knew about his relationship with Shang Yan, yet Chen He-sheng dared to act so openly. Does he have no shame? As he ran up the stairs, he resolved to shout and teach Chen He-sheng a lesson to vent his anger. Unexpectedly, before Tian Yu could even speak, a fierce glare met his own, stopping him cold. Chen He-sheng was leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. He was as nonchalant as if nothing shady had happened, even casually asking, "Tian Yu, looking for Shang Yan to get lunch?" His earlier blazing momentum instantly deflated. Tian Yu stammered, yeah. Weren't you going to turn down the interview?" Chen He-sheng exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice low and cold, uttering just 2 words, "It's done." But Tian Yu wasn't so easily convinced. He flushed with anger, accusing him, "Why are you smoking?" He shot back sharply. "What about it?" Chen He-sheng explained with annoyance. "I've always been a smoker, you know that." Tian Yu had experience. He wasn't easily fooled. He snapped back, certain it was a lie. But Tian Yu knew he couldn't win with words, so he opened the broadcast room door, heading straight for Shang Yan under a sea of curious eyes. Seeing Tian Yu enter, she tilted her head slightly and smiled, welcoming her boyfriend as if nothing unusual had happened. "You're here. I'm done. Should we go eat?" Entering, he scanned the room, trying to catch a strange scent, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he found no suspicious smells. Immediately after, Tian Yu noticed something strange. Right there in the broadcast room, a crumpled-up tissue was discarded on the table, making his mind race with possibilities. Only a silent curse formed in Tian Yu's head. He seethed internally, screaming, "Why is this thing here?" He wanted to investigate, but Shang Yan quickly pulled his hand. "Let's go, downstairs." His mind was in chaos, and a knot of anxiety tightened within him. He had to find a way for Shang Yan to leave first, because that tissue was genuinely suspicious. It seemed very fishy. Tian Yu asked Tishang harshly, "Why aren't you leaving?" He replied nonchalantly, "Let me finish this cigarette first." He jeered, his eyes full of contempt. "It's not like anything happened. Why smoke yourself sick?" Shang Yan feigned ignorance of her lover's foul mood. The smile on her lips grew even brighter as she walked away gracefully. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and remind him, "Class president, remember to clean up the broadcast room for me later." Chen He-sheng nodded quickly, as if it were a familiar task. Tian Du's mind raced with panic. Didn't they agree to destroy the evidence? He trembled, clenching his jaw in silent rage. He needed to go back and check, but when she sweetly grabbed his hand, asking about dinner, his anger simply vanished. "Whatever you want," he replied. But the questions continued. "Why are you dressed like that? Is it always this revealing? And why were you blushing earlier? She retorted. The broadcast room was stuffy. With the AC on, of course my face would flush. Teen Du seized the chance to slander his rival. That Tran Han Thang is no good. Meanwhile, Tran Han Thang had returned to the room and picked up the stained paper. Tran Han Thang sighed in resignation. So much lipstick. What's even the point? It just ends up looking messy. With that settled, he walked down the stairs, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Teen Du was rushing up the stairs as they met head-on. His glare was sharp, filled with hostility and clear suspicion. Tran Han Thang completely ignored the hostility, as she casually asked him what he was doing. He couldn't speak the truth and scrambled for an excuse. I left my phone in the broadcast room. But Tran Han Thang missed his hidden motive. This oversight gave Nian Yin a reason not to leave. She waited silently outside the door, her frail appearance designed to be pitied, like a helpless soul needing protection. I'm sorry, class president. I went too far today. But with Tran Han Thang, things were always different. He paid her no mind, offering no words of comfort, and so, she failed to get what she wanted. That evening, Nian called him to vent. Voice trembling, she said, Class President Tran Han Thang broke up with me. Stunned, he asked, What? Why? Tearfully, she explained. He suspects something is going on between us. He thinks it started in the broadcast room this afternoon. He asked curiously, Did you even try to explain it to him? She felt utterly helpless. With a heavy sigh, she confessed, I tried, but he just refuses to believe me. Frustrated, she continued, Remember that tissue with the lipstick? He claims it wasn't lipstick, and called me a liar. So he rushed upstairs to find it. Tran Han Thang couldn't help but chuckle. He's got way too much time. What's your plan now? She smirked to herself. So, that tissue was his only excuse. Nian showed no sadness. If we break up, we break up. It's just 2 months early. He's going abroad anyway. I'll see him off, and then this whole chapter can finally be over. But she still sought a chance to be alone with him. Hey, want to go out for a drink with me tonight? Her intentions couldn't have been clearer. Yet, once again, Tran Han Thang deliberately ignored her. Let's not. It's past 10 p.m. A guy like me has to be careful out there, you know? His blunt refusal angered her. Puffing her cheeks, she couldn't understand. Class president, why are you being so difficult? He remained evasive. I have my reasons. Maybe another time, when I'm in a better mood, I'll join you. But not right now. The cafeteria was nearly empty, with just a few people scattered about, lost in their own worlds. As he ate, he chatted with Aoso. I have a client meeting today. What are your plans? Hearing this, she laid out her day. Milk tea this morning, the library at noon, and back to the tea shop for a reunion dinner. Hearing her schedule, Han Thang smiled to himself. Perfect. This means I won't have to run into Deng Yu. A moment later, he gently chided her. How many times have I told you? Don't put your bowl down in the winter. It gets cold too fast. Seeing his frown, she obediently murmured an okay. Aoso then lifted her bowl for a sip of the warm soup. Seeing how well she listened, he let out a fond sigh. He gently poked her chubby cheek, leaving her with a look of pure confusion. As she went to put her bowl down again, he tapped the table lightly. Then he asked, So, where is Lam Gu heading today? Aoso replied, Same as me. She just woke up a bit later. Han Thang breathed a sigh of relief. Good. That sets my mind at ease. He fell silent, carefully peeling an egg. Once done, he held it to her lips. Softly he urged, Here, eat. Aoso was a little surprised. Aren't you having any? Han Thang smiled gently, whispering, I already ate. Now open up. Hearing he'd already eaten, Aoso didn't hesitate, letting him feed her the egg. After her first bite, he eagerly asked how it was. Aoso simply nodded in reply. Such a perfectly obedient girl. The sky outside was a brilliant blue. After their breakfast, Han Thang left for his meeting, heading toward the Dongdai University female dorms. In the car, he called Deng Yu. How much longer will you be? She laughed through the phone. What's the big rush? On her end, Deng Yu was applying lipstick as she spoke. I just need to grab some lip balm to bring with me. It's dry out, you should use some too. Han Thang was losing his patience. I don't need any. Just hurry up, he grumbled. The dorm manager was a hawk, her sharp gaze piercing every boy standing before the girls' dormitory. Hearing his words, Rong Yu chuckled softly. I'm finally ready, she said. Shishi wants to go shopping with us today. She's looking for some new fall and winter clothes. Hearing this, he simply smiled and said, whatever she wants. After hanging up the phone, Han Sheng reflected on how much Yu had changed. She was so much better at getting along with her dorm mates now. Upstairs, having overheard their chat, Shishi asked curiously, weren't you already ready? Why make Han Sheng wait? Rong Yu answered with a sweet innocence, when he has to wait for me. It feels like I truly have a place in his heart. That feeling keeps me happy all week. Shishi nodded, understanding completely. Even the campus belle wasn't immune. Love truly does make one foolish. The scene shifts to the three of them out shopping. A perfect picture of a typical girl's day out. Lots of window shopping, but few actual purchases. Non-stop chatter and bellies already full. Yet they couldn't resist the allure of street food. Since Han Sheng's Ferrari was parked elsewhere, the group had to squeeze onto a crowded city bus. Rong Yu used the crowded bus as an excuse to wrap her arms tightly around his waist. Though a bit shy, she felt utterly content, earning looks of surprised admiration from the other men on the bus. Rong Yu teased him playfully. Xiao Chen, we should ride the bus more often. Han Sheng gave his usual reply, whenever we have time, but inwardly he was just relieved no one recognized them. She'd heard that excuse before. Knowing it was just a line, she pouted, you say that, but you never mean it. As evening fell, the city streets began to glow with light. But the darkness couldn't hide their rumbling stomachs. They found a place to eat, their laughter filling the air. As Rong Yu and Shi strolled along, a person in a bear costume appeared, handing out flyers. Out of curiosity, she accepted one. The mascot politely gestured its thanks, but just as she thought that was it offered her another one. Rong Yu shook her head, trying to walk past, but the bear was persistent, holding the flyer out again. Seeing it was trying to block her, she moved to the right, but the mascot instantly shifted to block her path again. Han Sheng, watching this, grew annoyed. What do you think you're doing? He snapped. He gave the mascot a firm shove as a warning, but his push sent the mascot stumbling backwards. It fell with a heavy thud, sending a cloud of flyers scattering into the air. Rong Yu turned to Han Sheng, shocked. Why did you push them so hard? We could have just walked around. While they were talking, the bear mascot slowly removed its oversized head, revealing a head of bright blonde hair and wide, blue eyes. It was Tang Tang, her voice filled with grievance. It's me. Neither of them expected this strange turn of events. Tang Tang? They both exclaimed in unison. There she sat on the ground, in a giant bear suit, staring up at Han Sheng and Rong Yu's stunned faces. Rong Yu asked in astonishment, What are you doing here? Beside her, Han Sheng could only let out a weary sigh. Doesn't she have anything better to do than this? When asked, Tang Tang simply replied, I'm earning some extra money. Her blunt answer left them both completely speechless. After a moment, Han Sheng calmly asked, Does Professor Sun know you're doing this? She answered simply, Yes, he does. He glanced at the flyers, still clutched in her hand. Is this what you have to do today? She nodded hesitantly. An idea formed in his mind. How about this? The three of us will help you finish, then we'll treat you to a nice meal. Hearing this, Rong Yu whispered with a hint of concern. Xiao Chen, are you sure this is a good idea? Han Sheng understood her concern immediately. Just watching isn't right, but getting too involved could cause more trouble. This was the best compromise. Later, you should send a quick message to Professor Sun, but keep it brief and to the point. We're helping her with the flyers and buying her dinner. It's better if Tang Tang is the one to mention it, so it doesn't sound like we're boasting. Later that evening, under a dark, cloudy sky, Bai Yu was focused on her book when the door clicked open. Without looking up, she knew who it was. There's still food left, she said calmly. Just heat it up before you eat. Tang Tang quickly replied that she'd already eaten. Lan Biyu seemed surprised, her voice softening. Oh? Did you eat by yourself? Tang Tang nodded earnestly. I ran into brother Han Sheng and sister Xiao Yu. They helped me with my flyers and bought me dinner. Hearing this, Bichdu fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment, she finally replied in a low, somber voice. Soon, a message arrived from Deng Yu. It clearly stated, We met Duong today. She's working part-time at the Lion Bridge, and Xiao Chen knows a few people at Jianye University. If she really needs it, Xiao Chen can arrange a more comfortable place. Reading this, she sighed, feeling the weight of some unspoken debt. The small lamp's light was faint, yet it pierced through a corner of the oppressive darkness. In her hand, Bishdu tightly gripped the recommendation form for a research position at Donghai University. She stared at the paper, lost in thought for a long while. Time is still on our side, she thought quietly. Deng Yu is only a sophomore now. This form won't be needed until her third year. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan University, a conversation began. I'm so sorry, Han Sheng. I don't have any lectures today, so I'm not on campus. Hearing this, he spoke calmly. So it wasn't a coincidence. Han Sheng quickly asked, Is Auntie Mo at home then? I'd like to drop by for a visit. Hearing his request, she gave him the address so he could find her. After hanging up, Mo Kei quietly pondered. That father and son look identical, but their personalities are worlds apart. One is slow, unmoved by insults. The other is lively and intense. Witnessing their entire conversation, Su Bo finally spoke up. How can you address her so casually? Are you really willing to bow your head like that just for business? Annoyed by that fawning tone, Han Sheng calmly replied, What does it cost to say one word? Besides, she knows my father, so why not call her aunt? Even the door manager calls her that. Calling you a smooth talker isn't wrong. Hearing himself blatantly misjudged, he retorted, How are those two things even comparable? If I were in your shoes, I'd definitely call her Dean Mo. Hearing his friend's firm declaration, he could only offer a wry smile. If I called her Dean Mo, I probably wouldn't even get to see her today. Despite his words, he inwardly calculated. After 15 years, my fixed assets are in the tens of millions. My liquid assets are in the hundreds of millions, while you could only get posted to Iraq. That is the real difference. The scene shifts to a massive villa, surrounded by a garden bursting with colorful flowers. The house was a blend of modern and classic styles, creating an imposing and distinctive look. As Tran Han Thang and Tu Ba entered the living room, they were told Dean Mo was resting upstairs. They could wait below. Seeing his friend looking awkward in the vast house, he teased him. So, my Auntie Mo's home is quite impressive, isn't it? In contrast to his ease, Tu Ba worriedly said, You only brought some milk and fruit. Isn't that a bit too simple? Tran Han Thang listened, then replied to Tu Ba. You're still too focused on status. One moment you criticize me for being a flatterer, the next you feel inferior because she's wealthy, he continued, picking up a brush. There's a line in Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. A fierce person is like a passing breeze. Don't let your composure be easily swayed. Tu Ba, already tired of his long-winded lectures, conceded with a nod. All right, you're the only one who gets it, okay? And now you're wasting someone else's paper. Hearing that, Han Sheng quickly defended himself. This is just water writing paper for calligraphy practice. Here, you try. Tu Ba, intrigued, asked, There's practice paper like this? A moment later, his excited voice rang out. It's amazing. The characters are vanishing. Just as they were engrossed, Mo Kei suddenly appeared. As a university student, writing like this is unacceptable. In my day, many middle schoolers wrote better than you. Caught off guard by the judgment, Tu Ba's face flushed red. He stammered, unable to find a defense, only complaining silently. I only wrote a single horizontal stroke. The other characters weren't even mine. Seeing his friend's predicament, Han Sheng didn't defend him, but added, I told you earlier, don't show off calligraphy like this. You should practice more at home. They had barely sat down before she asked a very personal question. How are your parents doing? After high school, we all went our separate ways. Back then, writing letters was common. But after graduation, life got in the way. It's been a long time. Tran Han Thang answered calmly. My parents' relationship? I wouldn't dare interfere in adults' affairs, but inwardly, he was thinking. Showing off my parents' happy marriage in front of my dad's ex-girlfriend, even someone with low EQ would see that as a provocation. Since the goal was to build a connection, Tu Ba, the poster child for low EQ, found this a bit hard to grasp. Auntie Liang and Uncle Chen's bond was obviously strong, but little Chen's words hinted that something was amiss. Mo Kei, thinking there was a real problem, hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say next. After a brief pause, she wisely decided to change the subject. Chen Ha Thang truly has a silver tongue. Do you have a girlfriend at school? The moment she asked, he instantly slipped into character. Not yet. I'm hoping Auntie Mo can introduce me to someone. Hearing this, Mo-Kei was naturally quick to agree. He even set the timeline for after university graduation, a detail that took Zibo completely by surprise. Before long, the housekeeper announced that dinner was ready, and the scene shifted to the dining table. The table was filled with exquisite dishes, but all of them were vegetarian. Tran Han Thang mused that if it wasn't 2004, he'd think Mo-Kei was sending a message. She noticed his slightly odd expression and instantly remembered her years as a vegetarian, almost forgetting the boys were used to meat. Soon, meat dishes were also brought out, yet he saw no sign of her husband or children anywhere. Then, someone voiced their curiosity, asking why they weren't all dining together. Mo-Kei explained with a calm smile, "My husband is a doctor, and he's away at an overseas conference." Then, after a pause, she dropped news that stunned everyone. "We don't have any children." Tran Han Thang froze. At her words, he silently assessed the woman before him. No children, a vegetarian, and a university dean. Old Chen's ex-girlfriend led a truly modern life. Time flew by in an instant, and soon enough, it was time for them to bid her farewell. Just as he and Zibo were about to leave, Mo-Kei suddenly called out to them. "Han Thang, could you give me your father's contact information?" Hearing her request, Han Thang immediately nodded in agreement. He appeared calm, but inside, his mind raced, desperately trying to find an excuse to refuse. He scrolled through his phone, pretending to search. Abruptly, Mo-Kei let him off the hook. "It's all right. You two can go. Drive safely." As if granted a pardon, Tran Han Thang quickly replied, "Then we'll be on our way," he thought to himself. This place was too dangerous to linger. He knew he needed to return to Jiangnan University immediately. He would meet Jing there and figure things out. Arriving at the Jiangnan campus gate, Han Thang saw Kong Jing and called out, "Sister Jing, I'll have to trouble you with the rest. I'm taking the other two to school." Her expression remained gentle. "It's no trouble at all. Last night was a rare business dinner where no one was pressured into drinking. Perhaps because of my past connection with Shen Tong's management, everyone was rather polite." Kong Jing was speaking fluidly, but she suddenly paused for a moment before slowly continuing. "Besides, the atmosphere here feels like the last remnant of a bygone era. It must be the narcissus fragrance in the air. I once dreamed of visiting every university in the country, and now that wish has become part of my work. So, CEO Chen, you can rest assured, to protect this precious job, I will handle everything perfectly." With their final words exchanged, Han Thang's car finally pulled away. Amidst the flow of people, Kong Jing stood her ground, the entire scene captured in the car's rearview mirror. Zibo, in the passenger seat, pointed it out to Han Thang. "Little Chen, Sister Jing is still watching us." But Han Thang's expression didn't change, as if he expected it. Han Thang thought to himself. Kong Jing was a deeply sentimental person. Otherwise, how could she support an ex-boyfriend through years of study without one complaint? One morning in the Donghai University dorm, Han Thang saw Chen Yu and offered him a generic cigarette. It was a small gift from the heavens he couldn't possibly refuse. Chen Yu took the cigarette and casually asked, "So, where have you been lately?" "Business, of course," he replied coolly. Han Thang then glanced over, noticing cigarette ashes scattered across the bed. "Old Dai, you're getting far too lazy," he grumbled, eyeing the scattered ashes. Chen Yu took a calm drag from his cigarette, asking flatly, "So, what mischief are you planning for this afternoon?" Fourth brother Han Thang shot back that he was meeting old Yang's crew online. His hands were itching to get back in the game. Hearing this, his friend chuckled. "If the whole gang is online, I can read another 20 pages and study later." With that, Chen Yu refocused on his book. He leaned back on his bed, comfortably enjoying his favorite book. But the quiet moment was shattered by a call for a card game. "Chen," you roared in frustration, "I was just about to start studying, and you guys are playing cards?" He felt a surge of frustration. Between the internet, his part-time job, and late-night card games, he had no quiet time left to read. "Well, it's late anyway. I'll finish this tonight and figure it out tomorrow." While Han Thang was laughing with friends, the sudden ring of his phone made him freeze. He quickly retreated to a private room, carefully shutting the door. The message was from Quan Boy Boy. She said she would arrive at 2 a.m. and asked Han Thang to pick her up. He immediately asked if she was okay. she replied instantly. Things were okay, but she didn't have much money left like before. Seeing Han Thang holed up in his room, a friend started urging him. Yo Thang, are you still playing? If not, let someone else have a turn, he answered casually, as if unbothered. I'm busy tonight. I can't go. Hearing this, Quan Day couldn't hide a flicker of hurt. But you said we were best friends. I don't follow any rules. Han Thang's indifferent tone was her only reply. I've always had my own principles. If there's money, there's something to discuss. That's my rule. His words sounded harsh and heartless, and yet, as night fell and the moon rose high, his figure appeared silently at the airport to wait for her. In the chilly weather, each of Han Thang's breaths turned into thick clouds of white vapor. Before long, Quan Day emerged from the quiet darkness. The moment they saw each other, she immediately opened her arms, wanting to embrace him. Like a close friend, Han Thang didn't hesitate to return the hug. They shared a warm embrace under the bright moonlight, creating a deeply affectionate scene. Holding Quan Day, he whispered in her ear, No matter how many times you ask, I will always agree to your requests. Welcome back, my princess in distress. Unable to hide her emotions, she replied, Thank you. Tran Han Thang didn't hesitate to pick me up. After the warm hug, they walked toward Han Thang's motorcycle parked nearby. He turned to her and asked, Are you hungry yet, Kwanda? She immediately launched into a long reply. I'm craving hot duck blood vermicelli and pan-fried lamb dumplings. Do you have those here? Han Thang remained silent, not saying a word, just lightly tapping his finger on his watch where the time was clearly flashing. Seeing this, Quan Day instantly dropped her demanding expression, replaced by a rare, obedient look. As the bike started moving, she leisurely looked around. It wouldn't be a problem if you bought an old Mercedes or BMW. But Han Thang didn't say it was impossible. He just answered curtly, Are you paying? It's just through a rich Hong Kong lady's introduction. I don't want to try. Quan Day then answered honestly, Your request came a little late. Why didn't you ask when I was still in Hong Kong? That tycoon has already returned to the mainland. Besides, my assets have been partially divided. If there's a project over 50 yuan in the future, don't bother looking for me. Hearing her words, he burst out laughing, the crisp sound shattering the quiet atmosphere. It seemed their conversation would go on forever, but then silence fell between them. A moment later, Quan Day spoke in a puzzled tone. Why don't you ask for the reason? Han Thang calmly replied, Let's eat first. We'll figure things out after eating. Soon after, the motorcycle came to a complete stop. He got off first, gallantly opening the door for Quan Day. She glanced at Han Thang before walking straight to the only restaurant that was still lit. On the way, Quan Day said cheerfully, I can't believe it. A place is still open at 3:30 a.m. I get to enjoy a feast. He casually ordered 2 meals. Bring out the duck blood vermicelli and any other specialties you have. Quickly. Hearing that, she wondered what other dishes a duck blood vermicelli shop could possibly have. Then, the food was served, covering the entire table. Kwanda stared hungrily, assessing the dishes. Pan-fried dumplings, soup dumplings, grilled lamb, dry noodles. She never expected the shop to have such variety. With wide eyes, she turned to the owner. Do you really make all these dishes here? The owner hesitated, looking at Han Thang. Can I say, young man? Han Thang nodded, giving her permission to speak. Kwanda listened, completely confused. Then the owner's voice continued. Our shop actually closed at 11 p.m., but this young man brought these dishes and gave us an extra 300 yuan to stay open. He said a friend was flying in late and that she's had a really hard time. She would definitely be craving this dish. Hearing this, Quan Day recalled their chat from earlier. She had messaged him asking if he was free to pick her up, but Han Thang didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked if she was okay. From that, Quan Day imagined him going everywhere, begging restaurants to stay open a little later, only to be sadly refused by them all. Finally, she vaguely understood everything. Her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment and emotion. Sitting across from her, he caught that moment. Are you so moved you're about to cry? She suppressed her emotions and replied softly. At first, I was a little touched, but your smug look is too much. Besides, you've used this familiar trick to sway many other girls. Han Thang answered frankly. Honestly, not that many. At Dongdae, it's normal, and I tried at that silly finance academy, but she just didn't get it. Kwande simply gave a dull hum in response. Time passed quietly. The duck blood noodle shop remained dimly lit. Until 4 in the morning, as the cleaners began their work, the shop's lights were still on. In those quiet, slow hours, the two sat in that familiar noodle shop. After eating, Kwande spoke, getting to the main point. About the New Century Electronics factory shares, my family took 1/3. I only have 7/10 of it left now. I'm the daughter of the third wife, so I was never favored. The first wife's family in Southeast Asia ran into investment trouble and had to cover their losses. The whole family sees me as the weakest, so they decided to start with me. She hesitated for a moment, then sighed wearily. Fortunately, I still hold the controlling interest. After she finished, a heavy silence fell between them. Kwande looked up at him. Han Thang was deep in thought, taking a drag from his cigarette, his quiet eyes magnetic. He noticed her gaze and finally spoke. Tell me everything. Who else is there to trust right now? Only if you explain everything can I analyze and consider the situation. Kwande's voice grew heavy after hearing that. The reason the second branch gave is that they think I'll get married sooner or later. Rather than giving those assets to an outsider, it's better to keep them in the Jung family. That's all. What do you think? Han Thang replied calmly. I think that 30% is just the beginning. In a few years, they'll definitely try to take the rest. You should start preparing. Alarmed, Kwande quickly asked, What would you do if you were me? Han Thang replied instantly, I mean, just stay out of the major drama. Don't worry about their big moves. If they do one thing, you do 15. The one who is afraid is the one who is truly weak. There's a strategy called shedding your skin. While you still have control, gather all the key technology, the best personnel, and all the sales channels. Move them to a new factory, leaving behind an empty shell. The new factory won't be tied down and can start catching up with the times. Setting her thoughts aside, she focused on her work without replying. Kwande was so focused she was stunned, only snapping out of it when her glass overflowed. She let out a startled gasp. Han Thang quickly wiped it with a napkin. It's the most logical way, and it will vent your anger. If it were me, I'd do it. But Kwande was still considering it carefully. This method doesn't account for severing business ties with the Hong Kong side. In reality, there are still flaws. The biggest issue is capital. The cost to build a new production line for the factory would be at least tens of millions. I absolutely cannot touch my own money, because the slightest mistake would expose me immediately. Who would dare to lend me such a huge amount of money? No one. Hearing this, Han Thang fell into silent thought. A moment later, he suddenly stood up and replied slyly, Maybe an opportunity will fall from the sky. But if you pass on it, you'll have nothing left. The scene shifts, a car slowly pulling away with Kwande inside. Han Thang gently advised her, For now, don't worry too much. Geographically, you're returning to Hong Kong tomorrow, and that portion is still completely in your hands. Hearing this, she smiled faintly and nodded. A blush crept onto her face, and the sorrow in her eyes finally began to fade. Suddenly, Kwande turned and hugged him thankfully. Thank you, sincerely. His words warmed Han Thang's heart. Delighted by the hug, he cheekily asked, Is this for real or fake? Will you let me touch you to confirm? Hearing that, she threw open the door and ran out, scolding as she left. What are you thinking, Han Thang? He watched her figure enter the hotel and then let out a long sigh, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he heard a light tap on the window. Curious, Han Thang rolled it down. Before him, Wei Vu stood, offering a cigarette. In the quiet stillness of early dawn, the morning light began to stir, though the world was still asleep. Han Thang stood beside him silently, lighting the cigarette. You saw everything just now, didn't you? He asked cryptically. Wei Vu just shrugged it off. I was focused on the card game. I only noticed President Tring at the gate, then I saw your car was here too. Hearing that clever excuse, Han Thang didn't expose the lie, offering only a meaningful smile. After a few words and their smoke, he turned and went back to his car. Wei Vu watched from behind, smiling faintly and giving a small wave goodbye. The moment the car was out of sight, the act dropped. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Wei Vu thought to himself, he never expected that guy to have such a close relationship with an official, and to take the initiative to greet him. Perhaps it was a signal that he wouldn't meddle in his private affairs, a simple gesture to put the other party at ease and avoid suspicion. One thing was for sure, Han Thang's account held an enormous amount of money. The scene quickly cuts to a press conference. It was still quite early, so editors and reporters hadn't all arrived. Only a few people were scattered about, their cameras panning around. The lens then caught a shot of Han Thang, looking impossibly cool as he played with a lighter. Camerawoman Quan followed the shot, observing the demeanors of the two presidents, noting how completely different they were. The impression left her momentarily speechless. Then, she saw a crowd of girls jostling to get closer to Han Thang. She made a silent judgment. Han Thang was clearly the more warmly welcomed of the two. Moments later, the production director walked in, his voice calling for everyone to get ready to welcome the officials. Han Thang immediately stood up, smiling as he watched the leaders greet each other. Miss Quan also turned her gaze toward the door and suddenly noticed something unusual. Just then, she saw Han Thang's loose sleeve, thinking he had forgotten to button his cuff. He was the student representative of the Finance Academy. A sloppy appearance could damage the school's reputation. When everyone else was dressed so formally, he looked far too careless. His turn to shake hands was coming up. What was he going to do? Elsewhere, a group of his admirers had also noticed the problem. Instantly, a group of female students rushed toward Han Thang in a hurry, leaving him completely baffled. Seeing 4 people close in on him at once, he was bewildered. "What do you all think you're doing?" he asked, confused. Vi backed away from the crowd, and Tivu also retreated. She watched with a hint of disappointment, then quietly gave up. Only Qing Qing and La Tuyen were left in a direct face-off, exchanging determined glances. Miss Quan issued a stern, quiet reminder for Han Thang to mind his appearance. He glanced over as La Tuyen tried to button his cuff for him, muttering to himself, "They must all be sick." Wu Hian witnessed the entire spectacle, and could only let out a sigh filled with jealousy. A moment later, a proud introduction echoed through the hall. "This is Han Thang, Vice President of the Student Council, and a model student of our school. Ranked in the top 10 students of the Jiangling region, he is a distinguished face of the city. He is a prime example of entrepreneurship in Sudong Province, and a true treasure of the Finance Academy." Li Jiavi smiled warmly at Tu Tran. "Isn't this our first time meeting?" Han Thang also replied warmly to Director Li. "It has been a while." He was then reminded of the quarantine incident from the news, which had strong support from the Jiangling regional TV station. That chaotic affair had even involved the Tessin stage. The introductions began once more. "Allow me to introduce Wu Hian, the president of the Student Council of the Finance Academy." Hearing his name, he timidly bowed. Jia Vi and Wu Hian looked at each other for a few seconds, making him feel even more awkward. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the man let out a soft laugh, which helped ease some of the students' trembling. The scene then shifted to the official recording for the day. Diep Wai appeared, looking radiant and graceful in front of the camera. She asked the 2 men who would like to be interviewed first. Han Thang immediately turned to Wu Hian. "Senior Kwong is the student council president. Please, you go first." And just like that, the young man was pushed in front of the camera. Compared to her confident professionalism, he was an awkward mess, unable to string a sentence together. Han Thang watched Wu Hian standing as stiff as a board behind her. He wanted to say something, but held his tongue. Then he quietly walked away, leaving him to continue the interview. Han Thang went back to his seat to chat with Qing. Qing spoke so animatedly that La Tuyen couldn't get a word in. In no time at all, Wu Hian had returned. Everyone asked in surprise why he finished so quickly. His eyes were filled with a sense of unspoken responsibility. Lin He Tham had barely taken his coat off and it was already over. He wondered if old Kwong could handle the pressure. Han Thang gently reassured Wu Hian, promising he would be patient for another half an hour to bring their group's average time up. Before the cameras started rolling, Yi Yi, worried he'd be nervous, gave him a heads up. "Mr. Chen, don't be too tense. They're just simple questions." She looked at him, thinking. Han Sheng was a top talent from the Finance Academy. Staying calm was key to a smooth interview. A moment later, Han Sheng suddenly asked, "May I make a small request?" Yi Yi immediately nodded in agreement. He then spoke slowly. "Could we have Director Li ask the questions?" His words left her momentarily stunned. The cameraman, thinking he was slighting Ye Yi, quickly spoke up. "Director Li is with the dean and can't join the interview." But Han Sheng quickly denied it. "I'm not questioning Miss Ye's skills at all. It's just that Miss Ye is so beautiful, I wasn't feeling nervous in the slightest. But sitting this close to her, my heart is suddenly pounding like a drum, and my limbs have gone weak." Hearing this, the cameraman let out a chuckle. "Little Ye, being too beautiful can be a crime, you know." After Han Sheng's charming joke, she skillfully guided him back to the main task. Mr. Chen, you're quite eloquent. It's no surprise you've built a career so young. Shall we begin? The young Han Sheng obediently replied. Yes, let's start. Ye Yi opened with her first question. What was your initial goal when you founded Rocket 101? He replied, I just wanted to eat butter and be lazy, but the answer was too vague, so she pressed for more. I hated carrying luggage home, and shipping was too expensive, so I decided to create my own service. Satisfied with this practical answer, she quickly moved on to the next question. Mr. Chen, since starting your business, have you faced any major difficulties? Han Sheng immediately replied, Of course, one problem has bothered me for a long time. She encouraged him to explain, only for him to say casually what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Every single day, I struggle to properly solve the issue of my 3 daily meals. A moment later, Ye Yi tried again. Besides studying and business, do you have any other hobbies, Mr. Chen? He answered coolly. Sometimes I want to try being a policeman. Curious, she asked. A policeman where? Instantly, he smiled, knowing she had fallen right into his little trap. In his mind, Han Sheng grinned, playing the role of a cop in a fantasy shooter game. Luo Xuan, watching the interview nearby, heard their laughter and angrily muttered about a vixen. The next day, Han Sheng's interview aired on TV, but all his meandering jokes had been completely edited out. He watched the screen and let out a sigh. All that talk. For a mere 10-second clip. But 10 seconds was something. At least we made it onto TV. Exactly. The news was on the Kujiang station, a local channel not visible in other parts of Jianye. The scene shifts to the school cafeteria. Han Sheng walked into the office, announcing loudly, I was on TV! This meant Rocket 101 was also on TV. Shu Bo heard this and beamed, You're famous. Doesn't that mean I get some reflected glory? Seeing that eager look was irritating, and Han Sheng let out a sarcastic laugh. Shu Bo, how are you famous? Have you ever seen the domestic product wall? But his dense friend didn't catch the hidden meaning. Shu Bo turned to Han Sheng, completely puzzled. What's a domestic product wall? He remembered VPNs weren't common yet, so he brushed it off. Forget it. Just spread the word to the students. It will boost our collective pride. And here, our story pauses, quickly shifting to Shubo's university. Huang Hui was completely shocked to hear that Han Sheng had appeared on television. She was filled with doubt. The TV station was a state-run agency, and it was rare for a mere student to be recognized so easily. Troubled by this, Huang Hui curiously asked Shubo, Can Rocket 101 actually succeed? She received a firm answer. It's going to grow into something huge. Han Sheng already handled the people from the express company's main headquarters. He first secured a partnership, then got resources from the Finance Institute's leadership, and even has a director supporting him. He predicts the Jiangling broadcast is just the start. The Jianye and Sudong stations will be next. This made Huang Hui even more anxious. If Rocket 101 kept expanding, they would surely need more staff. She might not be better than Kong Jing, but she was definitely more stable than Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, sensed her friend's intentions, but still asked, What are you getting at? Huang Hui began her pitch. You're Han Sheng's friend, and I am your girlfriend. She leaned in closer with a playful pout. Can I join Rocket number 1 to help out? After all, a familiar face is more trustworthy. He looked troubled, then replied, But you've already helped the development team. She sulked, knowing this was just a minor branch. Eventually, Rocket number 1 would have its headquarters and branches, and only the HQ would be the true core. Look at Xiao Yu. No official title, but she runs everything, simply because she's from headquarters. Siba felt trapped, struggling to refuse her. Seeing his reluctance, she thought of another path. If she couldn't ask Han Sheng, there was Shen Yuchu. Siba sighed helplessly. The problem was he couldn't get a hold of her, having not seen Yuchu for 2 weeks. Hearing this, Huang Hui looked puzzled. She suddenly asked, Isn't Shen Yuchu at the same school as Han Sheng? Why couldn't they meet? He nearly slipped up and panicked, quickly inventing a reason. Little Chen is swamped. Who would dare bother him with trivial matters? You'd only get yelled at. Elsewhere, Ye Yi was talking with her roommate. Her friend asked, You mean Han Sheng's TV station is doing another exclusive interview? As she spoke, she scanned his resume, impressed by his background. Both parents were officials. He was a student entrepreneur, and his net worth could exceed 1 million. Just then, Ye Yi emerged from the bathroom, toweling her wet hair. Her friend looked toward her, awaiting a clear answer. Ye Yi sat on her chair, still unsure how to respond. Her friend waited silently for an explanation, then suddenly shifted topics. Actually, you were the one who started complaining to me. You had to interview so many brilliant men. Hearing about them made your own boyfriend seem too plain, his intellect, uninspired. That's right, that young vice dean. The one you knew before. Are you still in contact? Yi Yi admitted he'd asked her to dinner last week. Hearing that, her friend pressed further. Did you agree to go? Yi Yi gave a simple yes. Her friend then offered some chilling advice. Your ex's family background isn't good enough. Your parents would surely object. Remember this. When you meet successful men, you must claim you've never been in love before. It will only raise your value. On the day of the interview, Han Sheng drove through the city. On the phone, he lied smoothly. I'm waiting for the bus. It'll be at least another 30 minutes. Hanging up, he thought. Asterisk. I can't keep them waiting. I'll take a shortcut. Asterisk. Han Sheng glanced out the window, and his eyes suddenly froze. In front of a cafe, he spotted Ye Yi with her ex-boyfriend, Yu. Ye Yi shyly avoided his intense gaze, while his own eyes were brimming with sorrow. Suddenly, Yu pulled her into a desperate hug. Ye Yi gently held him back, but after a moment, she pushed him away. In the end, Ye Yi simply turned her back and left without a word. Han Sheng, who saw the whole exchange, just assumed it was a typical lover's spat. The scene changed, and he arrived at the TV station. Stepping into the building, Han Sheng immediately saw Ye Yi already waiting. He greeted her instantly. Senior Ye, you're looking even more radiant than at the last interview. She offered a polite smile. Mr. Chen, always so charming. Your girlfriend must be very happy. He let out a small laugh. I'm just a poor guy running deliveries. What girl would ever look my way? Han Sheng then recalled their past and teased her. A person like Senior Ye must have countless suitors. Just pick the most handsome one to be yours. She immediately rejected his words. This time, Mr. Chen, you've guessed wrong. Yi Yi seemed hesitant before confessing. The truth is, I've never been in love. At her words, he fell into a stunned silence. Seeing his disbelief, Ye Yi asked again, You don't believe me? He forced a charming smile. I just think, for someone as beautiful as you, the handsome men at your media school must all be blind. Ye Yi's expression faltered. Without another word, she led him into the room to prepare. The studio cameras were already in position. Before long, they were ready, and the recording started. Yi Yi began with some basic questions, asking how he turns entrepreneurial concepts into concrete actions. He answered with complete confidence. First, master the industry's foundations. Then set long-term goals. Define your wants and needs. As long as you persevere, you will succeed. As he finished, Han Sheng prepared for the next question, which was about the reason behind his passion. My father always prioritized real-world skills over pure academics. Ye Yi quickly latched onto his point, expanding the thought. It seems your parents are quite progressive, Mr. Chen. The atmosphere at home must be very warm and harmonious. He answered humbly, My family just has an ordinary income and means. 2 hours later, the interview conversation wrapped up, and the recording could finally end. Han Sheng reviewed the footage with a thoughtful smile. He heard it would be edited down to a 20-minute segment. Just like that, a few seconds had turned into minutes. Afterward, Ye Yi wanted to ask something more personal. She began tactfully, Junior Chen, I've heard your net worth is incredibly high, exceeding 1 million. The student logistics service at Jianye seems to have a massive market. So why didn't you answer directly and instead posed a question? I want to ask you something first, Miss Ye. Are you aware of Jianye University's student population in 2004? Han Sheng gestured, emphasizing the number was over 305,000 students. He continued with an air of confidence, returning to her previous question. Those 300,000 people generated over 1 million in profit, showing the market is still untapped. It's brimming with potential. Besides that, I have some small income from other work. Hearing this, Ye Yi couldn't hide her utter astonishment. The rumors said you were worth 1 million, but it wasn't just gossip. You even have other business ventures. She glanced at him, offering praise. Junior Chen, you are truly brilliant. My own salary is only around 3,000. Even with bonuses, My annual income is barely 100,000. Hearing this, Han Sheng quietly compared her salary to graduates in 2009, when many were making 100,000 a year. The TV station's bonuses must be incredible. Indeed. She blushed, hesitating before asking a rather private question. You mentioned earlier that you're still single, Yi asked him directly. What's your standard for a girlfriend? Meeting Han Sheng's intense gaze, she felt a flash of panic, wondering if her makeup was smudged, but she answered his question with a mix of jest and honesty. If anyone asks me that in the future, can't I just describe you? Hearing his words, Yi froze for a moment, then smiled unconsciously. Junior, you certainly know how to tease. Thank you for your clever cooperation in this private interview, Junior Chen. We'll broadcast it at a suitable time. I'll send you a message to let you know. After the entire discussion ended, Han Sheng suggested taking Yi out for a private meal. The moment she saw him, the image of Yu came to mind, making her feel awkward. He simply suggested another time and returned to his work. See you later. Hearing that, she felt a flicker of curiosity and asked if he was planning to go somewhere else. Han Sheng replied softly that work has been hectic. At the very least, he had to fully expand the university market in Sudong province before stopping. Actually, I wanted to take a leave of absence from school, but Principal Kai and Dean Six gave a special order. As long as I return on time, it's fine. After he finished speaking, Yi paused for a moment, then spoke with some hesitation. She asked awkwardly, then forced a smile. Then Junior Chen must be paying tonight. Seeing her nod in agreement, Han Sheng laughed. Being favored by my senior is my good fortune. The two of them walked to the parking lot. Looking at his car, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. She curiously told him that she seemed to have seen this car somewhere before. Han Sheng felt a bit startled. It's common. We Chinese like the color red. It's not strange to see similar cars. The two chatted about small things as they walked, discussing what to eat for dinner, whether Western or Japanese. In the middle of the meal, a call suddenly came for Yi. She sheepishly held up her phone and apologized softly. The conversation was highly professional. Han Sheng silently noted how busy and competent she was. Since they sat down, her phone had been ringing non-stop, and she patiently explained each time. Her situation management skills were clearly honed. Suddenly, another call came in, the ringtone sounding again. This time, she didn't answer in front of him. She quickly stood up and excused herself to take the call outside. His eyes followed her slender figure as she left the room. Yi was on the phone with someone, her voice heavy with emotion. Her eyes gradually reddened as if holding back tears, her face filled with a fleeting sadness. When the call ended, he couldn't help but be curious. After the call, Yi returned to the table. He gently pointed to the steak, inviting her to try a piece. Han Sheng asked quietly, "Can I give you a ride home later?" As night fell, he drove her home as promised. In the car, Yi tactfully expressed her desire to go for a short walk, asking him to stop there. As soon as the car stopped, she quickly turned and walked away at a brisk pace. Yi approached Yu, who was waiting at the street corner. From the car, Han Sheng watched and thought, perhaps that man is her boyfriend. They must have just argued, which is why she was upset and told me she was single. Yi looked up and saw Yu standing right downstairs. "Why are you waiting for me here?" "But, didn't we promise to give each other space?" he stammered, his worry deepening when she failed to appear. His words only fueled her irritation. He was 23 years old. Couldn't he finally act like an adult? Today, I interviewed a 20-year-old student who was already incredibly professional. As her anger rose with every word, he pleaded, "If I change for you, will you please not leave me?" But Diep only felt a wave of disappointment. It was a promise she had heard countless times before. She turned and walked inside, praying for a moment of peace, and hoping Niduk would stop appearing beneath her window. Her friend saw Diep enter and asked, "Your ex is downstairs. Did you see him?" She replied flatly, "I saw him, but I have nothing left to say to him." Seeing Diep's cold indifference, her best friend couldn't help but tease her. "And today you had dinner with that startup founder with $1 million in capital. He's a solid choice. Aside from his smoking and swearing, Han Thang is cheerful and understands women. You feel comfortable with him." Her friend smiled teasingly, saying talented men are often hot-tempered and addicted to smoking. "Your ex was like that too. If you can't handle it, that section chief from the district government already made a move. After all, your stable job lets you meet plenty of outstanding young men." Ye Yi felt she wasn't the type of girl who enjoyed playing with people's feelings. Seeing her serious face, her friend sighed. This isn't a game. It's about choosing the best from all the good options. Before making things official, you should carefully consider your partner's true potential. Take Tran Han Thang, for example. You can show some occasional interest to spark his attention. Hearing her friend's analysis, Yi didn't know how to respond. The night sky was a deep, endless black, dotted with countless twinkling stars. At the Tianyuan Donglu office, though it was late, Han Thang was still focused on finishing his work. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message notification. For a fleeting moment, he thought of Xiao Nuer. She hadn't contacted him for over 10 days, but life isn't always what you hope for. The sender was Ye Yi, asking if he'd returned to the dorm yet. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He replied that he was home safe. She expressed her concern, noting the thick fog made driving dangerous tonight. She didn't write anything more, just a simple thank you. Then, she told him to rest early and wished him good night. She added that she had a great time today and would treat him to a meal next time. Reading the message, Han Thang's expression was unreadable, but an unsettling feeling grew inside him, as if he was being coddled. He thought to himself, a woman who refuses a ride home but messages you afterward. It feels like she's trying to manage someone. A mocking smirk appeared on his face as he wondered if he was just another conquest, a fish in her private pond. But then again, who was really catching whom? Han Thang realized that Ye Yi and Huang Hui were not the same at all. Huang Hui was the classic green tea girl. She knew about Wang Zibo's feelings but used his affection to satisfy her own ambitions. Ye Yi, on the other hand, was far more practical. She was the type with a stable job after graduation and a strong family background, giving her plenty of chances to meet successful people. She also had a unique feminine charm. But while Huang Hui was proactive, Ye Yi was still quite passive. Kong and Bin found him sitting there, lost in thought, his face a mix of excitement and curiosity. She approached quietly to report. CEO Chen, what's the good news? Did our assistant conquer the Yangzhou market? He smirked and replied, many levels in Yangzhou are still unconquered. I plan to check it out myself tomorrow. Han Thang glanced around but didn't see Bang Fai. What's he busy with? Probably getting used to the science and tech side in Jinling. And Bin quickly replied, lately, Bang Fai has been going out a lot, always reeking of alcohol. He says it's all for networking. Han Thang was a bit surprised. He watched her work diligently and thought, what business is there really? Has the student corps even launched yet? Now it's time for the student general agent. The more he thought, the more he sighed. Bang Fai was unstable, but his bold, direct style was why he was chosen. As she worked, and Bin quietly hummed a few lines of a song. Hearing her soft singing, Han Thang looked over, intrigued, and decided not to ask her any more about Bang Fi. Chen Han Thang made an excuse to leave, heading back to the dorm to pick up Xiao Yu. In the car, he asked about Bang Fai's recent work attitude. Hearing this, she answered honestly, his work is stable, just normal. He completes his tasks, sometimes just on time. She then asked, should I look into it more closely? Han Thang just silently thought, I'm such a terrible guy myself. What right do I have to lecture anyone else? He stared at the road ahead and answered slowly. Later, he dropped Xiao Yu off at her gate. She thanked him and went inside. Suddenly, his phone rang. He let out a soft laugh. Perfect timing. A familiar voice came through the line. Han Thang knew this call would last at least 20 minutes, otherwise it would be impossible to end. He leaned back in his car seat, sighed, and asked Rong Yu on the other end, so, what did you do today? She replied, same as always. What about you? What did you have for dinner? Han Thang hesitated. He couldn't let her know he was with Ye Yi. As he was thinking of an excuse, he felt something was off. Xiao Yu never asked about dinner directly, always starting with her own stories. Something was definitely off. They had found out. He realized he couldn't hide it any longer. He had to be completely honest. Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you. Han Thang explained he had an exclusive interview and met a female reporter, accidentally ruining her date. So tonight's dinner was just to apologize. Hearing his open confession, Deng Ninggu's heart slowly settled. She recalled her chat with Xiao Qin, who had mentioned this. Although her gut told her it was nothing, a shadow of doubt remained in Deng Ninggu's mind. Her friend had gently warned her to be careful, because Han Thang's situation at Jiangling University was a complicated mess. After those words, Dong Nungu grew curious and asked if the girl with him was particularly striking. Xiao Qin paused for a moment, then replied that she was just average, not exceptionally beautiful at all. An unconscious sigh of relief escaped Dong Nu's lips. Because of his honesty, a faint blush graced her cheeks, but she still found a reason to chide him. Did it have to be at the Jiwali Western restaurant? Her voice was laced with jealous pique. You almost never take me out to eat, and that place is just so incredibly romantic. Hearing Dong Nu's words, he suddenly shot up, inwardly cursing the busybody who had tattled. Han Thang began to analyze it. Dinner there was expensive, beyond most students, and it was a known spot for couples. The connection to his Xiao Yu couldn't be too distant. He guessed it was a student from Dongda University. And instantly he knew. It had to be Gu Xiao Qin, who fit every criteria. Her boyfriend, her wealthy business parents, and her closeness to Nuni. Han Thang thought to himself, lucky he hadn't done anything reckless in front of everyone at the restaurant today. But to avoid future trouble like this, he decided he had to protect his reputation tonight. With that thought, he yelled into the phone, "What are you implying?" His voice was brimming with indignation. Do you think that if I'm at a Western restaurant with someone, there must be something romantic between us? Nu quickly denied it, insisting she had never said such a thing. Han Thang's anger flared. You didn't? I drove for hours this morning just to get back to Jianye. After that exhausting interview, my eyes were so heavy I could barely keep them open. I know you don't mean it. You're just caught up in work. Panicked, she quickly pleaded with him not to be angry. His voice on the other end was a wall of frustration, leaving her speechless, able to do nothing but bite her lip and endure. I'm not just angry. I feel like you have no sympathy for me at all. Do you think I got to choose the meeting place? Haven't you ever heard that outsiders don't get to be choosers? Han Thang's furious rant continued. If I could have picked the place, I would have rather eaten in the canteen. Seeing his rage, her guilt deepened. Dong Nangu whispered softly, I'm sorry, Xiao Chen. When he heard her apology, his shouting stopped, replaced by an impossibly cold tone. It's just like the movie tickets last time. The truth is, you've always doubted me, so what's left to say? I'm exhausted, mentally and physically. Good night. Hanging up, Han Thang silently praised his own performance. He stared at the screen, thinking he'd let her stew in misery tonight, then comfort her tomorrow. Of this, Han Thang was absolutely certain. His little Nguni would learn her lesson. For a long while, she wouldn't dare to suspect him again. Dong No called him back repeatedly, but the line was always busy. Defeated, she sent a text asking if he was coming home soon. But the reply she received was a short, curt message. Too busy. Her eyes darkened as she stared at the phone screen. Dong Nu's lonely silhouette stood under the starry sky. Her gaze fell upon a couple below, and watching them embrace sent a sharp pang through her heart. She lowered her head to look at her phone again, silent, her eyes red with unshed tears, thinking, I just miss you. Oh, Xiao Chen. After sitting on the cold balcony for too long, Dong Ngu began to feel a chill. T hurriedly brought out a jacket, scolding her stubborn friend. It's freezing. How could you wear only your pajamas? What if you get sick? Do you even want to go home for your birthday? Dong Ngu suppressed her emotions, turning with a forced smile, saying it was nothing. Thi fretted, your voice is all choked up. How can you say you're fine? Then she brought up your President Chen. Your 20th birthday is coming up. Has Han Thang prepared a gift for you? Dong No replied sadly that he'd been too busy lately. TT gently consoled her. No matter how busy he is, he can't forget your birthday. I remember in Subei, your 20th birthday would be a grand celebration. Someone has surely booked a hotel already. You're so wonderful. Only 20 years old, and already an icon to so many not just talented, but stunningly beautiful. Professor Sung adores you, and your boyfriend is a genius. I heard he was even on the Jiangling television news. Dong Ne smiled, her eyes crinkling. They filmed so many scenes the other day, and today he's being interviewed by Jiangling TV again. Thi sighed with a jealous laugh. You're always forcing us to witness your perfect romance. Once everyone is back at the dorm, CEO Tran had better treat us all to a magnificent feast. Dongwu chuckled, replying that it wouldn't be an issue. As a cold wind swept in, Thi urged her inside, but she gently asked her to go ahead, saying she needed to make a call. A soft smile touched Dongwu's lips as she watched Thi retreat into the warmth of the building. Once she was certain her friend was gone, she pulled out her phone to send a message, not to her father, but to Han Thang. The 18th is my birthday. What kind of gift will you give me? The words appeared on the screen, but after a long pause, she deleted them all. Dong-ngu sighed wearily and looked up at the stars, whispering his name, Han Thang. You will remember my birthday, won't you? Little Dong-na. The Pisces girl was about to reach a true milestone, her 20th birthday. The next morning, as the clock struck 6 a.m., Han Thang was already awake in his dorm, preparing to head to Duongshao to meet Kong Tin. Just then, a call came from Tio Vu. Minister Tran Han is here, he announced. She even brought us steamed buns and hot pastries. Han Thang's voice was calm. That's not unusual. Whenever I travel for work, she joins me for breakfast. With that, he grabbed his coat and left. On the other end, Tio Vu teased with admiration. Someone to send you off, and someone else waiting for your return. Han Thang didn't reply, his silence tinged with an unspoken annoyance. Meanwhile, Sir was already waiting for him by the door. The moment his familiar figure appeared, her face lit up with a radiant, happy smile. Why didn't you wait inside? Han Thang asked with concern. It's cold out here. He gently pinched her cheek, teasing. You should eat now. Neep Vu and I have to leave for our trip soon. The three of them, Han Thang, Sir, and Tio Vu, sat together, discussing work over breakfast, while Sir quietly and patiently peeled an egg. Unexpectedly, she placed the perfectly peeled egg into Tio Vu's hand. He blinked in surprise before smiling in thanks. Sir, you're the best, he said, causing her cheeks to flush red. Han Thang simply noted that it was just a small habit of hers. His gaze caught Sir's hesitation, as if she were struggling to find the right words. He asked what was wrong, and she shyly confessed, Can I go to Duongshao with you all? After finally voicing her wish, Sir breathed a sigh of relief, but Han Thang found it odd. When he asked her why, she replied, I want to take care of you. Sensing the sudden tension, Tio Vu skillfully made an excuse to step away. Han Thang's expression turned serious, his voice growing cold. I'm going there for work, not for a vacation. Besides, don't you have classes? Sir looked at him, her eyes filled with longing. I can ask for a leave of absence. At this, Han Thang's brow furrowed in clear annoyance. She stammered, rushing to backtrack. If it's truly inconvenient, then I won't go. Han Thang's expression remained cold and tense. It is very inconvenient. You should just stay at school. Defeated, Sir could only nod in reluctant agreement. So soon after meeting, they had to part again. Watching him walk to the car, her gaze filled with affection as she waved a gentle goodbye. Inside the car, Tio Vu asked gently, Doesn't Sir just want to help? That girl only wishes to be by your side. Han Thang's voice was low. This is my busiest time. I must focus on my career, on building my future. My attention has to be on work, he insisted. Tio Vu patiently advised. The grand projects are important, but don't forget the people who are always there for you. He simply replied that in life, there are always gains and losses. Wealth and affection are two different roads. They run parallel, but sometimes they oppose each other. Haven't you heard the saying? If I pick up the bricks, I cannot hold you. But if I put down the bricks, how can I feed you? Tio Vu shook his head, at a complete loss for words. She could only feel that Minister Tran was now lost, sinking deeper into the vanity of fame. Han Thang bristled internally. Who was this sophomore to lecture him? He grumbled, but still finished the work perfectly. Suddenly, Tio Vu spoke with a grave tone. It's not about being inspired, it's more like being possessed. That feeling trapped him in a dead end. Sometimes a towering skyscraper isn't needed, just time preserved through the years. Hearing this, Han Thang's heart felt heavy. He sighed, telling Tio Vu, This is the exact kind of empty luxury that I hate. Tio Vu could only let out a helpless sigh. After speaking, Han Thang fell back into a thoughtful silence. Her words made him realize he'd forgotten something. Something important that he just couldn't recall. Later, they returned to the dorm, where Aoso brought out some homemade snacks. As they ate and chatted, Man suddenly spoke up. She asked, Aoso, is your hometown friend away on business again? Aoso offered a small smile and a nod. She then turned her gaze back to Aoso. A gentle smile graced her face. He's been through so much. Being featured on Jiangling TV is a huge point of pride for our city. Hearing this, Lam Nu jumped in. Han Thang already has a massive ego. If he hears that someone here worships him, his head will get even bigger. Man chimed in. Our hometown friend is already incredible. Anyway, I'm off to make some copies. The shop owner knew I'm a second-year public administration major, so he even gave me a small discount. He said since I'm friends with Han Thang, my classmates can get the same special treatment. Soon, the entire room buzzed with talk about Han Thang, but seeing this, Oh-so's expression darkened as a shadow of jealousy crossed her face. A little while later, on their way to class, Lam Gu kept pressing. See, Han Thang's fame is exploding, but now he has less and less time for you. Men with money tend to stray. But Oh-so defended him, insisting he was just busy. It infuriated Lam Gu. You're the only one naive enough to fall for that. Based on every romance novel I've ever read, you're about to face some very serious competition. But her words were cut short by the sudden appearance of La Tuyen. What is this junior doing here? She asked coolly. I'm here to see Senior Shen, La Tuyen said, surprising Oh-so. Lam Nengu's guard went up instantly. We have to go to class. We don't have time. Just say what you want, she snapped. La Tuyen's lips curled into a smirk. I've considered sharing a man with you, Senior Shen. Isn't that a curious thought? Hearing this, Lam Gu seethed with frustration. She turned away, giving the two of them space to talk. Noticing Lam Gu had left, La Tuyen focused on Oh-so. The girl was visibly flustered, her heart pounding with a terrible premonition. La Tuyen stared, her eyes calculating, as she thought, if only I were as beautiful as her. At that moment, across the bustling campus, everyone greeted Oh-so with warm smiles and friendly handshakes. Seeing her popularity, La Tuyen's anger flared. It was an eyesore. She only has these connections because of Senior Tran, she thought bitterly. Are you used to everyone looking up to you yet? Flustered, Oh-so could only shake her head. La Tuyen grumbled in annoyance. I knew it. If it all becomes too much for you someday, just step aside quietly. I'll be ready to take your place. Let me ask you, what time did Senior Tran leave? Oh-so answered quickly, a little after 7. La Tuyen's face twisted. He lied to me. I called him yesterday, hoping I could see him off this morning. But he told me 8:30. He obviously lied, so I wouldn't be there. It's all your fault. He only wanted you to see him off. Seeing Oh-so cornered, Lam Nugu stepped in. Hey, Junior Law, don't you have an early class today? We only have 10 minutes until our lecture starts. But the girl was defiant, her retort leaving Lam Nu stunned with anger. What's the rush? You're both second years. Surely you know how to skip a class by now, don't you? She turned back, her voice sharp as she reminded Oh-so. Because our senior is getting more famous, there will be more girls buzzing around him. There are some situations he just can't avoid. Take that female reporter who interviewed him as an example. Oh-so tried to ignore her, but La Tuyen grew more aggressive. So I need you to chase all of them away. Those women only want the fame and money he brings. They aren't worthy of even being near him. At this, she sighed wistfully. Senior Tran isn't happy when I get close to him. Right now, his heart only has room for you, so there's nothing I can do. She paused, but got no reaction from Oh-so. La Tuyen pressed impatiently. Did you hear me? Oh-so just nodded meekly. I'll text him. Text him? La Tuyen exploded. What good will a text do? You need to act now. Oh, for heaven's sake, spare me. Why would Senior fall for someone so clueless? You need to be by his side, showing those vixens you're his partner so they back off. That way, he won't be able to escape either. Wherever he is, you need to buy a ticket and go to him immediately. You have to be on guard. Don't you remember that reporter who interviewed him? Her smile was so fake it was sickening. Why are you choosing to do nothing about this? Oh-so quietly walked away, leaving La Tuyen fuming in the classroom. If it wasn't for Senior Xiao's birthday, she muttered, I would have made my move long ago. If she were to make a move, that female reporter wouldn't stand a chance. Just then, Oh-so and Lam Nu entered the classroom. Lam Gu curiously asked what La Tuyen had said, but Oh-so didn't reply, instead secretly passing a note. The note read, I have to go to Duong Chao to find Tu Tran. Lam Nu turned to Oh. So seriously, listen to me first. If you go find Han Thang, there are at least 3 clear advantages. First, you can publicly declare your claim on him. Second, it will make Han Thang feel how much you care for him. At this point, Lam Gu paused for a few seconds and grinned. And the third thing, I hear Duong Chao is fun, so how about you let me tag along? At that moment, Han Thang was at Duangchao University. He received a surprise call from Ao So, who softly said she wanted to come to Duangchao. Ao So stammered shyly, "You don't need to pick me up at the station, and I'll try my best not to bother you." Hearing this, Han Thang's annoyance flared. He put the phone on speaker and shouted, "When did I ever say I'd pick you up? Why are you being so difficult? Did you book your train tickets yet?" Oh So quickly replied, "Lam Gu said we can just buy tickets directly at the station." Hearing Lam Gu was coming too only made Han Thang more irritated. "Lam Nu wants to go too? What kind of trouble is that pest planning to stir up now?" He cursed her under his breath. Lam Nu's face flushed, unable to hold back. She snatched the phone and retorted, "You're Shenao, so is this beautiful, you know? Aren't you worried some creep might target her on the train? I'm going along to be her escort, so you won't just cover food and lodging, you'll also have to show me the fun places. For instance, we'll be trying Duong Chao's local specialties." Han Thang exploded, shouting that he was swamped, with no time to even visit relatives, let alone entertain a troublesome hag like her. Not backing down, Lam Gu shot back, "Of course. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing Ao So. I'll text you the train schedule. Make sure you meet us at the right exit." With that, Lam Gu decisively hung up. While Ao So was still dazed and confused, Lam Nu smugly thought that's how you handle men, with a mix of soft and hard tactics, a lesson she'd learned from a feisty friend. That book was once extremely popular in South Korea, and was even adapted into a movie. Your personality doesn't really suit those kinds of films, so I didn't dare recommend it. Lam Gu daydreamed that reading romance novels made her wiser. She felt she had mastered all the tactics of the dating world, but strangely, no one was actually pursuing her. Oso, on the other hand, was quietly plotting. She had to use this leverage, otherwise, how could she gain an advantage with Han Thang? No sooner said than done. Not long after, Trung Van received a call from the two young women, requesting time off. He asked for the reason, and Lam Gu stammered, "I plan to go to Duong Chao." Hearing the city's name, he instantly understood. Trung Van knew their intentions. He approved their request, reminding them to be careful and text him when they arrived safely. At the same time, at Duong Chao University, Han Thang also received a call from Trung Van, informing him that Ao So was coming. In reality, Han Thang already knew. Trung Van chuckled, telling him to focus on his career, and the school would handle everything else. Han Thang hung up with a soft sigh, thinking that Trung Van had too much free time. Right after, he made another call. "Hello, is second uncle there?" "Yes, I'm free. Can I come over for a meal tomorrow? I'm busy." "All right then." He ended the call, and as he walked away, a new plan was already forming in his mind. A few hours later, at the Duongchao train station, Lam Ju and Ao So finally found the place where Han Thang was working, looking all around. Han Thang suddenly appeared. The moment she saw him, Lam Gu fumed. "What is wrong with you? We clearly agreed on a time, so why are you this late? What if someone had abducted Ao So?" Han Thang looked flustered. "I'm sorry, I was just so busy. Let's go eat first." Soon enough, the three of them arrived at a restaurant for lunch. After a fulfilling meal, Lam Gu asked, "So where are we going for fun now?" Han Thang said they'd first drop their things at a hotel, then visit Duongchao University. "I have a few things to handle, but after that, I'll take you two around." Lam Gu smugly looked at Ao So. "See? Didn't I tell you?" But Ao So paid him no mind, her focus entirely on peeling the shrimp with delicate skill, making Lam Gu marvel at her unique talent. Just as he admired her mastery, Ao So suddenly announced she wanted to work at Duongchao University, catching Lam No completely off guard. "Don't be silly," Han Thang chuckled. "He said we just need to get the job done. If we help out, this will be over in no time." Han Thang offered a reassuring smile. Tu Ho was right. There's strength in numbers. It just means you two might have to work a bit harder. Oso's shoulders slumped, but Lam Gu just waved it off with a grin. "Work now. Play later. I even have a plan. The weather's great, so we can visit West Lake this afternoon." With that, Han Thang led them to Duongchao University to finish their tasks. Seeing everyone working diligently, also moved to lend a hand, but Han Thang quickly pulled her back. He then turned to Lam Engu, gesturing to a student nearby. "That's Truong Wei Dong. He's the main student coordinator from Duong Lai. You can get your assignment from him, then we'll be free to head to West Lake." Lam Nugu's face lit up as he eagerly agreed. The hours slipped by. from noon until 4 in the afternoon. Exhausted, Lam Gu gasped. Where on earth did Han Thang go? He went to visit some relatives, Wei Dong replied. They've been busy, so he hasn't had a chance. He joked yesterday about bringing a friend to exploit for free labor. Lam Nu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Dong seemed confused. Wait, Boss Tran mentioned you. I just assumed you were a guy. As the sun began to set at the home of his uncle, Chi Min, a family of 3 was enjoying a peaceful conversation. Suddenly, the doorbell rang in a flurry. Tran Lam rushed to open it, revealing Han Thang standing there with a smile. Brother's home. And Mom, he brought my sister-in-law. Hearing Han Thang had brought a girlfriend, Chi Min and his wife were stunned. They scrambled to change into something more presentable. Why didn't he give us a heads up? Chi Min muttered, and his wife agreed. If I'd known, I would have made more dishes. Not even sure if she was his girlfriend. They were already jumping to conclusions. Their hushed chatter reached the living room, where Ao So and Han Thang overheard everything. You brought me all the way here, she whispered, and still say I'm not your girlfriend? Ao So was stunned by his words. A flicker of worry crossed her mind, followed by a strange flutter of happiness. As they sat in the living room, they could faintly overhear the conversation coming from Chi Min's room. He saw his wife preparing a red envelope. What are you doing? He asked. His wife frowned. Getting the lucky money ready. He brought his girlfriend to meet us. As elders, how can we not show our welcome? But Chi Min immediately disagreed. We should confirm their relationship first. Why must you always be so impulsive? He sighed. His wife's temper flared at his words, and a heated discussion began. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care. But this is your only nephew. I'm doing this for his sake. Still, Chi Min held his ground. We wait until their relationship is clear. Otherwise, it could become awkward. After a brief argument, unable to agree, they emerged from the room with strained expressions on their faces. Han Thang wondered. What were they arguing about? Meanwhile, Tran Lam was staring intently at Ao So, whose probing gaze made her incredibly flustered. After a moment of watching the awkward silence, it seemed Tran Lam decided to break it. The air grew tense. Full of suspicion, she demanded, why would you choose such a subpar boyfriend? The question left Chi Min and his wife speechless. They could only turn and look at each other in utter confusion. Mortified, the wife scolded Tran Lam. Don't talk such nonsense. Then quickly asked, have you finished your homework? Han Thang, visibly annoyed, shot back, what's gotten into you? But she yelled for him to be quiet, making Ao So jump in her seat, trembling. Tran Lam sighed, turning her gaze back to Ao So with a look of pity. Sister-in-law, why did you pick such a terrible guy? I truly feel sorry for you. Han Thang was frozen, speechless, as his cousin delivered another shocking blow. It's a classic case of a beautiful flower planted in a pile of filth. Everyone skillfully ignored the comment, continuing to chat warmly with Ao So. She shyly introduced herself. I'm Tham Ao So, from Suyendu. Hearing her origins, both Chi Min and his wife were visibly surprised. It took the uncle a moment to regain his composure. Suyendu, you say? I've been there on business. It's quite a nice place. Ao So gracefully offered her thanks. Seeing how well-mannered and charming she was, Chi Min was even more surprised, and a fondness for her began to grow. He leaned over and whispered to his wife, that lucky money. Get it out now. As she took the envelope from her pocket, she mused, a minute ago, he wanted to wait. And now that he sees how lovely she is, he's eager to welcome her into the family? She presented the envelope to Ao So with a warm smile. This is a little custom of ours. A gift for good luck when visiting elders for the first time. Please, don't say it's not much. This is from our hearts. Ao So shyly tried to decline. Han Thang beside her just smiled. Auntie, I told her to just accept it. Ao So could only bow her head in thanks, her voice small. Chi Min quickly helped her up, saying, there's no need for such formalities. Just then, his wife got a chance to truly observe Ao So. She smiled, showering her with praise, calling the young girl charming and beautiful. Tran Lam also chimed in. Exactly. How can my brother be so lacking? His wife gave her a light tap, scolding her for trash-talking her own flesh and blood. Chi Min simply let out a sigh. All right, clear the table now. Han Thang and his wife must be starving. Han Thang suddenly asked his uncle, were you and Auntie arguing just now? Chi Min simply nodded, saying it was a small family matter. Han Thang chuckled, advising him not to raise his voice next time. If they were really upset, couldn't they just vent on Tran Lam a little? She was a poor student who wouldn't dare hold a grudge. After dinner, his aunt insisted they stay another night. She only had class in the morning and could take Aoso out, but Han Thang refused. He'd come another time. There was still too much to handle back at the company, with some matters needing urgent attention. Afterwards, the two stopped by a shop to buy some snacks for Lam Nu. Looking at the cake box, Oso recalled Han Thang's words. This was for Lam Nu, who was probably still holding a grudge against him. He'd told her to call if anything urgent came up. Just then, Oso opened the door to a shocking sight. Lam Gu was huddled pathetically in a corner and asked coldly, "Just got back? Where did you two go?" Oso replied softly, "This afternoon, we went to the park and then to his aunt and uncle's house." Lam Gu was curious. How are the elders in Northern Su? As a first-time meeting gift, they should have given you lucky money. Did they? Oso nodded, gently handing the cake to Lam Gu. Her next question struck a nerve with Lam Ngu. Are you happy studying at Yangzhou University? The question made Lam Ngu's blood boil. She erupted in anger. How could Han Thang say that? He's such a liar. I was tricked and sold to a coal mine. The work is brutal. I'm busy from dawn till dusk, with not a moment of peace. Stamping her foot in frustration, Lam Nu cried out, I can't believe Han Thang tricked you, but how could he lie to me too? In the next room, Han Thang overheard and felt a pang of guilt. This was getting stressful. Tomorrow, I have to ask my aunt to take Lam Ju along. Otherwise, she might not help me at the finance department later on. Just then, Han Thang's phone rang. He had barely answered when a rushed voice asked, You took Shen So to your uncle's house today, didn't you? Han Thang admitted it. We just stayed for a meal. My Quian's voice suddenly turned stern. Kid, do you even get the hidden meaning in that? This time, I'll let it slide for you. When are you finally coming home? Han Thang gave a vague reply. I'm swamped. There's no time to come back. I'm going to take a shower. With that, he hung up and flopped onto the bed, thinking he understood the hint perfectly. He let out a smug laugh. Wasn't this all about finding a balance? Meanwhile, my Qian was fuming to Trio Quan. He said he has no time to come home and just hung up on me. Trio Quan tried calling too, but the line was busy. He hadn't just turned off his phone, he'd powered it down completely. My Qian sighed heavily. Xiao Yuer's 20th birthday was right around the corner. When I saw Lu Nogthan at the market, she even reminded me. Trio Quan added that old Xiao had even dropped an invitation off at his office. Frustrated, my Qian tried calling Han Thang again. That despicable boy even took his little girlfriend to Chi Min's house. If his aunt hadn't called to congratulate us on having a daughter-in-law more radiant than a star, I would have never known. Trio Quan was surprised and asked what it meant. She explained that Han Thang wasn't answering because he was busy introducing Shen So to the relatives. My Qian wondered to herself, had Han Thang already made his choice? But no matter his decision, it was just too cruel to Xiao Yuer. She looked at Trio Quan with worry. Should we still attend the birthday party? Can you give me an answer? Let's just go to maintain our relationship with old Xiao. Now, soak your feet and get some rest. My Qian yelled, How can you think about soaking your feet at a time like this? Trio Quan sighed, looking exhausted. Even if the sky falls, we still have to eat. She fell silent, seething, then stormed out of the room. A moment later, in their bedroom, one might have thought my Qian was preparing a foot bath for her husband. But her face held a rare, shy expression. It was Trio Quan who had quietly prepared the basin of water for his wife. Her eyes followed him, lost in thought. My old man. One day, our son will marry, and I'll have to spend the rest of my life with this man. Suddenly, my Qian jolted with a strange irritation. Why was she even thinking about her son? Seeing her odd reaction, Trio Quan grew more concerned. Why are you so angry? And just like that, the 15th arrived. It was almost time for Rong Yu's 20th birthday. That day, the Xiao family was hosting a grand party at a hotel. Meanwhile, at Yangzhou University, Han Thang's group met up with Kong Jing and Auntie Cam Ven Tu, taking Shen So and Ho Lam Gu to snack all over Yangzhou before a leisurely stroll around West Lake at night. This time, Lam Gu was smarter, clinging tightly to Ao so to stay safe. But after getting lost in the fun, Han Thang shattered her illusion, reminding her they had to prepare to leave tomorrow morning. Lam Ngu was stunned, thinking the 17th was far too soon to go back. Han Thang replied calmly. That only applies to you two. Lam Gu quickly protested, saying things with Lam were going so well. Han Thang cut him off coldly. Say no more. Ah, Lam just asked me what that short-legged girl's name was. Ah, Lam, overhearing, burst out in frustration. My brother is a liar. He just causes trouble. Don't mind his nonsense. Lam Nagok nodded, but Tran Lam suddenly turned to Homak Nagu, saying, I must return to the capital, but I don't want to leave. Wait for me to pass my exams, then I'll come find you. Lam Nok kept a pleasant smile, though inwardly she cursed their untrustworthiness. It was Ho Lam Nok, not Homak Nu. Tran Lam then turned her attention to Tha Mao So. Sister-in-law, I still find it so hard to believe that you're my brother's girlfriend. It's something I just can't wrap my head around. So today, I must ask you one last time. If you're being forced into this, just blink once. I'll call the police right away to rescue you. Hearing this, Also struggled to compose herself, slowly closing her eyes. Meanwhile, at the Tianin Dong School dormitory, a handsome man named Hoan V rushed from his car. The dorm manager hurried out with a smile, asking, Are you here for one of the students? I'm the manager here. I know almost every student by sight. What is your daughter's name? Before she could finish her sentence, Hoan Vi's gaze shifted to the entrance. There she is now, my daughter. The manager looked over and saw Dung Nung emerge. Oh, her? Of course. Seeing her father, Dung Nunga managed a bright smile. Dad, you're here? They quickly got into the car. On the ride home, he noticed her gloom and gently asked, Is something bothering you? At his question, Dung Nu opened her mouth to speak, but after a moment of hesitation, she fell silent. Seeing his daughter's state, a worried Hoan V skillfully changed the topic. When is Han Thang supposed to return to the city? It's already the 16th. The vibrant city lights blurred past, but inside the car, a heavy, unspoken sorrow filled the air. As she clutched a pillow, Hoan V noted her sadness, remarking again that it was the 16th, and Han Thang still wasn't back. At the mention of his name, Tiu Dong-nga's voice became quiet. She explained that Han Thang was incredibly busy, before sighing that birthdays hold no meaning. Her father immediately disagreed, saying her 20th birthday was a major milestone, not just a reminder of getting older. Hoan V was puzzled. Not long ago, she was eagerly awaiting her 20th birthday, so why downplay it now? She simply said that if someone is too busy, they shouldn't be forced to come, adding that it wasn't a big deal. Realizing something was deeply wrong, he stopped pushing and agreed with her, even offering a soft apology. It's just a small dinner with family and friends. We had to arrange it. Hearing her father, Tiu Dong-nu simply lowered her head in silence. It wasn't until he mentioned Han Thang's family that she lifted her head, her gaze drifting out the window. Dong-nu couldn't hold it in any longer. Her eyes reddened as a wave of sorrow threatened to overflow. A storm of bitterness brewed inside her, fueled by the thought that Han Thang had forgotten her birthday. Soon the car came to a stop before their house, the night air still and silent. Inside, her mother, Nok Than, waited anxiously on the sofa, wondering what could be troubling her daughter. Hoan V sighed softly and tried to comfort his wife, suggesting she was just tired as a door creaked open nearby. Tudong Ngu appeared in the doorway and whispered a request. Mom, can I sleep with you tonight? Ngok Than was visibly startled. Her daughter hadn't asked to sleep with her since she was 10 years old. Knowing Dung Gu was usually closer to her father, Nguk Than hesitated for only a second before nodding with a warm smile. Just then, her husband let out a soft, pointed cough beside her. Hoan Vi leaned in, whispering that Dung No must be hiding some deep pain in her heart. Ngok Than felt the same. Otherwise, why would her usually radiant daughter be so heartbroken on her own birthday? Ngothan then approached her daughter, gently taking her hand to lead her to bed. A while later, in the warmth of the bedroom, they spoke about the preparations for her birthday party. When her mother asked about her friends from class, she quietly replied that everyone was busy since it wasn't a Saturday. Ngok Than gave her daughter a perceptive look, guessing this was the root of her sadness but feeling helpless to fix it. So, she deftly changed the subject to her grandmother, who'd had a beautiful outfit tailored for the birthday and Dung Nu's future wedding. The girl immediately inquired about her grandmother's health, and her mother assured her that she was perfectly fine. Yet, Dung Ngu's expression didn't brighten in the slightest. Instead, her eyes began to sting. She fought to suppress the rising sorrow, her lips trembling, before finally burying her face in her mother's embrace. Her mother held her tightly, stroking her hair. You are my only one, so you must live happily. Please, don't be sad. Hearing that, she nodded slightly, her tear-stained face turning away just before her emotions could overflow. Dung Eun-ju quickly turned away, saying she needed the restroom. Her mother's worried gaze followed her. Nokthon watched her daughter, blinking, then heard the bathroom door shut hastily. Inside, Tudung Nunggu gripped the sink and broke into sobs. She knew Tran Han Thang was busy, but if he really had no time, he could have at least sent his wishes. At that thought, Dung Nunggu met her own eyes in the mirror, not wanting to be forgotten, yet afraid to remind him. In the blurry mirror, she almost saw his face. She silently called him a fool, then wondered, if we can't meet, will Han Thang be sad? On her 20th birthday, her mother's soft cough suddenly pulled her back to reality. Hearing the muffled sounds, a worried Nokthon pressed her ear to the door. Tudung-nu whispered back, I'm okay now. She quickly washed her face, trying to hide any trace of tears. A moment later, the door clicked open. Nokthon was taken aback. Dung-nugu emerged with her head bowed, but her red, swollen eyes told the whole story. Even so, she was relieved her daughter seemed all right. Nokthon let out a soft sigh, her face relaxing. She stepped closer, gently stroking her daughter's face, asking why she was so quiet. It made her mother more anxious. Her daughter's pride was a source of worry. She would rather be hurt than ever bow her head. On the 17th, Dung Engu went with her parents to visit relatives and try on her gown for the birthday party. That night, when the clock struck 12, she was still awake, her eyes fixed on her phone, as if awaiting a vital message. Then, a chime echoed through the room. A light immediately sparked in Tudung-nu's eyes. Her joy was fleeting. The name on the screen was not the one she desperately hoped for, but her friend, T.T. Still, she swallowed her disappointment, put on a gentle smile, and answered, listening to her best friend's warm wishes. Hearing Thi complain about the biting cold from where she was calling, Dung Engu laughed in sympathy. However, a strange feeling arose. She wondered why her friend was talking about the weather instead of being at their dorm. Hearing her question, Thi stammered evasively, offering a vague excuse before hanging up, leaving a cryptic message, "We will always cherish you." Dung-nu paused on the word "we" in Thi's tone, but simply assumed she was speaking for their other roommates. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Hoan-vi took a call at the breakfast table to finalize the details for his daughter's party. When the caller mentioned an MC, Hoan-vi's brow furrowed in confusion, and he mumbled to himself, puzzled. He turned to his wife, asking if she had invited a host. Nug Thon, ever the simple thinker, assumed the venue was just a normal hotel, giving them a small discount out of respect. Hoan-vi found this plausible. He pulled out a thick wad of cash, not wanting to accept small favors like that. He planned to give it directly to the host to avoid gossip, especially with his recent promotion. Across from him, Tudung-nu sat with her head down, utterly silent. Her 18th birthday was celebrated grandly at the Dong Phuong Hotel, with a large birthday banner hanging outside. Hoan-vi apologized for their late arrival, but no one seemed to care. They were all just asking where his daughter was. Hearing this, Hoan-vi smiled and glanced behind him, replying slyly that the main character always arrives last. Just as he finished speaking, Dung Nanggu appeared, along with her mother and grandmother. A relative in the crowd immediately began praising the outfits of her mother and grandmother. Of course, the person didn't forget to praise Dung-nu's growing beauty, which made the girl blush as she offered a greeting. Her third aunt also chimed in, gushing over her niece's grace and beauty, saying what a great blessing she was. Despite the praise, she keenly noticed a shadow of indescribable sadness deep in Dung-nu's eyes. At that moment, the hotel manager approached with a fawning smile on his face. Hoan-vi immediately asked if all the preparations were complete. The manager beamed, confirming everything and guaranteeing there would be no mistakes. Reassured, Hoan-vi waved a hand, leaving the rest to him. Then, Hoan-vi remembered something and handed the manager a red envelope, telling him to give it to the program host. The manager was briefly surprised, wondering why the request came through him and not the hotel's own booking. He had no idea about the complicated troubles brewing beneath the surface of this story. The manager, ever cheerful, gave a wave before attending to other close family friends. A glance around made him whisper in awe. Even a few powerful figures had arrived. Just then, Chen Hansheng's parents appeared. Hongwei feigned a scolding to add to the drama. Rongyu politely greeted the Liang couple, but at the sight of her, Liang Meijuan's face shifted indescribably. Across from them, Lu Yuqing gently soothed her distraught daughter, who only pressed her lips in frustration. Hongwei then turned to ask where Hansheng was, leaving his parents utterly stunned. Meijuan was so flustered she couldn't speak, her gaze darting away in embarrassment. Before an excuse was found, Hongwei tasked Zhao Jun with greeting guests and pulled Rongyu along to meet some elders. Once they were gone, Meijuan anxiously grabbed her phone, but her son's line just kept ringing. "Let's just leave the gift and go," she said. But Zhao Jun harshly cut off his wife's rash words. "If our son leaves, are his parents supposed to follow?" The stern man lit a cigarette, deciding to help Hongwei for now and deal with his son later. Soon, it was nearly 11 o'clock, the banquet about to begin. Hongwei saw his daughter still staring towards the gate. Rongyu quietly acknowledged him, but her eyes remained fixed on the window until a car slowly approached. The moment she saw the front of the car, Rongyu sensed something, her delicate brows knitting together. She watched intently as it entered the grounds, needing a clearer view to be absolutely certain. This time, Rongyu seemed utterly confident in her judgment. A moment later, backstage, a staff member rushed to tell Chen Hansheng it was nearly his turn to go on. Hearing this, Hansheng just smirked, whispering a sarcastic line. The main act was finally taking the stage. Out front, Yuqing gently reminded Xiao Hongwei about the speech he had to give. He'd nearly forgotten. Hongwei stroked his chin, pondering the timing before the meal, or after the first bite. Yuqing chuckled, reminding him the MC had it all planned. He just needed to follow the professional's lead. At that very moment, the figure from backstage slowly parted the curtain and stepped out. The banquet hall was packed, echoing with a lively buzz, like a grand and spirited ceremony. Hongwei and Lu Yuqing froze when they saw the man in the spotlight. Before them stood Chen Hansheng. A faint smirk played on his lips. He gave a theatrical bow, his voice ringing out as he introduced himself in a shameless plug, making his parents sigh. Hongwei scoffed dismissively, thinking the kid was just putting on a flashy show. See? Where did this host come from? But a sudden movement made him look up. It was Xiao Rongyu, and he couldn't fathom why she'd abruptly stood up. My son has waited all day, just to give Xiao Rongyu this one surprise. Hearing this, Liang Meijuan blushed and shot back. Isn't my son your son too? As she spoke, her gaze returned to the stage with a soft sigh. He looks quite handsome in a suit, doesn't he? The air was a bit awkward. On stage, Chen Hansheng announced a game to liven things up. This move is called shooting for love. Everyone, send a heart to the person you cherish. Come on, everyone on my left. Let's try shooting a heart to everyone here. Raise your right hands. Can you shoot a heart with me? He asked, swaying playfully like a joyful clown. He even thoughtfully showed Rongyu's grandmother how to do the move. As he urged the audience on, she played along. In the audience, Liang Meijuan pestered Zhao Jun to shoot a heart and prove his love, making him blush. But she wouldn't let it go, insisting he get the pose just right to form a perfect heart. Then, Chen Hansheng turned everyone's attention to the party's main character, the birthday girl, Xiao Rongyu. I would also like to send a heart to you. With that, he bowed slightly and placed the mic on the floor. Immediately, Hansheng broke into a radiant smile, raising his hands above his head to form a giant heart. His lips moved, silently mouthing a sentence. Have a truly happy birthday. The clear moon has been my companion for 6 years. The words were perfectly formed by his lips. Rongyu couldn't hold it in. Her eyes reddened instantly. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pouring rain. Through choked sobs, she called him a despicable pig. Seeing this, Nocthon felt a wave of unease, gently warning her daughter not to be fooled by his charming act. Beside them, her father, Tio Hoanvi, was just eager for his turn to step on stage and give a long speech. Just then, Tran Han Thang announced one more small surprise, stunning the three of them into silence. She quickly asked her husband if they should remind him it was past 12, but their daughter insisted on seeing the gift. Seeing his daughter's excitement, Hoanvi could only nod in agreement. On stage, Han Thang leaned back slightly. All right, my darlings, come on up. Let's perform together on stage. As he finished, Tiudunggu's friends rushed forward, including Bien Titi and Vuong Tuba. At the same time, all the kids at the party swarmed the stage too. Han Thang was momentarily flustered, while Dunggu watched, mesmerized, as he awkwardly handled the mischievous children. When she snapped out of it, she joyfully ran towards her closest friends. Dung Nagu surprisingly hugged Tithi, asking how they all made it despite being so busy. Tithi just smiled, patting her back, saying she was already at the port during their call yesterday. She spoke, still worried her friend might be upset. TT quickly explained that someone had secretly planned a surprise for Dongnu, even chartering a private bus. As she spoke, another friend chimed in, adding they were given free room and board, kept hidden just to protect the surprise. These words moved Dung En-gu to the brink of tears. She shyly walked over and took Tran Han Thang's hand. Seeing this, he teased her, saying the line was drawn at his shirt buttons. They couldn't get any more intimate. Your father paid me 200. For such a small fee, this is all just an act. Tu Hoanvi flushed with embarrassment, while Triu Quan considered returning the money. But Luang Maiquen immediately scolded him for talking nonsense. Back on stage, an old high school friend stepped forward, telling Tu Dung Ninggu about the banner they had all prepared, a heartfelt gift from everyone. He then called for Tu Ba to bring it out, who smiled and slowly unrolled the brilliant red scroll. The long banner was unfurled, its message clear for all to see. Happy 20th birthday, Xiao Yu-er. May you forever be the princess of Yizhonghai and our city. Reading it, Tu Dung Engu burst into a radiant laugh, a smile of pure, indescribable happiness. Tran Tu Ba gently reminded her not to thank them, but to thank Tran Han Thang, who had convinced everyone to return for her. Hearing this, Dung Nagu bowed her head, quietly wiping a tear as she whispered that she understood. Han Thang could only let out a soft sigh. I haven't even really tried yet, and you're already moved? Just then, Nukthon stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her daughter and guiding her back to her seat. In the audience, Tu Hoanvi thought his moment had finally come, but Tran Han Thang's next words felt like a bucket of ice water. He announced the final act would be a special song he prepared. He pulled out an electric guitar, introducing the song as Sam Lee's Absolute Infatuation. He added that he practiced past 2 a.m. every night, until his fingers bled. Luang Maiqian thought it was all for Dung Nu, that her beauty had inspired his devotion. Meanwhile, Triu Quan couldn't believe his normally lazy son had learned to do this. Soon, enchanting melodies filled the glittering hall. Han Thang closed his eyes, his lips barely moving. To make you love me a little more, I want this sweet latte to intoxicate you. Below, Dung En-gu was lost in the moment, each sweet lyric echoing in her ears. You can't understand a secret love, especially with someone by your side. You'll never know. Enjok Thon was stunned by how well he sang, as if he'd swallowed the CD. How could he be this flawless? The painful price I paid for you. You will never fully understand. At that moment, a playful child touched the guitar cord. The guitar was suddenly unplugged, the cord ripped from the jack. But strangely, the music kept playing. Why must I force myself to love everything about you? Yet you still push away my defenses. This scene unfolded before the eyes of Tu Dung No and her parents. Han Thang quietly retreated, counting every tear in his heart, though he knew persuading her to leave his life was an impossible task. On stage, Tran Han Thang remained oblivious. He was lost in the melody, pouring his entire heart into the song for the one he loved. Below, his parents' faces had turned dark. They wanted to leave their gift money and slip away to avoid the shared embarrassment. But Han Thang smiled to himself, seeing how everyone was still listening intently. His mother must be so moved, right? But suddenly, Tu Ba, from the wings, made an X with his hands, his face unreadable, leaving him stunned and confused. That is, until he saw the guitar string in the kid's hand. Tran Han Thang froze in absolute horror, a curse escaping his lips. Hey kid, why did you swipe my prop for looking cool? Tu Hoanvi's brow furrowed as he shot up, wondering what on earth this kid was plotting. Seeing his speech cut short, he marched onto the stage, snatched the microphone, and shoved Han Thang aside to continue. First, Hoanvi thanked the dear friends who traveled great distances to celebrate his daughter's 20th birthday. He emotionally recounted hearing his child's very first cry as she entered the world. Hearing that, Luang Maiqian recalled her son as a small child, innocent and wailing for his mom after work, calling her name so earnestly. Seeing her return was his greatest joy. That memory gave her strength, but her nostalgia was shattered by a splash of cold water from Triu Quan. He said every time the boy called out like that, it meant he'd caused trouble and was faking his sweetness to avoid a scolding. But a daughter is always a princess in her parents' eyes. We only wish for you to be safe, happy, and have all the best things in life. Tu Dung Ngu's face bloomed with a radiant, joyful smile. She knew for 25 years her parents had loved and sheltered her completely. Looking at Tran Han Thang, she gently wiped a tear from her father's face on stage. She couldn't help but wish that one day, he too would cherish and treat her just as well. Tu Han Vi was still lost in a wave of emotions when Han Thang suddenly interrupted. He suggested waiting until she was married to continue the speech. It's 12:30 now. Everyone must be hungry, so let's just eat. At those words, Hoan V's expression turned incredibly awkward. He glared at the shameless man, knowing he was the one who had wasted the most time. His words were a direct, pointed accusation. He turned away, muttering that some things were only meant to be said in private. Hearing Han Thang left him baffled. He answered quietly, I'm just a child, too. A short while later, as Triu Quan and Mai Qian were eating, they heard their son call out Mom in an unusually sweet voice. Tran Han Thang walked up to them, then softly greeted his father. His mother immediately fired a sarcastic shot. Well, if it isn't the famous MC Tran? What brings you to grace our table with your presence? Seeing her son wolf down his food like a starving man, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. His father, however, just smiled with pure contentment. For him, a moment like this was enough for a lifetime. Tran Han Thang called for his mother again, causing her to turn around in surprise. He admitted he'd forgotten about the LCD business over at Qian Niep's place. Mai Qian wasn't surprised, mocking that he was too busy chasing pretty girls to remember his parents. Triu Quan looked confused at the mention of an LCD. Han Thang launched into a long-winded explanation, echoing his mother's point, trying to prove she cared about his father's eyes. He peeked open one eye, recalling a feeling that he had forgotten something critical amidst his daily life. Luckily, I already had my secretary prepare it. Hearing Triu Quan complain about the price, Luong Mai Qian jabbed that the car Han Thang bought another girl was far more expensive. Tran Han Thang coughed awkwardly, quickly changing the subject to praise his secretary, a loyal and honest person he'd trained himself. But his parents weren't paying him any attention, still completely absorbed in their talk about money. Han Thang's patience was wearing thin. Only after he made a loud noise did his parents finally look up, surprised. What did you just say? Han Thang could only sigh, then grit his teeth in frustration and shot up from his seat. The two of them silently watched him walk away. His father stayed, continuing to mingle with the guests. A moment later, Luong Mai Qian gently tapped his hand as a subtle reminder. Triu Quan felt a swell of pride that his son now had a personal secretary. Clearly, they had heard him earlier but chose to ignore him just to tease their son. He secretly glanced at Han Thang talking with Tu Ba. That boy is fiercely stubborn. For him to grow properly, he needs to control that temper and avoid falling into arrogance. And if failure ever comes, we must help them rediscover their spirit and will to fight. Seeing Han Thang approach with a smile, Nok Than's voice softened. He sat by Tu Dong Nu, giving a playful wink and saying he was here for a little chat. What about the other classmates? Dong Nu wondered. What arrangements? She assumed they were all just returning to school tomorrow. Tran Han Thang figured it was fine, but it meant owing a favor he couldn't easily repay. Just thinking of her roommates traveling so far for her birthday filled her with gratitude. Behind them, Tu Hoan Vi was quietly listening in. A debt of gratitude, Tran Han Thang analyzed in a low voice, is best repaid swiftly. As evening fell, he offered to pay for an outing so no one would feel indebted. Xiao Hongwei immediately voiced his full support, but Nok Than insisted the family should cover the costs. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes, casting a silent, unreadable glance her way. At his look, Ngok Than reluctantly fell silent. Xiao Hongwei turned back, beaming. Then we'll be in your care, Han Thang. However, Xiao Rongyu had to decline, as she needed to host relatives that afternoon. He simply smiled, telling her not to worry and that he would handle everything. At his words, Rongyu's gaze softened with deep emotion. She whispered his name, a universe of feeling in that single word. Seeing her expression, Han Thang offered a warm smile and gently stroked her hair. Amidst the quiet moment, Xiao Hongwei could only let out a sigh as he silently poured himself another drink. His daughter, whom he'd raised for 25 years, was now truly grown up. With that thought, he frowned and heavily downed his drink. Later, for Rongyu's birthday, everyone gathered at a familiar karaoke spot. Inside the dimly lit room, the mood was unusually tense. No one was celebrating. All eyes were fixed on the door. The reason was Rongyu and her mother, Gok Thon, had just arrived. Gok Thon offered a bright greeting, as if testing their sincerity. But beneath her gentle smile lay a hidden, calculating agenda. She worried that Han Thang might make her daughter too emotional, causing them to cross a line. Something that could impact her studies. So, she tagged along to keep them in check. While the room was stunned into silence, she took charge, flipping on all the lights and claiming the dimness was bad for their eyes. She then frowned at the beer cans on the table, and paid a waiter to replace them all with yogurt and milk. At this point, Han Thang couldn't take it any longer. He turned to Rongyu and questioned her quietly. "Why is your mother here? Ordering only milk." It's incredibly embarrassing. Yet Rongyu calmly replied that it was his fault. Han Thang was left completely baffled. Early the next morning, just before the bus departed, he shared that he had secured the Yangzhou market. And since yesterday was her birthday, with Rongyu now in Port City, he was forced to stay behind for the market survey team. She asked how long he'd have to stay, but he honestly didn't know. He had to secure the Port City market first before thinking of other cities. He'd already arranged for a leave of absence from the university, telling her to call any time. Just reunited, only to be forced into a long-distance relationship. A flicker of sadness crossed her face, but she obediently agreed. A moment later, Han Thang stood watching as the bus carried her further away. That afternoon, in a private restaurant room, Liu Zhen stood with his hands on his hips. Raising his glass, he declared, "Since Han Thang calls me brother, I must show him respect. Otherwise, people will say I don't look after those from my hometown." Hearing this, Han Thang just smiled thinly and raised his own glass. Kong Jing and Ming Rong also stood politely to offer a toast. Suddenly, one of Liu Zhen's men noticed something unusual. "Brother Zhen is drinking hard liquor, so why are you only drinking water?" The pointed question left her flustered and speechless. The man then accused Kong Jing of being disrespectful. Hearing this, Liu Zhen's expression soured in silent agreement. Han Thang quickly intervened to defuse the situation, offering to drink 2 glasses himself on the director's behalf. He explained she couldn't handle alcohol. The man reluctantly agreed, but then suggested they all go for a relaxing massage after. Han Thang continued to play the fool, scratching his head and laughing sheepishly. "Tonight is impossible. A classmate's father invited me for tea to discuss the Rocket 101 project's future. We're continuing tomorrow." At that, Liu Zhen's expression instantly shifted, his inner thoughts plain on his face. Han Thang knew he needed external leverage to break the stalemate. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment complex. Xiao Hongwei received a call from Han Thang, inviting him for tea and a chance to meet someone new. After hanging up, Hongwei stared at his phone, worried the young man was caught in some kind of trouble again. A short while later, back in the same luxurious room, Han Thang cheerfully introduced Xiao Hongwei. Hearing this, the older man simply nodded, letting out a soft "oh." The man who had been so aggressive just moments before was now completely silent. As he sat, the man rushed to pour tea for Xiao Hongwei, but the father's gaze was fixed on the prominent tattoo on Liu Zhen's arm. Catching Huan V's pointed gaze, he grew instantly awkward, pulling on his coat and blaming a sudden chill. Soon after, night had completely fallen. Han Thang told the other two to return to the hotel, while he went to speak with Tu Huan V. Back at the hotel, Min Deng was stunned by his influence in the city. A single call for support was enough to make Lu Tran's group submit. Kong Tin, who had known Tran Han Thang for much longer, held a deep impression of his calm demeanor and maturity. Director Thuong Tu Bin of Tham Thang Communications once analyzed Han Thang's family background, concluding it was likely quite strong. His part-time jobs were just ordinary gigs to help with tuition, meaning the foundation supporting him had to be far more solid. This realization left Min Deng even more astonished. Looking back, Kong Tin felt that assessment was completely accurate. Rocket number 1 had already quietly conquered the student market in 4 major cities. But what resonated most with Truong Min Deng was Kong Tin's praise that President Tran had truly matured. Min Deng wondered why she couldn't see it. Didn't he still joke around with his troublemaker friends just like before? He'd even argue heatedly over which school had higher quality girls. Just then, Kong Tin received a call from Tran Han Thang. He invited them to his home for a meal the next day. She immediately agreed and sent her thanks to his parents. After the call ended, Kong Tin didn't immediately put her phone away. She smiled at the glowing screen, seemingly understanding that creating intimacy through small details was the mark of Han Thang's maturity. After hanging up, He gently set his phone on the table, the very same one Kong Tin had sat at earlier. He was considered a key figure in paving the way for Rocket Number One's territory. Tu Hoanvi's expression remained stern and cold. Tran Han Thang calmly explained that you can't have acquaintances visit the city and just eat hotel food. You treat them like close friends. So tomorrow, he would invite her home for a meal, asking his mother to cook as a show of sincere goodwill. At this, the man's eyebrows practically touched. Tu Hoanvi's mind was filled with unspoken doubts, a distinct feeling that Tran Han Thang wasn't a man his daughter could completely trust. Catching that wary and hostile gaze, Han Thang was taken aback. Utterly flustered, he stammered, "Uncle, why are you looking at me like that?" Tu Hoanvi's face darkened even more. "What's wrong with me looking at you?" The tension in the living room thickened. He wanted to know the next move for Rocket Number One's development strategy. After solidifying their current key position, Kang Thon would immediately push into Ban Thon and Tuk Thien, expanding from north to south until they controlled the entire Tudong province. Tran Han Thang seriously presented the clearly defined plan. Hearing this, Tu Hoanvi let out a faint smile. He mentioned a deputy chief Lu Tuyenha who had visited on business. His guest house had a vast network in Ban Thon, suggesting Han Thang meet with him. Mid-sentence, his eyes darted aside, seeing Tudong Nu's mother rushing into the bathroom. The sound of the bathroom door clicking shut echoed through the house. Tran Han Thang immediately shot to his feet, asking for his leave. Though he acted naturally, Tu Hoanvi knew the excuse felt a bit forced. He agreed. Moments later, when his wife came out from her shower, the young man was nowhere to be seen. Ngakthang couldn't help but feel puzzled. He crossed his arms and said, "Han Thang probably went home," before turning to his wife. "If he's here next time, don't go showering. It makes young people feel awkward and constrained." Hearing this, Ngakthang was baffled as to why it would be embarrassing. Her husband was about to forbid Han Thang from seeing their daughter, yet he was worried about her taking a shower? Not long after, Tran Han Thang arrived home, quietly pushing the door open. The moment he stepped inside, a shirt was thrown at him, followed by a familiar scolding voice. "So, you finally decided to crawl back home?" He grinned sheepishly, looking obediently at his mother. Seeing this, she simply urged him to shower and get to bed before it got too late. After his shower, he put on a pleasant smile, casually telling Luang Maiqian that he was taking the morning off to prepare a meal for two close friends. At that, she turned away, clearly annoyed. "You earn a little money and suddenly you dare order your mother around? I'm not a servant in this house." She walked into her bedroom, but Tran Han Thang's flattering singing followed right behind her. In this world, only mothers are the best. Luang Maiqian finally let out a helpless sigh. This kid was truly shameless. Beside her, Triyu Quan, engrossed in a book, casually asked about the boyfriend who was visiting tomorrow. He agreed she should prepare a meal. If Han Thang brought a friend home, their relationship must be special. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in annoyance, shooting Triyu Quan a sharp, menacing glare. Then, Luang Maiqian furiously flipped off the bedroom lights. "I knew you were going to do that." A resentful shout echoed from the living room where Tran Han Thang sat. "I was reading. How can I see now?" His mother instantly snapped, shooing him out. "Go watch TV with Han Thang and save some electricity." Frustrated, Triyu Quan furiously hurled a pillow to the ground. Tran Han Thang was always watching either a Stephen Chow movie or a Jet Li film. His father would rather sleep than join his son. Outside, the noisy clamor of the television droned on. A cute cat song began to play. Unsurprisingly, Luang Maiqian roared, making Lam Chan Han Thang jump out of his skin. "It's this late and you're not sleeping? Do you think this house is a hotel?" Her shout was fiercer than a lion's roar. Even Triyu Quan, beside her, trembled, let alone her pale-faced son. The next afternoon, Kong Tin and Min Deng came to visit. Min Deng was utterly fascinated by Han Thang's bedroom. She touched everything, constantly looking around, until he grumpily asked if she was crazy. Just then, Min Deng discovered something stunning. The word endurance, crudely carved into the bookshelf. Seeing this, she giggled, remembering how she once teased him into carving it. The memory made him so mad he'd kicked her out of the room. A few days later, Tran Han Thang scouted local universities. Meanwhile, Lu Tran was becoming a model citizen, using less profanity. In just a few short days, he had completely conquered the city's university market. Immediately after, Tran Han Thang prepared to leave for his next target, a place called Tuk Thien. He remembered his mother's words about Tiunaguni's birthday. Feeling guilty, he took his aunt to his second uncle's house, trying to balance his relationships. At that moment, who can possibly reach out and save me? Han Thang asked himself. How could he save himself, other than by faking indifference to survive? At the franchise district, the manager said his project was solid, but without connections, it would be a long wait. Sunset descended on the city. The sky was a painted masterpiece. Kong Tin saw Tran Han Thang take out a suit, guessing he planned to use his network. But Han Thang simply told them to handle their work, while he went to visit a certain leader. That man was arrogant, but if you caught his eye or proved your worth, he would lend his support. Kong Tin smiled gently. Mr. Tran must be someone very worthy then. Hearing this, Tran Han Thang smirked confidently, adjusting his jacket. What do you think? Early next morning, Deputy Chief Lu Tuyen Ha of Ban Kong Group told Han Thang not to hang up while he handled something. A barrage of insults aimed at his staff then erupted from the phone, like a strange symphony conducted by Lu Tuyen Ha. 10 minutes later, after completely venting, he calmly returned to their conversation. Tran Han Thang immediately began to flatter him, saying Lu Tuyen Ha was brilliant and worked incredibly hard. The man smirked, asking what he wanted. Han Thang mentioned meeting at Tu Hoanvi's home, saying he remembered Tuyen Ha's valuable advice. Finally, he gently steered the conversation to the main point. I wonder if Uncle Lu has a moment to share some experience. Hearing this, the man sighed, feigning difficulty with his busy schedule. Lu Tuyen Ha continued to play it cool, saying if he didn't have a social dinner, they could talk. At that, Han Thang cheerfully promised to call back at 5 p.m. After hanging up, Lu Tuyen Ha set his phone down. A normal person would have humbly offered to wait for a call back after hearing about a dinner. But Tran Han Thang quickly jumped in, setting the 5 p.m. callback time himself. He crossed his arms, an interested smirk playing on his lips as he eyed the phone. One path was passive, the other proactive. He chose action. Time flew by, and soon it was late afternoon. As the clock struck 5 exactly, Lu Tuyen Ha's phone buzzed. It was, of course, Tran Han Thang's promised call. He cleared his throat, saying tonight's dinner wasn't important, and invited him over to his house instead. Han Thang cheerfully agreed, thinking to himself that this Tuyen Ha truly cared about keeping up appearances. Even someone of Xiao Hengwei's high status, he recalled, still ate at home and picked up his own daughter from school. It seemed Liu Tuyen Ha's temperament had its advantages. Act naturally, and he was unlikely to refuse. Crossing the threshold of his home, after all, held a special meaning. Soon, with the sun still lingering, the door to Liu Tuyen Ha's home was opened by Kwang Kak. Tran Han Thang flashed a brilliant smile, waving as he stepped inside. His first words expressed deep honor that the man had skipped a formal event for him. Liu Tuyen Ha hid his pleasure behind a calm mask, replying humbly, but inwardly, he praised the young man's clever tongue. He had created a small debt of gratitude right from the start, elevating his own worth while cleverly opening a door. He then shot a sharp glare at his son, who was trying to escape. Asterisk. Learn from him. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. He's only a year your senior. Asterisk. Before long, glasses were raised around the dinner table. Han Thang didn't forget to thank Liu Tuyen Ha's wife for the wonderful meal she had prepared. When he rose to offer her a toast, she gracefully waved it away. Unfazed, Tran Han Thang passed the glass to Kwang Kak, a silent gesture for him to share his parents' burden. Watching this, Tuyen Ha nodded inwardly with approval. The move respected his wife and praised his son at the same time. After drinking, the boy smiled, feeling he had finally matured enough to share their responsibilities. At that moment, Tran Han Thang finally addressed the main topic, asking for support for his campus rocket project. The older man smiled slightly, revealing that Xiao Hengwei had already spoken to him. Even if he hadn't come, he would have helped. Hearing this, Han Thang was furious, cursing inwardly. Asterisk. That damned old Xiao, acting so high and mighty. Asterisk. But when asked if he was angry, he simply offered a gracious, upright smile. Even if Uncle Xiao hadn't mentioned it, I was determined to pay you a proper visit. Before long, deep night had fallen, yet laughter still echoed from Liu Tuyen Ha's home. The next morning, Tran Han Thang received a sudden call from Kwang Kak. His father was seriously ill. The news was a shock. In moments, Han Thang gathered a gift and hurried to the house. As he entered, Liu Kwang-kak recounted the story. His father had been drinking heavily every day to find support for the rocket project. By noon, he'd collapsed from exhaustion and needed an IV. Finishing his tale, he sighed, looking at Tran Han Thang with a puzzled gaze, wondering why his father would go to such lengths for him. In bed, with the covers up to his neck, the old man smiled weakly at Han Thang's arrival. Concerned, he leaned down and gripped Liu Tuianha's hand, urging him to put his health first. If anything were to happen, the fault would be his. Hearing this, Liu Tuianha just smiled reassuringly. I've already secured the Pengcheng University market. That much is done. The rest you'll have to handle yourself. The old man's words struck a chord, and Tran Han Thang felt a lump form in his throat. But Liu Tuianha gently sent him out to get more rest. Just before leaving, Han Thang turned and told Kwang Kak to follow him. Outside the room, he handed the boy a small slip of paper with his personal number. He then told Kwang Kak to look him up when he comes to Jianye, promising to help make his stay more comfortable. Kwang Kak's face flushed red as he snapped back. Who would even want to go there? Tran Han Thang only gave a cryptic smile. After a light pat on the shoulder, he turned and left without a second glance, leaving Kwang Kak staring in bewilderment. It took a moment for Kwang Kak to regain his senses. He quietly opened his father's door to say Han Thang had left, only to freeze in shock. Liu Tuianha was sitting up, his earlier fatigue completely gone. The sight left Kwang Kak stunned. After his son confirmed their guest was truly gone, the man asked him to fetch his cigarettes. With the pack in hand, he expertly drew one out and lit it. After taking a long drag, he finally began to explain the things that had long puzzled his son. He confessed that his whole life he had chosen the path of diplomacy, which is why he had such a wide circle of acquaintances. Everyone knew his connections were vast, yet when others were promoted, his name was never once mentioned. Liu Tuianha looked up, a faint smile on his lips as he spoke of the rocket project. I can still be of some use. Your uncle Zhao was promoted to deputy chief, but since I was late to the game, old Zhao was never very enthusiastic. In a few more years, I'll be retiring. I just want a stable future for you. The key is to build your connections. Seeing Kwang Kak was still lost, he brought up Tran Han Thang. Why is my son still so naive? Liu Tuianha smirked knowingly, asking, Don't you already know the answer in your heart? Hearing his father, the young man simply bowed his head in solemn thought as Tuianha continued to speak. Tran Han Thang is only a year older than you, yet with me, you're the junior pouring tea. So I doubt he's even 30. While you're still struggling, he's already reached the peak. Floating among the clouds, his gaze drifted far away. Kwang Kak could only listen in silence as Tuianha guided him. When you have the chance, find a way to visit Jianye and connect with him. Han Thang will remember this favor. He will never forsake you. He sighed, adding, You truly need to learn Tran Han Thang's flexibility. Also, Tuianha stroked his chin thoughtfully. What was old Tu's daughter's name again? Hearing this, Kwang Kak suddenly blushed and quickly replied, Xiao Yu Ni. Tuianha nodded as if he recalled her, remarking that she was beautiful, well-connected, and academically brilliant. At this, both Tuianha and Kwang Kak fell into a silent, calculating pause. Suddenly, Tuianha glanced at his son, his calm voice emphasizing 2 words. Kwang Kak stared at his father for a few seconds before the man delivered his final conclusion. Is that Tran Han Thang even worthy? His face flashed with anger and sheer unwillingness. Tuianha took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke as he let out a sigh. His words were enough to shatter Kwang Kak's thoughts. Before long, Tran Han Thang had conquered the university market in the provincial city of Pang, while Su Dong secured 6 of the 13 cities. Han Thang could now move forward with ease, his head held high with confidence. During that time, he was rarely home. For 4 months, he was constantly on the move, only occasionally rushing back to Jianye to have a meal with Yu Chu, or to eat and stroll the streets with Tu Donggu. The next morning, Han Thang had already vanished. With the support of the supply chain, the Su Dong University market steadily expanded like a silkworm devouring leaves, awaiting the moment to be revealed. Just then, in Nantong City, inside a quiet meeting room, Han Thang sat commandingly at the head of the table when his phone suddenly rang. He quickly took the call and stepped outside, chuckling, Old Vu, to what do I owe the pleasure? Did you hear I bought 3 Huangji and Haimen? The line went silent, making the air feel heavy and tense. Han Thang tried to maintain his smile, but an unfamiliar voice suddenly broke the silence. I am Shi Zhengdong, Deputy Secretary of the League Committee and Director of the National Education Institute's office. Am I speaking with student Tran Han Thang? Hearing that introduction, a seed of doubt was planted in Han Thang's mind. Since when did the school have a deputy secretary? It seemed there was a major shakeup in the university's staff. He replied calmly, Secretary Shi, what did you need? Is the Ferrari in the Zone B parking lot yours? Shi Zhengdong asked directly, and Han Thang confirmed it. Zhengdong then explained that the National Education Institute planned to begin classes in Zone B in early May. Since it's near their dorms, they plan to convert that area into a parking lot. Many of the institute's students drive cars, so from a practical standpoint, would you be able to move your vehicle? Han Thang quickly asked, What? His heart ached for his beloved Ferrari. He'd bought it over a year ago, and it had sat perfectly in that spot. Now someone wanted him to move it. He pulled the phone away from his ear. Hello, Secretary Shi? I've just entered a tunnel. The signal is terrible. Let's talk again soon. Hanging up, Han Thang turned to Xiao Yu and asked quietly, What's going on at the school? She just looked back, confused. Zhang is doing fine, and the milk tea shop nearby is thriving. You shouldn't worry so much. Han Thang's eyes remained filled with suspicion. He stared at Xiao Yu and asked, Then what is this National Education Institute? Oh, you mean that? Xiao Wu instantly knew what he was asking, shrugging with a look of utter indifference. It's the most prestigious academy there is. While he was away, the school had repeatedly favored the kids from the National Education Institute, giving up dorms and other trivial perks. After explaining, Xiao Wu asked Han Thang doubtfully, But what does any of this have to do with you? Even if the National Education Institute held immense power, their world and his were like two parallel lines, never meant to cross. Han Thang explained with a sigh of frustration. A director from their institute called me directly, ordering me to move my car immediately. He held up his phone, signaling with his hand. Xiao Wu, just give me a moment. Xu Yibing was on the other end of the line. Han Thang chuckled. Shi Zhengdong just said your signal was bad. I knew you hung up on purpose. Han Thang's voice turned serious. Who exactly is that person? He demanded I move my car, even raising his voice at me. Doesn't he know I'm just a nobody trying to get by? If it had been a call from Dean Kai, or even Dean Six, or a director from the Literature Institute, I would have obeyed without a word. But on what authority does a teacher from the National Education Institute get to order me around? On the other end, Yibing quickly clarified. Actually, he's very young. The school specially recruited him to oversee a major construction plan for the institute. And to boost his credibility, they made him the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee. But he clearly lacks experience. Han Thang immediately understood the situation, so moving the car was his idea. Teacher Yibing nodded and added, The school leadership never designated that parking lot. It's technically public space. Han Thang nodded slowly. I understand now. A moment later, a phone buzzed, vibrating across the wooden table. It was Zhengdong's phone, ringing once more. It was student Han Thang calling. He asked gently, When will you be back to move your car? Please try to be as quick as possible. Han Thang just laughed in response. I can move the car right away. In that case, I'll have to ask Teacher Shi to find a suitable spot for me. Shi Zhengdong's face was a mask of confusion. You still need my help with that? The Finance Institute has so many empty spaces, you can park anywhere you like. Han Thang's smile remained, but his reply was firm. I can't do that. It would be troublesome if I get another call demanding I move again. Where would I hide my face then? If there's nothing else, I'll be hanging up. Without giving Zhengdong a chance to reply, Han Thang decisively ended the call, leaving Zhengdong standing there, utterly bewildered. He immediately turned to Old Wu. This student is truly audacious, daring to hang up on me like that. The first call went fine, so why the sudden change in attitude on the second one? Yibing just sighed softly. The first time, he didn't know who you really were. The second time, after understanding your identity, Han Thang's true nature came out. Yibing wore a smug expression, as if teasing him. Every piece of information he has about you came directly from me. Back at the meeting, Han Thang stood up, announcing with conviction that they had conquered the entire Sudong provincial market. Everyone can return to Jianye to rest and reorganize, so we can enjoy the fruits of our immense labor together. Seeing the excitement and enthusiasm on every face, A faint, satisfied smile graced his lips. Below, the crowd erupted in cheers, finally able to go home. The feeling of relief was incredible. Xiao Wu, looking slightly worried, turned to ask Han Thang about his car. She hesitated, but he answered calmly, "I just need to turn the steering wheel a bit. I'll admit defeat this time." But his eyes gleamed with a challenging light. Han Thang stood, turned his back, and left the meeting room, leaving behind instructions to prepare carefully. He said he had to go back to school to continue the show. The scene shifts back to the Finance Institute. A familiar voice called out, "You've been busy this past month. Any good news?" The person opposite him immediately replied, "Right here." Han Thang sat down, his face radiant. "Fortunately, we received the sincere support and help from the school's leadership. Thanks to that, we were able to quickly dominate the university market in the Sudong province in such a short time." Kong Chao, sitting opposite him, nodded in agreement. "That's quite an achievement, a truly double joy occasion." As he spoke, he handed a file to Han Thang. "The documents from the Department of Education have finally been approved. From now on, the Finance Institute will officially be renamed Jianye University of Finance." Han Thang took the file, a joyful smile spreading across his face. "From here on, the title Dean 6 is a thing of the past. We'll have to call you President 6 now." Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their lively conversation. An employee entered, respectfully addressing Dean 6. "I'd like to report on some work matters." Kong Chao looked at him and nodded. "All right, sit down and take your time." The newcomer was none other than Shi Zhangdong. He sat down and immediately began his report. "First, all the dormitories have been cleared. The sanitation work has also been thoroughly completed." He seemed to completely ignore Han Thang sitting beside them. Qin Dong continued his presentation relentlessly. New students from the National Academy could join at any time. That statement made Han Thang turn his head, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. Monday's schedule was set and sent for review, and the foreign lecturer for Tuesday was already arranged. Han Thang discreetly observed the newcomer's face, suspicion stirring within him. Who was this person? Kong Xiu finally spoke. "Qin Dong, I trust your ability, but your methods are sometimes too impulsive," he remarked softly. "Some time ago, the dormitory swap has caused quite a stir, tarnishing the school's reputation. You should soothe the students' concerns, not just rigidly follow the rules." Shi Zhangdong sat bolt upright, maintaining a stern look before Dean 6. "I gave them 3 days to reconsider, and the school even offered financial aid. They failed to see how this affected the school's primary mission. Regardless, we shouldn't blame the students. They are still young. We must learn to see things from their perspective." Kong Chao offered his sincere advice. Zheng Dong could only nod in agreement. Thanking the dean for his guidance, he was about to say more. Also, about the parking in Area B, when Han Sheng cleared his throat, cutting him off. Kong Chao, noticing the awkwardness, quickly made the introductions. "I forgot to mention, this is teacher Shi Zhengdong from the Institute of National Education, and this is Chen Han Sheng, a promising talent from the Finance Institute." Introduced so formally, Han Sheng smiled and gave a slight nod. "Teacher Shi, it's a pleasure. Please guide me." Shi Zhengdong flushed slightly, thinking to himself, so this is the star student from the Finance Institute. He even appeared on television twice. The Chen Han Sheng from the Heechang dropout incident, who caused over 10 officials to be dismissed and became the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. Han Sheng maintained his somewhat strained smile. He tried to be patient, thinking their meeting was fate. If he just drove away later, it would all be over. But Zheng Dong wouldn't let it go. He immediately turned to the dean to complain about Han Sheng, requesting the 6 parking spots in Area B for his own institute's use due to their convenience. Kong Chao, not seeing the issue, calmly asked, "I already approved that parking space. Is there some problem with implementing it?" Zheng Dong quickly denied it. "There's no major obstacle." He glanced at Han Shunsheng, then said bluntly, "It's just that student Chen Hansheng's Ferrari is parked there, affecting the area's aesthetic." Han Sheng's smile twisted. Fury ignited within him. He had already tried to be the bigger person, yet the teacher was deliberately accusing him. In front of Kong Chao, wasn't this just trying to corner me? Hearing this, Kong Chao laughed it off. Just have Han Sheng move his car. The Finance Institute has plenty of other spots. With the dean's word, Han Sheng had no choice but to agree. Once things were settled, Zheng Dong left, not forgetting a polite goodbye. "I'll be going then. I won't disturb you two any longer. After he left, Kong Chao continued his discussion with Han Sheng. Actually, your solo interview has already been edited and finalized. However, the Finance Institute wants to wait for the official, red-stamped document confirming the school's establishment before we announce it, to boost credibility. Once Rocket 01 captures the entire provincial market, we'll arrange for you to go on air. Hearing this promise and holding the plan, Han Sheng smiled, a proud glint in his eyes. A moment after leaving the office, he saw a familiar figure waiting outside. Zheng Dong turned slightly, surprised to see Han Sheng emerge. He immediately called out, "Chen Han Sheng," causing him to pause for a second. Zheng Dong, with a stern expression, said, "You are a student official. I hope you can understand the teacher's difficulties." Hearing this, Han Sheng's expression soured. He turned his head, questioning coldly, "Do you take me for a fool?" He bluntly exposed Zheng Dong's hypocrisy, mocking how he'd first slap someone then try to console them. At his words, Zheng Dong froze, stammering incoherently. Han Sheng stated his position clearly. "Today, because it was my car, Dean 6 let it slide. What if it had been another student? Your attitude doesn't solve anything. You just want to oppress and impose your will on students." Zheng Dong, flustered, fell silent. He asked quietly, "Then what do you want?" Han Sheng said nothing more, only casting a contemptuous look at Zheng Dong. His fleeting smile held no goodwill. He decisively left Shi Zhengdong behind, walking away without a single glance back. A cold sweat trickled down Shi Zhengdong's back. The rumors were true. He adjusted his glasses, feeling an immense pressure. A mere student could be this hard to counter. By afternoon, Han Sheng's Ferrari was parked right at the academy's gate as classes ended. Students began to gossip. "Isn't that Han Sheng's car? But it's empty. Why is it parked right at the entrance?" In the cafeteria, Shi Zhengdong sneered. He only knows such petty tricks. Suddenly, a phone rang right at Shi Zhengdong's table. The person on the other end questioned him sharply. "What kind of job are you doing? Why did you let Han Sheng park in front of the cafeteria?" Shi Zhengdong was stunned. "What?" He hastily denied it. "I never told him to park there. I only told him to move his car out of Area B." The voice on the other end cut in impatiently. "Fine, but Han Thang says you started it, and the rumor is now all over campus. Why are you making such a mess of something so simple? You need to handle this and sort it out." At those words, Zhengdong's face darkened, his expression freezing over. After a long and chaotic day, Xiao Han Sheng finally made it back to his dorm. Inside, the room was buzzing with 4 or 5 guys deep in a game of cards, their laughter echoing as they focused on the hands they were dealt. "I'll pass. You're up next." "Fine, I'll play a pair of 5s. If you fold again, you'll lose all your points." Xiao Qiang, a cigarette between his lips, eyed Old Fourth curiously. "Why'd you drive off so fast? I thought we'd be stuck there all night." The talk turned to the days before Han Sheng returned, when Shi Zhengdong was acting like a tyrant on campus, forcing students out of their dorms with his orders. Even those with the best rooms had to move out quickly, all to make way for new national college students arriving in May. Being pushed around like this as university students naturally sparked resentment. But Zhengdong hid behind the administration's policies, wielding immense power. Who would dare challenge him? Not a single student was brave enough to stand up. In the end, everyone could only swallow their anger and move out. Zhengdong then claimed a separate lecture hall for the National College, even hinting that students from other departments were forbidden from entering. This action fueled a firestorm of online rage. On the university forums, he'd already earned the nasty nickname Hunting Dog. On top of that, the National College's tuition was over 30,000 a year, not including the 100,000 for 2 years of studying abroad. How could any poor family afford that? On the surface, everyone felt powerless, gritting their teeth and enduring it. But Zhengdong remained completely oblivious. The day after Chen Hansheng returned, he immediately ignited a fierce and explosive confrontation with him. At the time, most people were eagerly hoping to see Hansheng and Shi Zhengdong finally have a proper showdown. Back at the card game in his dorm, Hansheng replied with a faint smile. "I just wanted to make him a little more uncomfortable. If he keeps causing trouble." The 6th brother in the dorm chimed in. "I don't get it." Xiao Qiang responded with a sigh. "So that's how it was, huh?" Yang Ming, sitting nearby, jumped in. "Even Old Fourth is confirming it. So does that detestable hunting dog still dare to act so arrogant?" But Han Sheng just laughed it off. In the end, it has nothing to do with the humanities department. We live in Wanghui Garden, and most of us are accounting majors, right? Xiao Qiang nodded in agreement. Exactly, all accounting guys. They've already moved into the rooms next to ours. What about Boya Garden? I heard all the female students were moved to Linyuan. Zhen Yu approached Han Sheng's bed, holding up a small item. Hey, old fourth, mind if I borrow a cigarette? Just take one. No need to ask. Yang Ming suddenly fell silent, a thoughtful look on his face that no one could quite decipher. A moment later, he finally spoke. Anyone has always been welcome to Fourth Brother's cigarettes. He's never petty about it. But you always have to act so different from the rest of us. That pointed remark left Zhen Yu speechless. Without another word, he simply climbed onto his own bed. Seeing this, Han Sheng sighed internally. University roommates could really be clueless sometimes. Every type of personality was crammed into one room. Still, Han Sheng never bullied anyone. He only turned to blame Yang Ming. Old sixth, you're so rude. Can't he even just ask politely? As he spoke, his stomach let out a loud rumble. Han Sheng stood up to find some food, muttering, "Where did all my snacks go? What dog cleaned them out so fast? Hey, you guys have anything left to eat?" Everyone just silently shook their heads. So, Han Sheng had to go downstairs to buy more supplies. He came back, ready to make a steaming hot bowl of instant noodles. Guonan's eyes lit up at the sight of the noodles. Instant ramen with a bit of beer was the perfect combo. Zhen Yu was still sulking in a corner. Han Sheng called out, "Old Dai, come down and eat with us." Zhen Yu didn't even bother to look, retorting loudly, "I'm not hungry, you guys go ahead." Han Sheng's voice grew a bit sharp. "Stop being so dramatic. This is the only time I'm going to ask." Hearing that, Zhen Yu hesitantly sat up. He finally got off his bed and took a seat at the table with everyone else. Just then, someone called out Fourth Brother, and Han Sheng turned. Guonan gave him a small look and said quietly, "It's so good to have you in the dorm." "Yeah, that's right, Fourth Brother. The few days you were gone felt really empty. We all missed you a lot." "I'm sure Yang Ming did too." Yang Ming just scoffed, telling them to stop talking nonsense. But then his voice dropped, teasing that he had some juicy new gossip. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. He grinned at Guonan. "Hey, Guonan, when are you going to tell us the truth? That you're in love? Just let everyone know already." The sudden question made Guonan's face flush bright red. Han Sheng was exasperated. "What's there to hide? You can't escape it, even during dinner." Guonan mumbled, his face beet red. "We haven't made it official yet. I was afraid Fourth Brother wouldn't approve." But contrary to his worries, Han Sheng seemed completely at ease. "I have no right to object," he said with a grin. "So, who is it?" After a brief hesitation, he replied softly, "She's the roommate of Junior La Tuyen." Hearing this, he froze for nearly 5 seconds. Han Thang turned to ask La Tuyen what was wrong. Kuyen Nam just nodded slightly before explaining shyly. "Her name is Tutin. I met her last year after a dorm mixer, when I delivered something to building E101. After that, we became closer, but we're still just friends for now. I haven't found the courage to confess." Kuyen Nam's story made Han Thang suddenly remember the short-haired girl who shared their car that day. He recalled having a good impression, but just then, Duong Min cut in. "I think Tutin actually likes me." He took a sip of his drink and continued. "We even happened to be drinking the same soda, but it was nothing serious," Kuyen Nam quickly added at the end. "I could only swallow the pain and give her up for my junior." Thieu Kwang was stunned, with a hint of irritation. "So that's why you're always showing up? She probably doesn't even remember your name." Ignoring their bickering, Kuyen Nam quietly called out to his fourth brother, his eyes seeking approval. Han Thang understood his heart and offered a warm smile. "Just go and pursue her." He then clapped Kuyen Nam's shoulder. "Congratulations, Nam. Now the number of single dogs in our dorm has gone down by 1. Duong Min chimed in. "Isn't it down by 2? Duong Min continued. "I have a girlfriend too. It's just not convenient to say yet. I'll announce it when the time is right." The whole group burst into loud laughter, all of them teasing him. "Just keep on bluffing." The laughter slowly faded from the screen as darkness fell, covering the street in shadows. Han Thang rested his head on his hands and said softly, "Only 2 months left until our 3rd year. Have you guys thought about your future paths?" Thieu Kwang was the first to speak up. "After graduation, I plan to take the civil service exam. Most people from my hometown follow that path. It makes your parents proud, and it's easier to find a suitable partner later. The next to speak was Thieu Quang. Not me. I don't plan on dating anymore in college. I'll probably just go home and start a small business. No huge ambitions. Tran Hu seemed the most lost. To be honest, I haven't figured it out. We still have over 2 years of school anyway. It'd be best to stay and build a career in the city, otherwise I'll have to return home. The ever-carefree Duong Min quickly spoke up. I'm the same as you guys. My family has an apartment in Kien Hoa. I'm a local. Kuyen Nam. What about you? When asked, he replied softly, I need to discuss it with Tatin. Upon hearing this, the group teased him in unison. Getting serious already. Or maybe we should just throw Kuyen Nam out. I agree with that. That was their all-night talk in the dorm yesterday. The next day, everyone was present in the lecture hall, laughing and talking. In another corner, Lam Nu whispered into Aoso's ear, Your boyfriend hasn't been back 72 hours, and he's already openly confronted Su Qindong. And this time, I'm actually on Han Thang's side. That damn bootlicker is just too much. In the quiet Bacnya garden, a female student was crying as she packed her luggage, looking utterly pitiful. Bien Man chimed in from the back seat. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a teacher, sacrificing students for the rich kids from the National Institute. So I guess that girl from the port is considered a righteous hero now. The girls continued to whisper and gossip, while the guys calmly drew. Kui Nam looked at Han Thang's drawing, full of curiosity. What is that? An animated character design? Han Thang and Kui Nam chatted happily, completely unaware that Oso was secretly watching them. Suddenly, Han Thang's phone began to ring. The caller was Diep Y, a female reporter from the Jianglang television station. Why would she be calling me? After thinking for a moment, Han Thang decided to answer. Diep Y quickly inquired, I heard you're back at school? He replied, I just got back. Your information travels fast. Diep Y laughed confidently. Of course. I have eyes and ears in the Finance Institute. This morning, your side finalized the broadcast schedule for the interview with our director, so I guessed you must have returned. As she twirled a lock of hair, she asked, Are you free? Let me treat you to a meal. The sudden invitation left Han Thang a little flustered. Diep Y continued, I heard you're also taking part in the Kien Yeep Stations program. I can tell you about the key people at that unit. This time, Han Thang was silent for a long moment. His silence made Diep Y grow anxious. She was afraid he would refuse her outright. Finally, Han Thang opened his mouth to reply, Actually, it seems we had the same idea. I was originally planning to ask you out for a meal. Model. After class, Han Thang approached Yusu. I have a business lunch, so you and Hu Lin Yu should eat together. Please take care of each other. Yusu's face fell slightly as she lowered her head and whispered, Okay. Furious, Lin Yu stepped forward, pointing directly at Han Thang. She exclaimed, Tran Han Thang, you're not becoming one of those men from the books, are you? He frowned slightly. What men from what books? Ho Lam Nengu averted her eyes. You know the type. Gets rich, messes around outside, then lies to his wife about business dinners. Understanding her accusation, Han Thang shot back without a second's thought. I'm having lunch with her grandfather. Is that also a man's business? Don't think reading a few books means you understand everything. You're such a troublesome girl. After reassuring the girls, Tran Han Thang drove to pick up Diep Y. In the car, she asked uneasily, Where are you taking me? He smiled. There's a great sushi place nearby. Hearing this, Diep Y fell silent, lost in thought. Tran Han Thang's value had already passed 1 million, and he was taking over the entire university market of Tudong province. His growth was set to explode. Was this outing for a special reason? When they arrived, Han Thang politely opened her door. At times, he had an artistic side, with no interest in rich seafood. On the contrary, he loved slow walks through the old city, finding small stalls with unique snacks, satisfying his taste for both history and food. Faced with such gentle charm, Diep Y blushed slightly. So that was it. They entered the sushi restaurant together. At his suggestion, her face was still flushed. A snack stroll felt like something meant for lovers. Han Thang, however, was thinking that back in Jianglang, they'd be easily spotted. This area was Tiu Naguni's turf, so he had no choice but to cede it to her. After all, the goal was just to have another option. But Diep Wai found his actions surprisingly charming. She never knew Tran Han Thang had a romantic, artistic streak hidden beneath his humor. Aside from not being as handsome as him, and his texts not being as quick, and sometimes letting a curse slip, the other guy had no major flaws. A young deputy head at a government office was a pretty stable choice. Suddenly, another car pulled up right in front of them. The man who stepped out immediately confronted Diep Wai. "Who is he? Didn't you say you weren't working late? Why are you in this man's car?" Her earlier coyness vanished, replaced by a firm resolve. "Trong Niduk, were you following me from the office again?" Niduk hastily explained. "I wouldn't dare upset you. I know it's a sensitive time of the month for you, so I made you some nourishing chicken soup. I planned to bring it to you after your lunch nap, but you never ended up resting at all." For a moment, Diep Wai felt guilty at his sincerity. Seeing this, Han Thang drove closer and honked, making her jump. From his car, he called out, "Miss Diep, I'll be heading off." Flustered, Diep Wai replied, "Wait a moment. I'll explain. It's not what you think." But Han Thang said nothing, simply hitting the gas and driving off. Left with Niduk, Diep Wai feigned concern as he sulked. Who was that guy? She calmly assured him, "He's just a regular friend. If this is an issue, how can I socialize with anyone in the future? This is difficult. I'll just take the soup up to the office first." With that, she quickly bid him farewell. Diep Wai walked calmly into the office building. Outside, he felt a sting of disappointment, his gaze following her silhouette. Then, Niduk suddenly smiled. He thought to himself, maybe I overreacted. She's a reporter, so interviews and parties are completely normal for her. Just then, Han Thang's phone buzzed with a message from Diep Wai. She wrote, "I'm sorry you had to witness such an unpleasant scene. That man is just a college classmate. We used to have a small crush on each other back then. But after we graduated, I realized our core values and future plans were far too different. That's why he has always lingered in this lover-like role. I never expected to cause trouble for you both." Reading this, Han Thang sneered internally. She's a master, mixing truth and lies to absolve herself of all blame. The more he read, the angrier he became. "I'm not some spare tire you can pick up and drop whenever you please, you damn hypocrite." But his rational side stopped him. He couldn't respond with such a raw outburst. On Diep Wai's phone, a new message popped up. Han Thang had replied, "Didn't you once tell me you've never been in love before?" His question caught Diep Wai off guard for a second, but then she smirked. He took the bait. Diep Wai continued weaving her story. It started with, "I believe a relationship only becomes real after meeting the family." The message landed on Han Thang's phone. Reading her fabrications only fueled his irritation. Halfway through, Han Thang slammed his phone face down, not bothering to read the rest of her long-winded tale. Seeing this, Shuba asked, "Whose message is that?" He shot back, "Just the provider, bugging me about a ringtone plan." Just then, Bang Fai strode over, pointing at the watch on his wrist. "What's so great about ringtones? That's for kids. I bought this internationally a few days ago. It cost me over 6,000, and that was during a huge sale." Hearing this, the others gathered around, showering him with awe and endless compliments. Basking in the praise, Bang Fai smugly told Chen Han, "You should get a luxury watch too. Is the one you're wearing a fake? You'll be on TV building your career soon. At the very least, you need a decent watch as an accessory." But Han Sheng just looked at his own watch and sighed. He explained it was a gift from his parents for his high school entrance exams. "They were afraid I'd lose track of time during the test, so they got this for me specifically. Just because life is better now, I can't forget this precious memento. It's been with me through all the hard work." Bang Fai nodded. "So that's how it is." Han Sheng gave a slight smile. "Truth is, only young guys are obsessed with watches. Grown men prefer bracelets." Hearing that, Ming Rong curiously asked what kind of bracelets he meant. Xiao Yu chuckled. "The special kind worn by VIPs on the third floor." Ming Rong blushed, understanding the hidden meaning. Han Sheng sighed, waving his hand. All right, let's start the meeting. First, we'll summarize our experience developing the market at Sudong Province's universities. Second, we'll set our direction for the next step. And third, we'll discuss recruiting market staff." Xiao Yu had already prepared the recruitment flyers to pass around for everyone to see. It clearly stated that due to expansion needs, Rocket One was officially recruiting core marketing personnel with a starting salary of 2,000 plus commission. We're a student startup, so the initial phase will definitely be tough, with overtime. Kong Jing held the recruitment notice tightly, her expression turning serious. Standing beside her, Han Sheng sighed softly, then suddenly snatched the paper from her hand and passed it to Xiao Yu. Every single edit I mentioned must be made. Xiao Yu took note and went to print a new version immediately. The paper he handed Xiao Yu was covered in red ink, from the salary and wording to the time frames. He chuckled and added, "For the specific details of this position, just listen to Sister Jing. The focus is on market recruitment." Seeing the instruction to follow her, Xiao Yu held the paper, annoyed. So many mistakes? He was cut off. It's fine. No one is an expert from birth. The ad shouldn't reveal too much company information, but it can't be misleading either. You need to find a balance. Kong Jing just shook her head. If I didn't know you were a college student, I'd think you were a pyramid scheme recruiter. As time passed, a new marketing team led by Kong Jing began expanding into neighboring provinces. Chen Han Sheng remained in Jianye, coordinating with a series of campus activities. Recently, waves of leaders had come to observe, and Chen Han Sheng, as the company's face, was often seated beside them. Seeing the school staff, he thought to himself they must have too much free time. Even the notice board had been decorated like a Christmas tree. Shi Zhengdong watched him, calmly thinking to himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have caused trouble for Chen Han Sheng. The guy was a rising star, highly valued by the school, with all opportunities leaning his way. Back then, he thought the milk tea shop was too flashy, even planning to reclaim it as a private activity room for international students. Luckily, that plan never came to fruition. Wu Xuan straightened his tie and announced loudly that the leadership was about to arrive. Everyone stepped out of their cars one by one, immediately greeted by people rushing to shake their hands. Han Sheng wore his familiar social smile. "Uncle 3, Director Mo." She gave a faint smile and asked, "Is it just Director Mo now? You called me something else when you came to my house." Hearing this, Kong Chao grew even more flustered. Mo Ke quickly clarified, "Han Sheng's father and I were high school classmates." Kong Chao let out a forced laugh. So that's the connection. Witnessing this, Wu Yaoping thought that Chen Han Sheng's network was truly becoming more impressive. If Mo Ke had been transferred to the provincial education system 2 years earlier, Chen Han Sheng probably wouldn't have needed to approach him at the start of his business. The MC for the day shouted, "And now, we cordially invite our distinguished guests to unveil the new nameplate." The students attending the ceremony applauded thunderously, their praise unending. From now on, their graduation certificates would bear the seal of the University of Finance. The school's prestige and influence soared in an instant. Kong Chao joined the applause, looking towards the Finance Institute. Now it's a real University of Finance. Han Sheng heard this and thought silently. The next goal for the University of Finance was clear. To jump from a second-tier to a first-tier institution, they'd need to earn points through doctoral program accreditation. A master's degree program would be useless for that. University students would now have to test at other schools, failing to retain top talent. The finance department was upgraded to the University of Finance. This news spread like wildfire. The University of Finance's School of Social Sciences had a student named Tran Han Thang. Among the crowd, Han Thang was a shining example, not just for his grades but for his keen business mind. He made the most of his incredibly rare free time, founding his own small-scale rocket delivery company, a bold startup designed specifically for students' needs. His growing fame became a source of pride for his classmates. They even praised how photogenic their class president looked on camera. But amid the admiration, a different opinion emerged, suggesting he still looked a little too tense. That overly serious expression didn't seem to fit the image of their usual energetic class president. Inside the lively classroom, Han Thang's name was on everyone's lips, but Yu Su alone remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Lin Yu didn't miss her chance to tease her friend. "I think when you get married, he'll definitely be the type to spoil his wife." Then, leaning back in her chair, Lin Yu joked, "Go on, arrange Chen's clothes for him." To think Han Thang has such a cheerful side, it's hilarious to us girls. How many lifetimes did he need to find a girl like Shen Yu Su? With that, she playfully poked a finger into his perfectly pressed shirt. Instantly, an ugly crease appeared on the fabric. Yu Su's expression darkened with annoyance. Seeing her friend's reaction, Lin Yu could only sigh. She was truly unbelievable. A moment later, she ran off to complain dramatically to Man. Man, Shen Yu Su. From 11:30 until 12:10, she was meticulously lint-rolling her hometown friend's clothes. I barely teased her, and she got so upset. Hearing this, Man naively wondered, "How do you know the time so precisely?" Lin Yu clutched her head in despair. "Do you know how bored I have to be? To sit and watch someone lint-roll clothes for an hour?" Just then, another girl approached, gently changing the subject. "Let it go, let's not talk about it. I heard rocket number 1 might launch today. The information came from Jianye TV, so it's a reliable source. I even heard Shang Yi mention it." Lin Yu was skeptical, wondering if it was truth or just a rumor. It's hard to trust someone like her, but Man was certain the information was completely accurate. "Maybe we'll even get to see it tonight," she said, wrapping her arm affectionately around Yusu. "You really found yourself the perfect boyfriend." As the sky darkened, a formal, clear voice from the broadcast filled the air once more. "We will now deliver an important announcement. In recent years, encouraged by national policy, student entrepreneurs have become increasingly excellent, particularly at Jiangling University." The two words Jiangling instantly caught Zhao Jun's attention, his eyes glued to the screen. The host continued, and then the image of a familiar student appeared, causing Zhao Jun to gasp in astonishment. He quickly shouted, "Liu Mei Wan, come look, your son is on television." At that moment, Han Thang's mother was busy with a sink full of dishes. Hearing her husband's call, her soapy hands froze. She asked in a panic, her heart racing, "Did that mischievous boy break the law again? What if the police arrested him?" But as soon as she stood before the screen, Mei Huan fell silent. She sat down slowly, her focus entirely on the news. A moment later, she asked with a trace of irritation, "Who is that? Where is Tran Han Thang? Why isn't Tran Han Thang speaking for the Rocket 101 report? What's the point of the principal being there?" Zhao Jun gently explained to his wife. "These reports use Tran Han Thang and Rocket 101's names to boost the University of Finance, not for personal interviews. So Han Thang won't be speaking on camera directly. Besides, they already showed his picture a moment ago." Hearing this, Mei Huan finally let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in her chair. A smile of pure satisfaction. Her university son was on TV. She'd always admired others in this position, never dreaming it would be her turn. Triu Quan, however, quietly felt this was hardly a fair comparison. Those others were top scholars after all. Suddenly, a faint noise drew their attention. Was the faucet still running? Mai Qian shot up, realizing she'd forgotten all about it in her excitement. Triu Quan sighed to himself, watching his wife burst with pride for their son. On any other day, she would have complained by now. Han Thang's mother went back to her chores, but Triu Quan couldn't grasp the true depth of her joy. With her son on television, she knew she had to tell every friend and relative immediately. Qian called out from the kitchen, "Old Tran, come here. They'll re-air this news tomorrow night, won't they?" "Perhaps," he answered calmly. Triu Quan's vague reply only annoyed her. "Will they or won't they? I need a straight answer." He cleared his throat and said, "They usually do. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, it will be broadcast again." Mai Qian mused to herself that this father and son were complete opposites. You'd never hear uncertain phrases like that from Tran Han Thang. With his typical confidence, the boy would have stated it as a fact before adding any conditions. "And so," she asked, "let's go to my parents for lunch tomorrow." Triu Quan thought, "Isn't she just trying to show off?" He immediately said, "That's not necessary." She snapped back, "What do you mean, not necessary? This is about sharing our joy with family. I need to call Han Thang and see what that boy is doing." On the other end, Han Thang answered quickly, "Mom, what's up?" Qian was exasperated. "What's up? You were on TV. Why didn't you tell us?" He sighed. "You saw it? I didn't think you could get the Jianye broadcast at the port." "I was surprised too," she replied. "They said there's no signal in the Jiangling area, but the Jianye station is perfectly clear." Mai Qian felt a flicker of concern. "Who is that with you?" A girl's voice came through the line. "Hello? I'm Tie Unju and he. Tran is having dinner with us." Mai Qian understood at once. "Enjoy your meal then. Han Thang, call me back tomorrow afternoon." Back at the restaurant, someone suddenly asked, "So that's Tran Han Thang, from the University of Finance and Economics? You're far too modest." Hearing that, the entire table erupted in laughter. A new barbecue joint had opened downtown, and Teo Nu Ni, a devoted foodie, had dragged Tran Han Thang and his dorm mates along. When they heard he was on Jianye TV, they saw the perfect chance to make him pay. On the way, they even ran into some students from Cao Van's department. Thuong Thong immediately insisted they all join them. One of Han Thang's colleagues raised his glass, his voice laced with playful sarcasm. "Junior Tran, you really put us in our place. Always talking about how Rocket 101 had problems here, issues there. Turns out, he was the one who created it. And here we were, cursing the creator's pretentious name. It sounded like something a cat coughed up. Even the quiet Cao Van was pulled into it. Senior Cao was the one complaining the loudest. Li Fi then chimed in, praising how cute Tuan Ju Ni was, adding that her family was quite wealthy. With Tran Han Thang being a rising star at the university, they seemed like a perfect match. Dung Dung blushed, denying it. "That's not it at all. My family is just average, and my looks are nothing special." Han Thang played along. "She's right. I'm just a delivery guy trying to make some pocket money." The moment he spoke, Thithi tapped her chopsticks against her bowl with a sharp clink. She declared, "It's settled. Dungan says she's nothing special, and Tran Han Thang is just making pocket change. I'll remember this in 5 years. Let's see if those words become a punchline then." After dinner, Han Thang quietly returned to his dorm. He had just sat down when his phone began to ring. It was a call he seemed to have been expecting. He answered the phone. Dungno spoke directly. "Tran, senior, Cao is entering her second year as a PhD student. She got internship offers from Jin Du and Jun Hee, but she's still hesitating." After listening, Han Thang asked, "So what's the reason for her hesitation?" Dungungu replied instantly. Jin Du and Jun Hee, along with Hai Wen and Zhong Lun, are the nation's 4 biggest law firms. They're like the Shunfeng and Shentong of the logistics world. Those firms are all in bustling Yanjing, but Senior Cao doesn't want to leave Jianye, and she doesn't plan on opening her own practice. Han Thang wondered, "What are your thoughts?" Dungu sighed. "I'm not sure either." She frowned, pouting. "Little Tran, I need your advice." Leaning back, Han Thang answered confidently, "For now, tell her not to accept any offers. But don't reject them either. Tell her to take some time and ask Professor Sunday. If the old master gives her approval, then it's fine. If she says no, then it's a dead end." After hanging up with Dong Nigu, Han Thang called his mother. He asked if anyone's birthday was coming up. His mother replied, "No, why? He just said it was nothing." He then asked if his grandparents were well, and if he should visit. But his mother assured him they were healthy and he didn't need to come back. Then he remembered and asked, "How's that big cat at Grandma's place?" He said he'd even dreamed of it last night because he missed it. His mom glanced at the cat and said, "It's fine. Grandma just fed it some fragrant dried fish." Suddenly, Han Thang shot up. "Mom, are you at Grandma's house?" His mother's expression instantly turned strange. "You were on TV. I absolutely had to come and tell everyone the news." "I don't even know. I just find myself admiring it." He gave a half-hearted, "All right, okay," then quickly hung up. Han Thang stepped onto the balcony to light a cigarette. He never imagined his own parents would arrange his entire destiny for him. A dark cloud fell over Han Thang's face. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible to believe. The ones who ultimately stole the spotlight were old Tran and Empress Dowager Luong. Finishing his cigarette, he went back inside, only to find Duong Min looking dejected, not saying a single word. So Han Thang walked over, lightly tapping Duong Min's chair with a teasing question. "Rare to see you not going out today." Duong Min's reply was completely unexpected. "Brother Tran, I've been waiting for you." He then added a warning, "Don't even think about messing with me." "Truly a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken," Duong Min continued. "My high school friends refuse to believe we were roommates. They keep saying I'm making it up, so you have to come have a meal with me to prove it." But Han Thang took a sip of water and replied slowly, "I'm busy. For better or worse, I'm kind of a public figure now." Duong Min understood the hidden meaning and quickly made an offer. "This lunch is on me." Braised chicken leg and 3 savory side dishes. Han Thang's expression shifted like a professional actor. "Then what are we waiting for? The chicken legs will be gone if we're late," Duong Min reminded him. "Brother Tran, you should tone it down a bit. You're a public figure now." The finance school's cafeteria was packed. Duong Min proudly introduced his friend. "This is my roommate, Tran Han Thang. Feel free to call him Brother Tran." The other friends expressed their admiration, surprised that Duong Min hadn't been boasting after all. They greeted him in unison. Han Thang smiled warmly. No need to be so formal. Duong Min and I have been like brothers for nearly 2 years. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. One of the friends praised him. Brother Tran is so down to earth, not pretentious at all. They'd heard from Duong Min that their class president and dorm head were the types to show off excessively. But they had no idea those two figures were sitting right there, silently eating chicken legs. Someone asked, Brother Tran, how do you even live with this guy? Seeing Han Thang's silence, Duong Min knew his doom was near, and quickly devised an escape. I'll go get 4 sodas. Brother Tran, want a Huang Jin Liang cigarette? But Han Thang didn't bother to reply, so he tried again. What about a Yushi then? The result was the same. Duong Min's face went pale. How about a Zhonghua? This time, Han Thang didn't stay silent. He held out the pack and said, I want the soft pack. Hearing this, his friend let out a sigh of relief. Got it. Soon after, Han Thang happily took the cigarettes Duong Min bought and left with a lighter heart. Duong Min was left behind, sitting gloomily with his 2 friends. The friend beside him spoke up. Duong Min, you can't just use tricks like that to make connections. Indeed. He's the star of our school. Where's your national spirit, your pride? He left the cafeteria, strolling through the Yiwu market area. Then, he spotted his brother and sister-in-law. It was family. After a quick greeting, Han Thang gently pinched his 2 little nephews' cheeks. They're so chubby and cute, they need to lose some weight. The 2 kids beamed at the sight of their uncle. Trung Kien Than's father approached, calling out gently, Honey. Meanwhile, Han Thang and brother Trung treated each other as equals. The kids should really be calling you uncle. Maybe we should fix how we address each other. But Jian Cheng quickly stepped in. Now, Han Sheng is still young. Even if he earns 10 million, he must call me Brother Zhong. He's handsome, but my daughter looks nothing like me. Otherwise, I would consider matching her with Han Sheng when she's older. A person nearby ruffled his hair, teasing, No offense to your granddaughter, but what about all the girls around Han Sheng now? Surely you're not blind to that, are you? Watching the children play, he grumbled, I know. Just go home and leave me be. Zhong Zhencheng's eldest daughter watched in secret, her eyes glued to Han Sheng's back until her face flushed crimson. After a quick survey outside, Han Sheng returned to Rocket 01. He immediately summoned Xiao Yu, who responded, Master, your orders? I'm still buried under a mountain of work. With an indifferent look, Han Sheng asked, Where is Sister Jing now? Xiao Yu replied, Still in Hangzhou. Director Kong is also there. Should I inquire? He waved his hand dismissively. No need. She is a veteran in the market. We just need to patiently await her report. Suddenly, a notice came from outside that Wang Ziba had arrived. Hearing this, Han Sheng looked surprised. Why is he here now? Seeing the guest, Xiao Yu quickly rose to excuse herself. I'll take this chance to handle other matters. Descending the stairs, she met Ziba and gave a small greeting. He smiled back politely. I'm here to see little Chen for a moment. As he entered Han Sheng's room, Ziba was immediately questioned. Aren't you busy? Ziba answered awkwardly. It's manageable. Han Sheng then recalled first meeting Xiao Yu at a fundraiser for the humanities department. The vice minister at the time did nothing useful, instead making Xiao Yu even more anxious. Everyone saw her intense passion, a force that could banish laziness. A single glance at Xiao Yu was enough to sharpen your focus. That was why he kept his distance. Seeing Han Sheng's silence, Ziba leaned in. What are you smiling about? Han Sheng shot back bluntly. What's it to you? And why are you here? Don't you know the rules of the feudal lords? Entering the capital without a royal decree is a grave crime, punishable by death. Ziba glanced at him worriedly. You've been watching too many palace dramas. I came to discuss something important. Han Sheng's coldness made him hesitate, and a hint of resentment flickered in Ziba's eyes. Still, he maintained a cheerful tone. Business has been good. You even appeared on the Su Province University television station. We've essentially seized the initiative in the eastern region. Han Sheng pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. If you only came here to spout such meaningless chatter, you really shouldn't have bothered. Ziba scratched his head, explaining slowly. A while back, Huang Hui mentioned she wanted to work at the Rocket 01 headquarters. You were swamped at the time, so I agreed on my own, but Han Sheng's expression was unreadable. After a pause, he said, "I'm buried in work right now." Ziba sighed. "Fine, drop it. Forget it then." Han Sheng opened his eyes, his gaze thoughtful. He sat up straight and probed. "Do you remember something from our childhood?" Confused, Ziba asked, "What about it?" Han Sheng began to tell the story slowly. "In kindergarten, I wanted to sit next to the prettiest girl in class, but I was too shy to ask directly. So, I had you ask the teacher for me." As the memory returned, Ziba retorted, "Of course I remember. My relatives owned that school. When I later changed seats, you forced me to give my new spot to you." The two reminisced about old times, recalling one trivial story after another. Yet whatever Han Sheng wanted or was curious about, Ziba would always indulge him. In the middle of their laughter, Han Sheng suddenly asked, "If you want Huang Hui to work here, let her try. Otherwise, it'll be hard for you to face her when you return." Hearing this, Ziba simply gave a slight nod and fell silent. Han Sheng picked up his phone and continued. "It just so happens I met a girl recently who's a bit more capable than Huang Hui. She's more impressive, but it seems she only considers me a backup option. Take a look at my chats with her. Later, I'll give you a live lesson on how to handle this type of woman." After reading the texts between Han Sheng and Ye Yi, Ziba noted that everything seemed quite normal. They were just simple conversations between friends, occasionally meeting up for a meal. At that, Han Sheng posed a question. "What if I told you Ye Yi has had a boyfriend since college, and they never officially broke up? She's over-explaining because she's afraid I'll misunderstand." But Ziba thought, what's wrong with that? Maybe that's just how they define their relationship. You may not agree, but you can't assume she sees you as a spare tire. Han Sheng insisted, "There are other signs. I'll send one text and you'll see. Her reaction will tell you everything." With that, he quickly typed a message. "Miss Xiaoye, I'm realizing I have some feelings for you," and sent it to Ye Yi instantly. Beside him, Ziba gasped in horror. "Are you insane? Why confess so directly? You already have Xiao Yuer and Yu Chu, yet you're sending such a risky message." But Han Sheng argued back sharply. "First, Ye Yi won't accept easily, but she won't reject me outright either. If you don't believe me, just wait for her response. Second, you call me crazy, but you looked just as foolish, fawning over Huang Hui." Hearing that, Ziba flushed with embarrassment. "I was never this blunt." Han Sheng shook his head, saying it was even worse. "It's only because it's happening to you that you can't see it. From an outsider's perspective, the pattern is obvious. Only then do you realize how foolish the behavior is." His words sliced through the air, casting a sudden, sharp silence over them. After a beat, Zibai asked softly, "Why hasn't she replied yet?" Han Sheng, however, showed none of his friend's anxiety. He calmly analyzed. "It's only been 3 minutes. She's a journalist and an editor, so she's incredibly busy. If she sees it, she will reply, and it won't be long." Seeing that absolute confidence, Zibai wondered, "How can you be so sure?" Han Sheng tilted his chin with a boastful air. "Because I'm not a poor student like you. If you were as devastatingly cool as me, she would have answered your message at lightning speed." Hearing that, Zibai was about to explode. "Can't that filthy mouth of yours stop mocking me for once?" Just as their argument hit its peak, Han Sheng's phone vibrated, the screen lighting up with a new message. He flaunted the phone in front of Zibai. The sender was Ye Yi. The speed of her reply stunned them both. The message read, "Is the great boss Chen not busy today? I thought you'd be on television, forgetting old friends for your career. Regarding what you asked, I don't think I can agree yet, because we aren't close enough. Please give me a little more time to think." After reading, Zibai immediately commented, "This is a normal reply. She's clearly letting you down gently." Han Sheng just smirked knowingly. "A gentle refusal, you think?" With that, Han Sheng sat and composed a new message. "It seems Miss Ye is truly hard to conquer, so I'll give up." Seeing the text he'd written, Zibai sighed softly. "If you send that, no one is going to reply." But Han Sheng smiled in agreement. "If she doesn't want to be my backup plan, she'll just get angry and ignore me. But I bet you, if Ye Yi reads this and takes more than 2 minutes to answer, I will eat this phone." Such a bold declaration. The words had barely left his mouth when a message from Ye Yi arrived, leaving Zibai utterly speechless. Seriously? Her message said he was kind, mature, and humorous, and that she had developed some feelings for him. But right now, she wasn't ready for a relationship and needed more time to think it over carefully. Han Sheng glanced at Zibai and said, "Read it again. Does it have a familiar scent to it?" Han Sheng continued, "That's the classic green tea flavor of Ye Yi, though she's not quite like Huang Hui. She's passive in relationships, whereas Huang Hui is far more proactive, but their methods are similar. They both emit a signal of availability." At this, Zibai was frozen. Han Sheng patiently analyzed further. "This message from Ye Yi is a subtle hint that she does have feelings for a guy like me. She just can't say yes right now. When you first confessed to Huang Hui, didn't she give off a very similar signal of availability?" Zibai thought back and quietly replied, "It was quite similar." Han Sheng immediately laughed. "Right? Then it's a perfect match. You were caught in that web of ambiguous signals. The next step was falling right into her trap. But later, when you had money, Huang Hui had just been cast aside by Zhao Zheng. That's why she's latching onto you now. So I won't reply to Ye Yi. Let's see if she messages me again on her own. Because there was no confession before, she has to be the one to rethink everything. Perhaps she'll send something more refined and clever." Hearing those words made Zibai's face darken. Then Han Sheng turned to give instructions about Huang Hui. "Remember to register her here tomorrow." Honestly, while Huang Hui's character is questionable, her abilities are quite solid. At headquarters, she won't be able to cause much trouble. The key is that you definitely won't be able to change her. Within this limited time frame, you should see if you can find a way to get her to a hotel. At such a sensitive topic, Zibai's face flushed bright red. "I really don't want to do that. I feel like if that happened, I would have to be responsible for her for my entire life." But Han Thang snapped, "Stop being so dramatic. You want to take responsibility for Huang too, but are you sure she even wants you to? You think you're that important? Just try asking her. At first, she'll make excuses. Bad health, tired from work, anything to delay things. But in reality, if it works, great. If not, at least you've built some courage." "I can't believe you haven't considered it." Tu Ba then asked again, "Xiao Chen, have you really thought about this?" Han Thang let out a soft sigh. "Of course I've thought about it, but you know my situation. I need every escape route planned before I can make a move." Hearing this, Tu Ba realized this troublesome guy had his own heavy burdens. With that, Tu Ba quietly stood up and left. But before leaving, he asked again, "So when Miss Tu gets here, who will she be assigned to?" Han Thang thought if Hoang Tu was put with Tu Vu, she'd be scolded relentlessly, or worse, she might run and tattle to Tu Ba. Even if Tu Ba stayed out of it, he would never approve of Tu Vu. With that, he arranged for Hoang Tui to go with Sister Thursday. Sensing the odd plan, Tu Ba watched him intently. Han Thang quickly explained, "Tu Vu has a fiery temper. She even dares to yell at me, let alone Hoang Tuesday. In her eyes, Hoang Tu is insignificant. This will only create a bigger rift between Tu Vu and me." Tu Ba had to admire his careful planning. You really do see the bigger picture. The campus trees were tinged with faint red. It was May at the University of Finance. Shen also chattered happily, but Han Thang grew impatient. "Hurry up. It's gone from 6:50 to 7:15. Your slow eating speed is truly something else." But Aoso continued to nibble like a little rabbit. After eating, the two of them went for a walk. They strolled slowly around the park, hand in hand along the bustling street. Suddenly, Han Thang stopped in his tracks. He pointed behind them and asked softly, "Does this place still feel familiar?" The question left Aoso slightly stunned. When she understood his meaning, her face flushed red. The image of him kissing her that day came flooding back. Of course, Shen Aoso remembered it well. She just never dreamed she'd one day meet this brazen man's mother. Han Thang noticed her shyness. They had shared a bed once before, though little Nin had been sleeping between them. Seeing her confusion, he opened his arms with a gentle smile. "Let's hug." Her cheeks burned red as she shyly stepped into his embrace. Han Thang chuckled. "We're practically a couple. Why are you still so shy?" Just then, as they were lost in the sweet moment, a message interrupted them. The sender was none other than Ye Yi. Han Thang's expression was calm as he read it. In the text, Ye Yi said she didn't know why he'd sent his message, but that she really wanted to talk with him. "The love I dream of is like the one written about in the oak tree." She then forwarded him a passage describing that very romance. In another scene, beside Ye Yi, was her friend and collaborator. Tinko knew about her feelings for Han Thang and asked, "Why did you act like you two weren't that close?" "That was clearly his subtle way of rejecting me," Ye Yi explained. "So I sent another message, implying I had a good impression of him. But unfortunately, he never replied." With that, her friend grabbed Ye Yi's phone and messaged Han Thang herself. It turns out, her best friend had sent the previous text. This move is far too reckless. You don't just want a boyfriend, you want to meet many talented men. So listen to me. Tran Han Thang is still a student. He will definitely understand the meaning behind the poem. Tran Han Thang is young, rich, and built his own career. He'd appreciate a partner who can share both hardships and happiness, not some girl who only wants to be spoiled. This conversation subtly showcases your strength and independence. Now, just wait for his next message. And just as predicted, Ye Yi's strategist was right. Before she could finish, a message from Han Thang arrived. He replied that the love he'd been searching for was a single moment on the school's stone path. When I held her, she shyly lowered her head, as a gentle wind brushed her soft hair against my cheek. Even the brilliant stars couldn't compare to her eyes. Reading the text, Ye Yi's friend exclaimed, "Oh my God, Tran Han Thang has fallen for you. Yi, look at this message he sent. It's so vivid and descriptive, like it's happening for real. If he didn't have feelings for you, he could never write something so beautiful." The winner wasn't decided yet, so she just smiled. "From now on, Tran Han Thang is your target, but you must be careful. Starting now, you need to act a little more distant. After all, you're only friends for now." A man even more outstanding than him could suddenly appear. His eyes were fixed on his phone as he typed, but his arm was still wrapped tightly around Ao So. She asked hesitantly, "Isn't this a little inconvenient?" He smiled back. "Not at all. I'm just sharing our sweet moment with a friend." After saying goodbye, Han Thang returned to his dorm. He walked in to find everyone buzzing about the new international students. Shui Chao asked, "Old Fourth, when are the international students getting here? I can't stand that money-grubbing attitude of Shi Zhengdong's." "Not sure of the exact time," Han Thang replied coolly. As he spoke, he thought to himself, the whole school already hated these new students, and it was mostly Shi Zhengdong's fault. And just then, Duang Min shoved his way in. That habit of sucking up wasn't just for the rich, he groveled before his superiors too. Because with money, Mr. Tran was now officially counted among the wealthy. The next morning, the classroom erupted as the main character, Han Sheng, arrived. And so, it began. Gu Yuxuan stepped forward to preside over the meeting. Today's agenda centered on two critical topics. First, since President Tran Tin Du left to study abroad, the vice presidents also plan to resign next semester. We must now decide on the new head minister, whose name will be submitted to the Student Union Committee for approval. Next, we need to redefine the roles and scope of responsibility for each member. And third, issues regarding international education. After an hour of voting, the results were in. Not Tuvu became the Minister of Foreign Affairs, while Thuong Yen took over the broadcast station. The moment those results were announced, Yuxuan let out a soft sigh, assuming the matter was settled, but he never expected Tran Han Sheng to suddenly stand in support. Thuong Yen and Not Tuvu had caused quite the disturbance, affecting the plans of many people, including teacher Shi Zhengdong, who had planned to form a student council under the Institute of International Education. But this new council wouldn't be managed by the main student union. The school would have almost no control over its activities. That is the Institute of International Education. After his speech, Yuxuan paused and turned to Han Sheng. "Any thoughts?" He didn't even look at Yuxuan, his gaze fixed on his phone. The student council represents this entire university. If the Institute of International Education claims it's not part of this university, by what right does it demand to stand alone? Outside, students moved about, completely unaware of the tense conflict unfolding within the hall. As was his custom, teacher Shi Zhengdong stood at the classroom door to greet his beloved students. Just then, Ming Kun ran in, a bright red handprint marking his cheek, heading straight for Shi Zhengdong. "I was just attacked." A shocked Zhengdong rushed forward. "Who would dare to do this?" "Don't you always boast about being from the Institute of International Education?" he roared. "I made it perfectly clear who I am. My family owns the city's major appliance store. I'm well known in Pengcheng, and yet they still hit me." Hearing this, Shi Zhengdong's anger flared. "So, Where is the one who struck you? Kun announced with a tremor. I am Zhang Ming Kun, from a prominent family. He hesitated, then named his attacker. It was Tran Han Thang, from Yongchun. Zheng Dong paused, thinking. Yongchun? What kind of company is that? He pressed on. Why did Han Thang slap you? He explained hurriedly. It was hot, so I bought a milk tea. I was just joking with the server when that guy suddenly slapped me hard. Just then, Ming Kun's father also appeared. He roared, Who dares lay a hand on my son? The parents' arrival made the air tense. Zheng Dong shuddered, thinking to himself that his plans to study tonight were ruined. On campus, there were places where one could never be arrogant. The Serendipity Milk Tea Shop was a classic example. Freshman registration wasn't even over, yet someone was already looking for trouble. But then, Shi Zhengdong realized something was off. He turned back to Ming Kun. That server. What did she look like? He snapped back angrily. What does her appearance matter? Zhengdong nodded urgently. It matters. Was she tall and slender? The possibility is much higher than you might think. With eyes curved like blooming peach blossoms, whose face flushes pink when she speaks, as if sharing a secret. Is she truly that beautiful? Hearing that description, Ming Kun's curiosity was suddenly piqued. He asked, Our school has a girl that stunning? Zheng Dong sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of dread for the boy, but Ming Kun quickly contained his fascination, trying to appear calm. Actually, her figure wasn't exceptionally tall, and her eyes weren't shaped like peach blossoms. Her voice wasn't especially soft, but she had a pleasant, elegant charm. Hearing that, Zheng Dong quietly sighed in relief. If it really had been Shen Yuchu, Ming Kun would have no chance of winning this fight. But Zheng Dong failed to notice that the boy's father was still there, watching everything. At that moment, Ming Kun's father spoke. At home, we wouldn't dare punish him so severely, yet here he gets slapped in the face. What kind of school are you running here? Just then, the principal appeared from behind them. Call him. Get him here now so we can ask him directly. Zheng Dong stared at his phone, but ultimately, he didn't dial. Seeing his inaction, the principal asked, What are you hesitating for? Zheng Dong struggled to get the words out, his answer just a stutter. He blocked me. I can't get the call through. Hearing this, Lu Yuping just shook his head and dialed Han himself. Hello, Han Thang, this is Old Vu. Why did you attack a new student from the International Education Institute? What did you just say? He dared to lay a hand on another man's daughter? Get over here and explain yourself. We're holding a meeting, period. Principal 6 is already present. After his call with Han Thang, Yuping cleared his throat. Han Thang was about to arrive. He explained that Zhang Mingkun had harassed an employee at the milk tea shop, purposely grabbing the girl's wrist. Mingkun, however, was seething with indignation. I was just getting my drink and accidentally brushed against her. You call times that times harassment? Hearing his excuse, the three of them were speechless with fury. Yuping watched the argument unfold, a smirk on his face. This time, there was going to be a good show. As the two sides argued, a sudden shout from behind made everyone turn their heads. Han Thang hadn't come alone. He'd brought his crew. The moment Mingkun's group saw him, they pointed and roared, That's the guy who hit me. A panicked Zheng Dong rushed to hold Mingkun back. Calm down, man, he thought quietly. This fool clearly doesn't understand the hidden powers at this university. Just then, someone in the crowd recognized a familiar face. The moment he saw Han Thang, he turned to Shu Manping and young Master Shu. Isn't that the guy who fought you before? Flustered, the man roared back. No, get lost. I've already forgotten about it. As the two sides faced off, Cheng Dong loudly questioned Han Thang. Why did you attack him? Before Han Thang could even reply, Fang Qi pointed at Mingkun and snapped. This disgusting thug tried to get my number earlier. I flatly refused him, but he just stood there spouting vulgar comments. I ignored him. But when I took my drink, he suddenly grabbed my wrist and pulled me. He even tried to drag me away somewhere. That infuriating scene was the final straw for Tran Han Thang. He signaled Jin Yang to restrain the hooligan. A sharp times smack times echoed as a handprint appeared on his face. This is going too far. Cheng Dong muttered to himself. This is escalating into an all-out brawl. As soon as Fang Qi finished her story, Han Thang strode decisively towards Principal Gong Chao, without a hint of hesitation. That is exactly what happened. No exaggeration, nothing left out. After listening, Gong Chao simply nodded and calmly told everyone to begin the meeting. The sons of the Mingkun family. Those words hit Mingkun's father like a bucket of ice water. His eyes shot open in disbelief. A moment later, he leaped to his feet, enraged, determined to get justice for his son. Have you no shame? My son was the one who was assaulted. Are you all just going to cover for each other and let this slide? Yang Ming shot back with a steely voice. And how do you explain your son harassing an innocent girl? Mingkun began spouting nonsense, arguing that since he paid for the drink, a little touch wasn't a serious matter. Han Thang slowly stepped closer, waving a wad of cash in his face. A thug trying to justify his actions? Go on, call your mother over. The man immediately flew into a rage, trembling as he screamed, What did you just say to me? In the tense atmosphere, Yang Ming gently squeezed Fang Qi's hand, a silent gesture of reassurance. Little sister Fang Qi, don't worry, big brother Xiao Jin will protect you. But the girl showed no fear. In fact, her real concern was for Tran Han Thang. Brother Xiao Jin, I don't need protecting. Go and support brother Chen up front. Yang Ming, his face unusually calm, replied, Right now, you are the key witness. Besides brother Chen and myself, no one else is equipped to handle this responsibility. Brother Chen is at the front managing the situation, and I'll be in the back protecting you. Just then, campus security arrived to restrain the troublemaker. Mingkun's father appeared, yelling furiously in a thick accent, but his son was not released. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, Why are so many students gathering here? Cheng Dong's attention was instantly captured. He spun around to see who spoke, then rushed to the balcony to look down. Below, a massive crowd of students had gathered, buzzing with noise. A terrible premonition flashed in his mind. The situation was spiraling into chaos. Tran Han Thang was no fool. He knew the consequences of this escalation all too well. As if reading Cheng Dong's mind, Han Thang stated plainly, I didn't call these people. Why create such a huge scene over something so trivial? Han Thang glanced at his two best friends. One of them replied, It wasn't me. Tu Chiang also shook his head frantically. I don't know nearly enough people to pull this off. A new voice cut through their conversation from behind. That's right, I'm the one who called them. That statement left Han Thang stunned. From behind, Duong Min shot him a look, as if to say, Besides you, Brother Tran, I'm the only one in dorm 602 who thinks this strategically. Han Thang shot Duong Min a wary glare. Why did he admit to it so easily? Still, I think Brother Tran should head to the Student Affairs Center and formally apologize. Realizing the situation was spiraling, he quickly contacted the guys from his class, while also reaching out to Anam and Nat Tu Vu. Take a look. 4 distinct factions had already gathered. There were second years managing things, student council members, part-timers from Rocket 101, and even what looked like a girls' club. Rumor had it the girl's father was on his way too. Han Thang sighed internally. Damn it. That fool Duong Min dared to use my times social connections just to stroke his own petty ego. With Kung Xiu standing right here, this just puts me in an impossible position. But Duong Min, arrogant as ever, thought he'd been a hero. Brother Tran, why the strange look? There's no need for thanks between us, right? Just handle it, Han Thang warned, his glare so bone-chilling it made Duong Min's face drain of color. For a moment, Min Kon eyed the crowd below, then turned trembling to his father. Can I just drop out of school now? It was just a milk tea. He barely touched her wrist, and for that, he brought 100 people to corner my son. His father listened with a sympathetic nod. Han Thang quickly interjected, Principal, I wasn't the one who called them. Kung Xiu eyed him doubtfully, completely unconvinced. Just get this crowd dispersed, now. Han Thang nodded immediately, then calmly approached Min Kon and his father. With a sincere expression, Han Thang spoke softly, Kon, I genuinely have no connection to those people down there. You have to believe me. This University of Economics and Finance is a respectable institution. It doesn't tolerate misconduct or any shady power plays. Everything here is straightforward, just like me. But in his heart, Min Kon thought, I don't believe a single word. Suddenly, a voice shouted from below, Class President, who's the one that harassed the girl at the milk tea shop? Should we break his arm or his leg? Just give the word. Instantly, all of Han Thang's assurances to Min Kon became weightless. He thought to himself, asterisk, how infuriating. Asterisk. Of course, the Finance Academy students were all watching the show from the upper floors. Seething with controlled fury, Han Thang turned and laid into Qian Nam and his crew. After Han Thang relentlessly vented his frustration, the crowd finally agreed to disperse and head back. Catching his breath, he reported to Kung Xiu, "They've all withdrawn. It was a misunderstanding." Kung Xiu turned to old Truong. "Can we begin class now?" The man hastily nodded. "Yes, of course." Han Thang scanned the area with a quiet sigh, but then something unusual caught his eye, and his gaze sharpened in surprise. Hurrying over to the person he'd spotted, Han Thang greeted him politely. "You're young Master Hua Man Bin, right? The one with the cool motorcycle from the opening ceremony." Startled to be addressed so suddenly, Man Bin replied, flustered, "Brother Tran, why be so formal? Just call me a Bin." After the quick greeting, Han Thang headed into the important assembly. The welcome ceremony for the new international students was a major event. Down in the audience, of course, sat the Trongs, father and son. As student council vice president, Han Thang scanned the script before leaning over to Kung Xiu. "Principal Kung, may I add a couple of lines that aren't in the script?" Kung Xiu smiled and agreed. "Just maintain the right rhythm." With permission granted, Han Thang adjusted the mic and began to speak. "A warm welcome to the parents and students of the International Education Institute. My name is Tran Han Thang, Vice President of the Student Council. I sincerely apologize for the scene you all witnessed earlier. First, I want to apologize, not for the slap itself, but for the negative impression it created. Students should prioritize their studies, but with your privileged backgrounds and futures abroad, perhaps your university grades aren't your main concern. I can understand that, but if you choose not to study, that's fine. Just don't disturb those who are here to learn. Furthermore, money is an advantage, not a license to bully others, because someone can always do the same to you. Finally, if you want a girl's number, use your brain, not force. If you're really having trouble, come up with a better excuse. Pretend you're from the student council conducting a small survey. Ask an upperclassman if she can give you her number for it. Most people won't refuse. In short, when you truly don't know what else to do, try acting like a model student. In that case, wouldn't it be better to learn from Chairman Kwang Vu Hien, who's sitting right beside me?" After class, students filed out the door. In the principal's office, Kung Xiu spoke up. "Min Khan has dropped out. Perhaps he was too embarrassed in the end. With his family background, he can always find another place to study." Chin Dong sighed softly. It's a shame to lose someone like that, but Kung Xiu felt it might not be all bad. He believed it would reduce some of the trouble at the International Education Institute. Tran Han Thang was wrong to hit him, but he accidentally set a new precedent. Meanwhile, in a crowded milk tea shop, Lam Gu angrily snapped at Tran Han Thang. "I think that debate was completely unfair. The international students have money, so they act polite." Han Thang just narrowed his eyes with a cynical look. "Polite? In what way?" Lam Nugu pointed a finger into the distance. "Just look over there for yourself." In the direction she pointed, 2 international students were telling Fuang Kai to put her milk tea down so they could grab it. They insisted their hands not touch, not even for a second. The scene then shifts back to the Tian Nin Academy library. Everyone was buzzing about the incident. Dong Gu tilted her head, explaining, "So that's why you've been going to Dongdai University lately." She gently patted Han Thang's head as she spoke. "For now, just stay here and avoid any more trouble. As for your reward, it's simple. We'll go for a walk, eat cake, and buy some new clothes and jewelry together." Han Thang thought to himself, "Good thing I changed the story's starting point from the milk tea shop to the Rocket No. 1 store. Otherwise, a curious Tu Dong Gu would have definitely gone there to investigate." He then teased her for being bold enough to pat his head. T, sitting nearby, blushed and cut in. "Come on, you two, think about other people's feelings when you're being so lovey-dovey, all right?" The 3 of them spent the entire afternoon in the library. Dong Ngangu let out a soft sigh. "Let me tell you, Professor Tan's health hasn't been good lately. I've visited her many times, but I still feel uneasy about it." Han Thang immediately asked, "Has she been to the hospital for a checkup?" Dong Nu replied sadly, "The doctor said it's from pent-up emotions, but when we ask for details, she stubbornly refuses to say anything." Han Thang shook his head. "It must be related to Engo Toi and Tan Duong Duong. Professor Tan was already like this before those 2 returned from abroad." She's the type who can drive both an electric scooter and a car. Then, Dong No looked at him with pleading eyes. How about we visit her together tonight? A short chat might cheer her up. I can tell Professor Tun has a good impression of you. Han Thang thought for a moment, then smiled playfully. Does she want me to become her grandson-in-law or something? Because Tun Duong Duong was quite attractive, this remark made Dung Nug a little angry. Comrade Tran Han Thang, your political asylum here has officially ended. You are now being deported. Their morning at the library finally came to a close, and the three of them headed to Professor Tan's house to visit. By now, it was late afternoon. The sunlight was gentle, and the three of them stood in a neat line at her door. Miss Dietman came out of a room and smiled at the guests. Tu Nu Ni, you're here. Hello. Dong Nu got straight to the point. Miss No, how is Professor Tan doing today? Hearing the question, she just sighed, still quietly reading, not explaining a thing. Duong Duong came out from inside with 3 glasses of cool water. Please, have a drink to quench your thirst. Seeing Duong Duong, Han Thang asked curiously, what have you been busy with? Still working part-time over at the Lion Bridge? The question seemed to surprise her, but she answered softly, I'm a model for advertisements. I've been busy with photo shoots lately. Han Thang teased her again. That industry is full of hidden rules, and you're so beautiful. If anyone makes you a shady offer, don't accept it, no matter the price. I'll introduce you to a more stable job. Duong Duong hadn't realized she was now the center of their conversation. She replied gently, Thank you so much, Sister Tio Nogu Ni and Brother Han Thang. He just smiled, saying it was nothing. But Dung Nungu didn't see it that way. A little annoyed, she refused to look at him. Han Thang suddenly added, even the lowest paying position offers around 8,000. Duong Duong was still confused. But just then, Tun Bichdu walked out of the room. Seeing her, Dung Nu stood up to greet Professor Tun. The professor beckoned Tu Nuni closer, telling Tu Tran to come as well. Hearing his name, he immediately stood up. The only one left out, feeling a bit sad, was probably Diep Man. At Professor Bitch Su's word, the 2 juniors entered and sat obediently. Han Thang mused with a detached air. He'd seen special treatment, but never this meticulous. Professor Tun was like a martial arts master, passing down invaluable secrets to Dung Nong. Was this the unspoken advantage of having a pretty face? The two chatted happily, but Han Thang suddenly cut in. Professor, a senior doctor from Kien Jiep University wants to partner with Dongju to open a law firm. Do you think that's a viable idea? Bishdu considered for a moment, then answered, Extremely difficult. Han Thang's face remained calm. Money is a small issue, he said. Are there other obstacles? She spoke softly. Some things can't be solved with money, but with resources and reputation. Then, she turned to Deng Yu. Are you truly ready for this challenge? Deng Yu replied gently. I trust your guidance, teacher. Hearing this, she began her analysis. Opening a private firm is one thing, but gaining the respect of the legal world is what truly matters. That is why new firms always aim to win a landmark case that shakes the entire nation. Deng Yu and Tran Han Thang watched as Bichdu's demeanor grew serious, and they couldn't help but focus intently. She lowered her head slightly. Do you know why I've been so tormented? The sudden confession piqued Deng Yu's curiosity. What was the reason? Sun Bichdu slammed her hand on the table. I was the pioneer of family law in this country. I wrote the very statutes on marriage. Yet my own daughter's divorce left her without a single asset. This is a deep personal humiliation, a national injustice, and an insult to my life's work. You must open the firm soon. Through that firm, I want to launch a case that crosses borders, for myself, for Ye Man, and for our people. With that, she stormed out of the room. After she left, Deng Yu remained frozen in shock. She murmured, An international marriage lawsuit. Is that what she means? Han Thang began to explain. A case like that, he stressed, would draw massive media attention. Therefore, victory and defeat both bring benefits. A victory would bring honor to the nation, boosting its prestige and pride. A loss would still show the courage to fight back, the first step in an international civil dispute. Win or lose, it builds a legacy. Your firm would never lack for clients after this. Furthermore, the requirements for a firm are strict. But with Professor Sun's backing, every technical hurdle could be easily overcome. After hearing his analysis, Deng Yu realized how pragmatic Xiao Tran was. But Han Thang immediately shot back. How can you call this self-serving? So many of our countrywomen have suffered abroad. They endure oppression in silence because there has never been a precedent for a transnational civil lawsuit. Now that Professor Sun is taking a stand, as her student, as an elite woman of our nation, shouldn't you help? Han Thang's conviction startled Deng Yu. She answered, "Of course I should." "Exactly," he affirmed. "The law firm is just the intermediary, but it's an essential one. Through it, Professor Sun can finally file her motion to sue." He then gently pinched her nose, smiling. "This kind of litigation won't be resolved quickly. First, we prepare the documents. Only then does the litigation truly begin. It could take 2 to 3 years. You're only a second-year student, anyway. This period is a golden opportunity to learn and grow. By the time the trial concludes, it will be the moment for the great attorney Xiao to shine. Your name will be legendary." Hearing this, Deng Yu's heart trembled, her cheeks flushing with emotion. But her decision was only half the battle. "What about Senior Cao's opinion?" Han Thang quickly reassured her. "Cao Wen won't be a problem. If she agrees, we bring her along for the experience. If not, we simply move on without her. The old master herself is ready to enter the fray. The issue of qualifications is no longer a concern." Deng Yu was stunned by his words. Just then, Bitch Du's voice boomed from outside like thunder. "What on earth are you thinking? A marriage can fail, but you cannot lose your dignity. If we don't file this lawsuit, this weight on my heart will never lift." Yi Man was cornered as her mother spoke through tears. "The laws in every American state are different. The procedures are endlessly complex." Her mother roared in anger. "Do I really need to teach you something so basic? Then start gathering the documents now. The preparation alone could take a full year. The litigation itself, another half. I am prepared for a long war. In the final years of my life, I will challenge the Americans. When I die and see your father again, even he will have words of praise for me." Her powerful voice silenced the argument between mother and daughter. Han Thang stepped out from the room, standing tall and addressing the man directly. "Bullying sister, no. He will definitely pay for that." The fiery words escaped him, but he stopped short, a sudden realization dawning on him. His tone shifted instantly. "The lion was just a powerful metaphor. I didn't mean I wanted to deal with your father." They all sat together, forming a U-shape. Bishdu kicked off the new conversation. Han Thang had even appeared on Keen Yep television now. His business was no small venture, with a proper office and assets. For him, capital was never an issue. Hiring 3 licensed lawyers wouldn't be difficult. With so many students, he could pick any 3. Once Deng Nu gets her papers, they'll simply be replaced. Tithi suddenly asked, "So, can I join in too?" "Don't you want to give it a try, Tithi?" Deng Ngu asked cheerfully. Hearing this, Tithi's face lit up. "Of course I do. I'm dying for the chance." Tithi hugged Deng Ngu tightly. "I knew it. Sticking with you is always the right move. It's sure to pay off." Han Thang thought to himself. That was Professor Tan's style, all right. It would certainly cut down on a lot of trouble. Suddenly, his phone buzzed insistently. Trin Quan Dai's voice came through the line. While everyone else was deep in conversation, Han Thang quietly slipped outside. The moment he answered, the other end was a storm of noise. "Hey, scumbag Chen, what took you so long to pick up? Are you busy with some cute little girl?" Han Thang chuckled in reply. "A junior this, a junior that. You don't care about a broke junior like me. I just ate. What are your orders?" Quan Dai, on the other end, said his name was making waves in the Jianglang district. Unexpectedly, a TV reporter had specifically mentioned the young receptionist in the factory's admin office, who had just whispered his name. Han Thang answered smoothly, "Tell her I miss her too. I really, really do." Quan Dai laughed teasingly. "Scumbag Chen, trying to juggle 3 women at once? All right, enough jokes. Let's get serious. Someone from Hong Kong is coming to Kien Yep in a few days. I doubt their intentions are good. You're a shareholder. You should come to discuss our strategy." But Han Thang flatly refused. "I don't even own 1% of the shares. What is there to discuss?" A guilty conscience is always jumpy. The moment Deng Nu walked out, a flash of fear hit him. He had to hang up now. But wouldn't hanging up be even more suspicious? "Is that so?" he continued, smoothly altering his tone. "Since they're relatives, I advise against fighting, whether it's between uncles or aunts. A disagreement or two is perfectly normal. Don't let outsiders laugh at our family, Quan Dai replied, without missing a beat. Understood. So, when will you be here? Han Thang smiled, putting on an act. Any time works for me. Mom needs to take better care of her health. If she's tired, she should retire early. After all, we have enough money, there's no need to work so hard. It seemed Trin Quan Dai had caught on. I get it, and I appreciate the thought. It's just a shame to retire so early. All right, thanks for your concern, scumbag Chen. Now go have fun with your little girl. With that, she hung up on him. He acted as if he hadn't seen Dong Nu, whistling cheerfully as if nothing had happened. He then walked right up to Dong Nu, feigning surprise. Are you a ghost? Why were you standing here waiting for me? She smiled, telling him dinner was ready. Who was on the phone just now? Han Thang answered without blinking, half joking, half serious. Just a girlfriend. Hearing that, she pouted. She sounded like a relative, and someone near retirement. That way of speaking. It had to be Auntie Liang. After their meal at Bitch Su's home, the two prepared to leave. By noon the next day, he arrived at the company. Kang Vu greeted him with his usual, perfect etiquette. CEO Chen. Han Thang sat down, calmly listening to the report. Director Kong has already departed from Hangzhou. The network of schools in Chiet Trung province isn't even on par with Tudong province. Most are in the capital city, Hangzhou. Capturing the student market there is like taking the entire province. Hoang Tue sat behind them, her mind elsewhere. Her gaze was locked on him as she thought to herself. Looking back, my initial judgment of him was spot on. Even back then, she sensed Tran Han Thang was no ordinary man. She just never imagined he would rise this quickly. Tran Han Thang hadn't just appeared on TV. His company was growing more powerful by the day. Suddenly, his voice shattered the silence. Profit isn't the main goal. The key is to expand our influence. Tu Vu immediately affirmed his understanding. All the while, Hoang Tu was still staring at Han Thang, completely forgetting how obvious her gaze had become. With his sharp intuition, Han Thang immediately felt the gaze fixed upon him. The moment he looked back, she shyly averted her eyes. Huang Hui wondered if she'd imagined it, but she was sure he had been watching her. Han Thang calmly descended the stairs, drawing near Huang Hui, making her wonder if he was just passing by. But he simply walked to his car, ready to leave. Just then, Huang Tui rose from her seat, approaching Anbin and calling her name softly. Anbin replied cheerfully, "What is it, sister?" Huang Tui lowered her voice, asking casually, "What time does President Chen usually arrive?" The question made Anbin pause and think. After a moment, she answered, "Honestly, that's really hard to say. Some days he's not here at all. Other days, he's in his office all afternoon, even playing Minesweeper. As long as you finish his tasks, it's fine." Huang Tui smiled. So that's how it was. She then swiftly changed the topic. "Anbin, I heard your boyfriend, Liu Bangfei, is a veteran in the rocket industry. That's quite an impressive background. His story runs even deeper than Wang Ziba's." She waved her hand shyly. "He's no veteran. He just knew President Chen early on. Xiao Yu is even closer to him than we are." Huang Tui mentioned with a smile, "Oh, Xiao Yu is a given. He's President Chen's absolute right-hand man." In the next scene, Han Sheng was being showered with praise. "Look at our TV star," they teased. "When are you treating us?" Two people whispered from the side. "Chen Han Sheng is truly impressive." Wei Lei turned to Wei Yu, confused. "What are you smiling about?" Wei Yu exhaled a plume of smoke. "You might not have realized it, but you used to be filled with jealousy at his name. Now, all that's left is admiration." Wei Lei's expression turned somber. "The gap is just too vast now. There's no way to catch up, so the jealousy has naturally faded." Wei Yu adjusted his brother's collar calmly. "Back when he was just a freshman, he took us in and helped us. It was only a matter of time before he soared. In the future, you must learn to face people's fortunes with a calm heart." After the talk, Han Sheng returned to the office. There, an employee was reporting to Guan Dai. "I feel this isn't right. What if we do this, or perhaps that?" Standing by the coffee machine, Han Sheng thought to himself, "A person like this can never be my second in command. If my partnership with Director Shi deepens, whose orders will I follow? If that happens, it's better to cut Zheng Guandai out from the start." Catching him muttering to himself, she turned and confronted him. "Were you just saying something bad about me?" He quickly denied it. "Of course not. I didn't say a word." Guandai took a slow sip of her tea, her sharp gaze noticing his unusual expression. Han Sheng panicked internally. Damn, women really do argue based on intuition. He patted his chest, feigning innocence. Director Shi, your real enemies are the cunning capitalists from Hong Kong. I, Chen An Tuan, am merely your comrade. You can trust me completely. Guandai's playful tone vanished. The people from Hong Kong have arrived, likely representatives from the two branches. Have you prepared a strategy? Han Sheng's face grew serious. Your shares have dropped to 30%. Does the factory's management know about this? Guandai pondered for a moment. The financial reports can't be hidden. They just think it's a routine adjustment within the family. Besides, I still hold the controlling stake, so no one has sensed anything wrong yet. But the two branches are definitely here this time to get to the bottom of things. Han Sheng pressed on. So, will New Century split into two factions, one side with you and one with the two branches? A hint of sadness touched Guandai's eyes. I'm not entirely sure. Han Sheng simply reiterated his point. Even if they intend to seize power, they can't do it this year or the next. Your 40% stake will keep you stable for a while longer. But the years after that are uncertain. I learned a clear lesson from watching dramas as a kid. Whoever strikes first gains the advantage. Those who hesitate are doomed to fail. His eyes narrowed, glinting with resolve. If you don't dare to make a move, the only path left is to await annihilation. Hearing Han Sheng's advice, Guandai began to consider it seriously. If she were to transfer the core technology and join forces with her top talent, and launch a new factory, then New Century would become an empty shell, and she'd have to face the Zheng family head-on. Seeing her silence, Han Sheng sighed. He took a sip of coffee and said, Think carefully. If a split is inevitable, you must prepare early. You need to secure the factory's elite forces from the very beginning. An all-around model worker like Li Xiaokai must be kept firmly on your side. Also, don't rush into launching a new phone model. The Megapixel 3 is the final product of flawed research, and those two branches hold 30% of the shares. They will oppose anything you do. It's better to just earn some profit and treat it as a severance package for your team. Guandai sighed softly. I understand. Let's ask Li Xiaokai to dinner. He truly struggled as the vice factory manager. Hearing his name, Xiaokai promptly stepped into the room. The first thing one noticed was his hairline, which had receded to an unusual degree. Xiaokai greeted them warmly. But President Zheng and President Chen both had the same thought. His hair seems a bit thin. Setting aside the topic of thinning hair, Han Thang started a conversation. We last met last December, right? It has been less than half a year. How could Brother Kai change so much? Indeed, he suddenly became the focus of attention, and they were happy for him. The three then entered the restaurant and placed their orders. Li Xiaokai raised his glass to Han Thang. This drink is for you. You were the first to notice my hair loss. No one else dared mention it. I salute you. Han Thang laughed in response. Why? Brother Kai, you understand. I'm not exactly the gentle type. Just like that, summer break passed, and it was now June. After Rocket 101's team successfully conquered Zhejiang province, Kong Jing returned to Jianye with 3 new employees. Han Thang, from the chairman's seat, asked, Why not hire some male students? Kong Jing replied, Rocket 101's key work involves balance and communication, where women have an advantage. Plus, it ensures safety when developing on-campus markets. For any transportation needs, we have support from the supply chain and local logistics. Therefore, female students are more suitable. Hearing her, Han Thang mused, as expected of Kong Jing, a textbook management answer. The 2 office floors now seemed more cramped than before. Still, his mind wasn't troubled. He just picked up a slice of watermelon and chewed nonchalantly. He didn't have a specific workspace anyway, so he allowed himself to be a bit idle. From her room, Huang Hui glanced out and saw Han Thang laughing with Kong Jing, thinking there was something ambiguous between them. If Chen Han Thang were truly having an affair, she doubted even Shen Yuchu could control him. Finishing the melon, he signaled, Break time's over. Let's start the meeting. Everyone quickly gathered in the conference room, listening intently to Han Thang. He said that winning the Hucheng case would create a powerful 3-way alliance. But as he passionately presented his vision, a shrill scream echoed into the meeting room. Chen Han Thang, you bastard! Don't you dare hide if you're in there. Hearing this, everyone wondered if someone was really there to cause trouble. Was a big problem brewing? Han Thang had to pause the meeting, saying calmly, I'll go check it out. You all continue the discussion. Frantic footsteps echoed on the stairs. Xiao Yu ran in, panting, and quickly said someone was looking for him. Han Thang saw the man and asked Zhang Yiyu, What are you doing here? His gaze was sharp. Zhang Yiyu yelled angrily, Chen Han Thang, you're just a college student. How are you Jian Ye's star entrepreneur? He spoke with a bitter tone. Does having money give you the right to steal someone else's girlfriend? Huang Hui listened from outside, thinking, has he already found clear evidence? Xiao Yu leaned in to whisper to Han Thang about Minister Chen. He was once again piling more work on his young secretary. The first couple of times were fine, but it was becoming a habit. This third time, it involved a girl who already had a boyfriend. Could she possibly be more beautiful than Shen Yuchu? He replied with irritation, It's all a misunderstanding. I'm merely acquainted with that student. Xiao Yu's suspicious gaze shot through Han Thang like an arrow, making him flinch. He thought, why is Xiao Yu looking at me so intensely? Standing nearby, Yi Yu's anger grew, having been unable to interject. He cut in. Ever since you took Ye Yi home, her attitude towards me has become cold and distant. She constantly finds excuses to avoid me. Why are you interfering in our relationship? Yi Yu's friend couldn't stand it, grabbing a chair and roaring at him. Why are you even talking to this kind of person? Let's smash this trash's place up first. Just as he raised the chair to strike, and Ping rushed forward to block the way. Han Thang immediately roared, Stop right there! Seeing this, Yi Yu taunted, Chen Han Thang, you're just a man who hides behind women. But Han Thang simply patted Ping's shoulder reassuringly. I just didn't react in time. Don't ever pull a stunt like that again. Even if you broke it, it's just money. We can pay to fix it. It's really not a big deal. Hearing this, Hoang was filled with absolute admiration, stunned that he had the courage to say such a thing. Then, Han Thang began his performance. His accent was clearly that of someone from Tudong province. Isn't that right? The friend beside him shot back instantly. So what if I'm from Yangzhou? Han Thang said nothing, simply pulling out his phone to call an acquaintance. Once the line connected, he spoke immediately. Is this CEO 2 from Tham Thong Transport in Yangzhou? This is Tran Han Thang of Rocket 101. The voice on the other end replied instantly. CEO Tran, what can I do for you? He asked calmly. You're very familiar with Yangzhou, aren't you? I need to find someone there, maybe pay his family a little visit. CEO 2's reply was firm. Of course. I've lived in Yangzhou for 45 years. I know every alley and every type of person here. Let me track down the address first. Hearing this, the friend's face drained of color. Niduk was with him, about to set a chair down, but Han Thang stopped him. Go ahead, put it down. Then he added firmly, Dan Tri bought this round stool. It cost 15 yuan. If you touch it, I won't use it again. Pay 100 yuan in compensation, and I'll forget you tried to trash my shop. It's a long way to Yangzhou, isn't it? Rocket 101 has quite a few students from the university working part-time. If you don't pay up, believe me, I'll have your home address within half an hour. I might even make it in time for dinner with your parents tonight. Do you understand me? Qian Than, who was inside, asked when he didn't return. Is someone causing trouble out there? Han Thang sighed softly. It's nothing. Just say the word if you need anything. But Qian Than figured that with only 3 people involved, Tran Han Thang could handle it himself. The focus returned to Han Thang, as Niduk questioned him with a sharp and aggressive tone. So this is the so-called business star? Nothing more than a gangster who bullies people with his power? Han Thang laughed. A moment ago, you were acting tough, ready to destroy my shop. Now that you're at a disadvantage, you want to lecture me on morality? It seems you can say whatever you want. Truly impressive, for a communications student. Han Thang's expression hardened as he snapped. If you're not paying, there's nothing more to discuss. He then ordered his assistant, Tio Vu, to immediately investigate Trong Niduk's roommates and friends at the university. About 1.8 meters tall, doesn't wear glasses, from Yangzhou. As the situation escalated, the friend finally gave in. Fine, I'll pay. Han Thang happily took the money and gave it to Bin, saying it was compensation from the troublemaker. The company would also provide an allowance soon. Han Thang pointed directly at Niduk. Now I'm going to call Diep Y to come pick up a coward who can't handle his own relationship. That's you. What's wrong with you? Instead of facing her directly, you run here to cause trouble for others. You're pathetic. Hearing that he would call Depy, Hee-duk panicked, his heart filled with dread. Tran Han Thang, this is a private matter between men. Why do you need to drag her into this? Han Thang's voice was sharp. I despise weaklings who constantly talk about being men. What gives you the right to even speak to me? Depy can't always be there to clean up your messes. I worry I could crush you with just a little bit of force. At that moment, Depy was focused on her work when she received an unexpected call from Han Thang. She listened as he urgently explained that Hee-duk had come to the company causing a huge scene and that she needed to get there immediately. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee what would happen next. Hearing this, Depy was stunned, her heart pounding with anxiety. Just a few minutes later, she rushed into Rocket 101, her face etched with tension. The moment Hee-duk saw Depy appear, he broke out in a cold sweat. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier than ever before. Without any greeting, Depy immediately confronted him, demanding to know, "What are you doing here?" He stammered, trying to explain that she hadn't been going out lately, and that her replies to his messages were always delayed. The ghost of a breakup haunted him as those two words were mentioned repeatedly, pushing Hee-duk into a state of extreme anxiety. In his desperation, he had turned to Han Thang as a last resort just to see her. But his desperation was met only by Depy's fury, who saw his actions as incredibly childish and irrational. "Duke, can you please be more mature? I've been so busy lately, working overtime almost every single day. Didn't I already explain this to you? Why do you keep causing more trouble for me like this?" Hee-duk choked back his words. "I could be calm, but you should at least reply to my messages. I kept changing my QQ signature, my profile picture, and setting all sorts of permissions related to you, just hoping to get a sliver of your attention. But in the end, you didn't notice at all." His words mingled with tears as the sense of injustice made Hee-duk weep silently. He was heartbroken, realizing that all of his anxiety had been completely meaningless. Just as a fragile calm settled between them, a new face emerged, threatening to shatter their delicate bond. In that moment, she felt she had finally met a man more reliable than him. Hee-duk whispered her name, Depy, his hand reaching out, desperate to keep her there. But she pulled back with cold indifference, swatting his hand away. Watching from afar, Huang Tui sighed internally. Hee-duk was truly a fool in love. He continued his tearful explanation. On late nights, the thought of their parting brought tears to his eyes. Have you ever felt a tear cross the bridge of your nose, only to fill your other eye? His friend nearby chimed in, defending Hee-duk. It's true, Depy. You might not have been moved, but he gave you his whole heart. He offered her everything he believed was most precious. Depy was silent, her gaze lost in a storm of thought, an indescribable feeling. In contrast, Han Thang watched from afar, completely indifferent, as he lit a cigarette. Depy hesitated before finally speaking. Her mind kept replaying the image of herself dropping everything just to rush over here. Though she wouldn't admit it, deep down she worried Hee-duk would get hurt. The words she tried to hide finally spilled out. You say you gave me your best? I know you treated me well in college, but we've graduated. I'm not that naive 18-year-old girl anymore, whose heart flutters at sweet words. I want to see a clear future, but have you even truly tried? You think you've done so much for me, but you were only moved by your own actions, only comforting yourself. She paused, her hands clenching as she suppressed a wave of emotion. A deep sorrow and torment was now clear on Depy's face, as if she'd finally unburdened her heart. A painful thought pierced through Hee-duk. It's really over. We both need to grow up. Stop thinking you've done so much. It wasn't enough. Try to understand what the other person truly wants. With that, she turned and walked away, ignoring Hee-duk's weak attempt to stop her. Dep, what is it you want me to do? His choked question made her pause. Depy turned, her eyes looking into the distance as she spoke her final words. I've told you so many times, but you never remember. I need a mature man. Can you be that? Hee-duk broke down sobbing, tears streaming like a lost child. But I'm only 23. How am I supposed to know how to be mature at this age? Depy turned coldly and left without hesitation, as he continued to cry like a small child. Depy just lost someone willing to die for her, so why am I the one in absolute agony? Han Thang witnessed it all and could only let out a heavy sigh. Just then, Hee-duk's friend was about to put away a chair when An Bin unexpectedly appeared, wanting to buy it. Flustered, the friend quickly handed the chair to Eunbin. Han Thang saw this and, surprised, was about to speak when his phone buzzed with a message, cutting him off. The sender was Diep Y. She was asking him if she had made a terrible mistake. Diep Y was still lost in her sadness, her steps heavy, when she received an unexpected reply. Han Thang texted a quiet encouragement. Be strong. Mature people don't argue right or wrong. They only look at gains and losses. Later, Huang Tui also arranged to have dinner with Tu Ba. She recounted the entire story of what happened today. Don't you think that student was pitiful? Crying and vomiting? I didn't think a handsome guy could be so weak. You should just ask Han Thang directly. He's only got one leg, and is mixed up with that flirtatious reporter. Tu Ba firmly denied it. That's not happening. She's not even my type. Huang Tui pressed on. Her boyfriend showed up, so it's obvious. That reporter isn't as pretty, but she has a stable career. A female MC in a short skirt and black tights is something many men dream of. A garden flower is fragrant, but even a wild one has its own unique scent. Tu Ba fell into a deep, silent thought. After dinner, Huang Tui said her goodbyes. Suddenly, he spoke. Don't rush back tonight. Confused, Huang Tui turned and asked him to repeat himself. Tu Ba gathered all his courage, his face flushing red. What if you don't go back tonight? He immediately blamed Han Thang for the idea. Still confused, Huang Tui asked, If I don't go back, where would I stay? Tu Ba blushed, too shy to say another word. It was then that Huang Tui finally understood, whispering his name. He tensed up, looking at her. Huang Tui stammered awkwardly, Hey, I'm not feeling well. Hearing her refusal, Tu Ba grew flustered, scratching his head with a forced laugh. It's nothing. I was just rambling. Let's head back to school. He'd only taken a few steps before he suddenly tripped and fell, catching Huang Tui's attention. Tu Ba scrambled back up, rushing away in a hurry, completely embarrassed. Watching him go, Huang Tui thought that he was finally learning to stand on his own, no longer so easily pushed around. She would have to deal with him. I'll keep teaching you about life, and eventually, you'll learn to let go and move on. He lowered his head, lost in heavy thought. In her heart, Huang Tui still felt a lingering doubt that Vung Tu Ba wasn't truly a match for her. A moment later, Tu Ba called Han Thang. You jerk. All you ever do is make fun of me. I already said it. Huang Tui went to the hotel and got flatly rejected. I have no idea how Trung will survive. Just then, Han Thang, deep in his card game, gave a careless reply. What will be, will be. Don't overthink it. Then he asked again, Did Tu Ba tell you to tell her directly not to return? Han Thang pressed, So what time did you tell her? Then honestly confessed it was at 7:30 in the evening. Hearing this, Han Thang raged, You are a complete fool. Who in their right mind mentions things like that at that hour? He bluntly criticized. It's almost summer now. 7 p.m. is still bright outside. With the state of your relationship, it would be a miracle if Hong Tu agreed. Shame quickly turned to anger for Tu Ba, who cursed back. Why didn't you make that clear? How was I supposed to know I had to worry about the timing too? Han Thang truly couldn't believe he was this naive. He lectured from his own romantic experience. My love for Dung is fragile, so I intentionally asked her to late-night movies. You should have granted a few of her small wishes, not blurted out something about a hotel. His face flushed with rage. Tu Ba cursed at Han Thang and then slammed the phone down. He was flustered, scratching his head in shame over his foolish words. People on the street were still staring at him. After a moment, he realized just how many judging eyes were mocking him from behind. Frustrated and embarrassed, Tu Ba rushed back to the dorm. The sky grew dark, as if sympathizing with his mood. Back at the men's dormitory, Tu Ba noticed a missed call notification. He stepped closer to check. He was hoping for Huang Tui, but instead, Han Thang's number appeared. Tu Ba called back, asking urgently what was going on, as he needed to shower and relax. Han Thang seized the chance to invite Tu Ba to Port City tomorrow, but Tu Ba instantly refused. Han Thang tried to persuade him again. My cousin is going to a blind date. He was on TV with my grandma, so she's forcing me to go with him. The blind date is in rural Subak, where they take pairing so seriously that they need relatives there to keep up appearances. Tu Ba mulled it over and sighed. He never cared much for this sort of thing. Han Thang nodded in agreement, but said there was something else. My mom says old man Tran is having an affair. She's preparing for a divorce and asked who I'd choose to live with. Tu Ba. The news was shocking enough to stun anyone. How could Uncle Tran possibly have an affair? Han Thang quietly nodded in agreement. Even a fool like you could figure that out. But my mom refuses to believe me. She says her back hurts, her legs hurt, even her waist hurts. In short, she's complaining about everything. Even though it's nothing serious, I have to go home to put her mind at ease. The following day, Han Thang drove his sleek car directly to Old Tran's unit. He wondered which gossip spread such a baseless rumor. They just want to scare Empress Dowager Luong. As he walked in, Han Thang thought, I have to clarify things first, then I'll find a way to deal with it. As soon as he was inside, he saw his father, Triu Quan, already waiting for him. Seeing his son arrive, he smiled happily and stood up. His son was a man now, ready to shoulder the family's burdens. Since it had been a while, he invited Han Thang to eat with him. The two sat and talked at Trio Quan's office. Walking down the long corridor, Han Thang smiled at some familiar faces. The aunts and uncles were incredibly warm and friendly. Everyone said that in a blink of an eye, they had all grown old. Director Tran's son was already so mature. It was true. As a child, he once sat here doing his homework, wearing a red scarf around his neck. Now, he still resembled old Tran the most. Those eyebrows, that mouth, they were cast from the same mold. Only his nose slightly resembled Luong Mai Quian. In the staff lounge, his voice was also unique. While eating, Han Thang said, I'll be going out with Dad. Everyone immediately chimed in. You look so much more like your father. When I go out with Mom, though, everyone says I'm looking more and more like Empress Dowager Luong. Tria Quan laughed at that and replied, You are our child, so of course you'll resemble both of us. It's completely normal. Unexpectedly, he looked up with a mischievous smile and said, I think I also look a bit like Aunt Mac, especially my sparkling eyes. After their meal, the two moved to the office. At that moment, Han Thang frowned slightly, his voice low. Dad, you've never praised my prospects. You only ever say I'm handsome. Anyone can see that. So why does it need to be emphasized? Triu Quan asked in surprise. What prospects do you even have? He retorted. Wasn't being on TV enough? And you say I have no future? His father then remembered the event he had nearly forgotten. Triu Quan explained. I never mentioned that, and I didn't let your mother either. It was just a bit of money, not really worth showing off to my colleagues. Hearing this made Han Thang even more frustrated. This was a rare chance for him to be the good son in his family's eyes, and his parents had taken it away. Then his father calmly explained the situation, and Han Thang roughly understood. He thought for a moment, rubbing his chin and saying, So, due to some special reasons, I have to return to Port City to handle things. Before leaving, Dad suddenly remembered his close friend from high school, the one he used to exchange letters with all the time. After so many years, he had a chance to meet him again. At that moment, my father hesitated, feeling his conscience was perfectly clear. He was simply meeting an old friend. He even sent a message to the Empress Dowager Liang. He claimed it was a chance social meeting, but an acquaintance saw them, and an exaggerated tale soon reached Luong Mi Quian. Upon returning home, he faced the fierce interrogation of the family matriarch, forcing his father to arrange an apology dinner. Han Thang sighed in exasperation, while his dad mused, How can a sharp son like you have such a simple, honest father? Zhao Jun frowned, correcting him. You've got that backward, his son shot back. Is now really the time to nitpick? Han Thang raised 3 fingers and told his father, This situation has 3 glaring weaknesses. First, you chose the wrong location. A coffee shop, really? It should have been somewhere more secluded and private. Second, when Mom questioned you, you should have played the victim and argued from solid ground. Honesty doesn't guarantee forgiveness, especially when there was no hard evidence. Did I really need to spell that out? Third, you should have never let Mom know Moke even exists. Doing that is like creating your own battlefield. With 3 people, emotional conflicts become a tangled mess where everyone suffers. Zhao Jun broke into a cold sweat, asking his son suspiciously, Are you trying to help me, or just spouting nonsense? Say any more and you're asking for it. Han Thang just sighed, smiling sheepishly in response. In this line of work, handling things this way is a complete disaster for everyone involved. Then Han Thang refocused on the issue. Actually, resolving this is quite simple. Just call her directly, right in front of Mom, and ask her to act as your witness. It's that easy. His father asked, stunned. Is it really that simple? Han Tang could only sigh. Are you seriously planning to do that? Zhao Jun replied naively. If it's effective, why wouldn't I? Exhausted, Han Tang had to patiently explain it all over again. Although that method seems direct and simple, most men would never use it because it completely burns the bridge with the other woman. Aunt Mo will realize that to you, Mom is far more important. Zhao Jun stated calmly. Your mother has always been more important than her. Mo Kei would surely understand. Han Tang fell silent, feeling outmatched. He shot up from his seat. Fine, then it's settled. Tonight, you and Aunt Mo will make a public call and clear the air. I'll head home first to assess the situation. His father quickly replied, Okay, let's stay in contact via text message. He had actually planned to take the day off for her, but she had pushed him out the door. Before he was kicked out, he gave one last instruction. Your mother probably hasn't eaten anything. You should stop by the noodle shop near the stadium. She absolutely loves the fried noodles there. Han Tang turned away, closing his eyes and muttering, I know. So old but still bickering like this. You must be bored. He spun back around, a sly grin on his face. In just 2 more years, a baby girl will arrive to keep you too happy. Let's see if you still have time to argue over trivial matters then. Zhao Jun chuckled to himself. This troublemaker was certainly making things interesting. Han Tang now stood before his house, the door still shut tight. He whispered in his mind, Better not to knock. I'll just use my key. They might be resting inside. The moment the door cracked open, he stepped right inside the house. As Han Tang bent to remove his shoes, something felt off. He looked up, and there was Mei Qian. She was peering out, and upon seeing him, she immediately darted back inside. He shouted after her, exasperated, I already saw you. You didn't even wipe the grease from your mouth. Stepping into the room, Han Tang held up the takeout box and snapped, Bone broth noodles with greens? I thought you'd be heartbroken today, crying a river. Instead, you're cooking up a steaming pot of bone broth noodles? Mom, don't you feel the least bit guilty towards me? Mei Qian dodged the question. What's all the fuss? One needs a full stomach to have energy for a divorce. He retorted, Divorce? What divorce? Han Tang slammed the food container on the table. I have never seen anyone prepare for a divorce. By sitting at home quietly, cooking an entire pot of bone noodle soup. He stated bluntly, If you missed me, you could have just said so. Why use this trick to lure me back home? Mei Qian immediately fired back. Who's tricking you? Do you have any idea how despicable your father, Chen Zhaojun, is? Her voice cracked, tears brimming in her eyes. He went to eat with that woman, fine, but then he had the nerve to lie, calling it a social gathering. I can't live with a liar. Just think about what happens after this divorce. Are you going to follow your father, or are you coming with me? If you choose me, then we have to push them out. Han Tang, at a loss, decided to change the subject, inviting the Empress Dowager to eat. After a long silence, she finally sat down. Mi Qian recounted the explosive argument between her mother and Tran Han last night. He nodded, waiting for the rest. His mother had cried all night, yet his father offered no comfort. Han Thang was puzzled. Hadn't she thrown him out? So how could he comfort her? Mi Qian said bitterly. Mother is in so much pain. Please, tell him you'll take her to the hospital tomorrow. She condemned him for his deception. Han Thang gently reassured her. Even if it was a white lie, his father truly needed to be taught a lesson. When he returns, I will declare that he must reflect deeply on his actions, Han Thang said, rubbing her back and asking where the pain was worst. She replied that sometimes her back ached, other times her calves, and even her ribs felt weary. Her entire body was in discomfort. He sighed. All right, if it hurts, I'll massage it, Mi Qian interrupted. Stop with the massaging and tell me about school. Auntie Tio Thum's child is older now, and Tio Nguni is studying law. She probably wants to be a lawyer. And what about Latuan's parents? He answered simply, hoping to placate his mother. Oh, just Osor's maternal grandmother. A moment later, a text message alert chimed. It was from Triyu Quan. How has your mother's mood been lately? Is she eating all right? Has Han Thang said anything? Mi Qian sent a few photos. Then he replied, Apologies, sent by mistake. I mean the situation is calm, Mom is fine. His father quickly replied, What a relief. After my shift, I'll buy the fried pastries your mother loves most. Keep it a secret, he suggested, adding a fresh bouquet. After all, who apologizes with just pastries? That evening, Trio Kwon stood nervously at the door, a bouquet trembling in his hands. When he entered, only Han Thang was there, lounging and watching TV. He set the gifts down, whispering, "How is the situation?" He intentionally spoke louder, for Mi Qian to overhear. With little Tren fighting off two people alone, what is there to worry about? His mother peeked out from the kitchen before slamming the door shut. Trio Kwon was shocked. "Didn't you say it was all resolved?" Han Thang explained they hadn't made the call yet. "You should probably prepare what you're going to say." He then ran to the kitchen with a smile. "Mom, hurry! Your favorite channel is on." Though annoyed, Mi Qian decided to come out. "The greens aren't even cooked yet. Let me turn off the gas." Han Thang skillfully lured her out into the living room. Trio Kwon was so tense he was sweating. Mi Qian, still angry, wouldn't even look at him. The three sat down together. He prompted his father to call, while forcing a reassuring smile. His mother warned him to sit still. The moment the call connected, his father grew tense. "Hello, Ma Ka? This is Trio Kwon." The woman's voice on the other end sounded surprised. "Trio Kwon? What's going on?" He slowly explained the situation. "We were just talking at a cafe yesterday, but the woman I love found out, and a huge argument erupted at home." Trio Kwon pleaded with a desperate tone. "I hope you can help prove that we were simply catching up." Han Thang was stunned. His father, always so careful with his words, was being incredibly direct. He would risk offending Ma Ka just to clear this family misunderstanding. The woman on the other end chuckled softly, then sighed. Ma Ka then asked, "Is little Qian there with you?" He said yes, and immediately passed the phone to his wife. Her voice was ice. "This is Luang Mi Qian," Ma Ka explained gently. "Mi Qian, please don't worry. Trio Kwon and I are just old high school friends." On her end, his mother took a long drag from her cigarette. She continued, "What we discussed yesterday was mostly about Han Thang, my partner and I. We have no desire to have children. But when I saw Han Thang, I felt a connection." He glanced at his father, thinking to himself that his old man clearly still had some lingering feelings. Ma Ka added, "I even joked with him yesterday about letting me adopt Han Thang." Hearing that, he froze in shock. Han Thang stared at Trio Kwon, demanding an answer. "Why didn't you tell me?" Mi Qian gave a strained laugh and replied, "Han Thang is just too headstrong. He never follows any rules. I worry about him constantly. Do you Ising sleep at night? I really don't want this to complicate his life. Since it was a misunderstanding, I won't bother you any further." After things calmed down, Han Thang gave one last piece of advice. "From now on, you must communicate everything clearly. Do you really think your mother is so unreasonable that she'd forbid you from meeting an old female classmate?" Trio Kwon nodded, understanding instantly. A bright smile then spread across his face as he began to speak. When Ma Ka offered to adopt him as her son, Mi Qian flatly refused and walked straight to the kitchen. He leaned in and whispered to his father, "Why do you care so much about Aunt Ma Ka? It's not like I'm short on money," Han Thang replied softly, rubbing his nose. "Didn't our two mothers manage to handle their two daughters-in-law?" Trio Kwon gave a helpless laugh, thinking he was talking nonsense, then pointed to the flowers. "Mom, look! Old Chen bought you a romantic bouquet of roses." Mi Qian glanced over. While the three ate, she took one quick look then turned away, still holding a grudge. All these years of marriage and not a single flower. But after one coffee with someone else, he suddenly learns how to buy them. Hearing this method of appeasing women stunned Han Thang. He thought to himself, Empress Dowager Luang must be imitating Xiao Yuer. Trio Kwon didn't reply, just thinking to himself that as long as they stopped arguing, it was fine. He sighed as he ate. "You can even cut my allowance in half next month." Mi Qian turned away, skeptical. "You still want an allowance?" She looked at Han Thang and said softly, "It's true, though your aunt and I clash. Luang Tio Hai is my own flesh and blood. Among all the Hangdu relatives, you were the only one to pass the university exam. You have to help him." Tio Hai was deeply grateful, while he simply nodded in agreement. He then changed the subject. "Didn't you say you felt unwell, Mom? Should I take you for a checkup tomorrow?" She answered firmly at once. "I'm not going anywhere tomorrow." Han Thang wondered why. Mi Qian glanced at Trio Kwon before explaining, "Tomorrow is your father's solar calendar birthday. Her words took him by surprise. Her face reddened slightly as she continued. We only celebrate the lunar birthday, but going to the hospital on that day just isn't right. We can't bring bad luck to your father's day. Triu Quan smiled warmly, looking at his wife with affection. But Han Thang, beside them, frowned with clear annoyance, forcing out a reply. Yes, I understand, mother. He was filled with irritation, thinking he drove hundreds of kilometers back to his hometown just to witness this. Weren't they just talking about divorce? Now they're force-feeding me their affection. Early the next morning, he heard his mother's nagging. Are you awake yet? You remember what you need to do this morning, right? Han Thang lay in bed, holding the phone away from his ear, and replied confidently, I'm already on my way to Grandma's. After saying that, he promptly hung up and jumped out of bed. He pulled open the curtains, sighing to himself, this feeling of being home. It was something money could never buy. He washed his car until it gleamed, and then he set off. A moment later, a flashy red car sped down a narrow road, stopping before a bustling, well-kept house. Han Thang was surprised by the sight. So crowded. Han Thang's grandmother saw him and called out with joy, My eldest grandson is back. He smiled warmly. Yes, I'm back. How have you been, Grandma? She took his hand, replying softly. Very well. Eating well, sleeping well. You look more and more like your father. Your handsome father, that is. Your mother is just average. He just laughed happily. Aunt Kong chimed in from behind. Is this the third uncle's son? Grandma Luong turned to introduce Tracking Itch. That's right. This is my third daughter's son. Both she and her husband run a restaurant. Han Thang is a university student, has had excellent grades since childhood, and started his own business in college. See that car? He bought it with his own money. He was even on Tudong television. He just stood there smiling, thinking this person was a stranger, perhaps Mrs. Mai. He noted to himself that this aunt didn't seem to get along with Luong Mai Quyen. Yet here she was, showering him with praise. Suddenly, a voice called out, Han Thang, you're here? He recognized his cousin, Tu Hai. Aunt Kong was now sizing him up. The private car, the phone, and the Zhenghua cigarettes. She then spoke up. Does Han Thang have a girlfriend yet? Grandma Luong immediately interrupted. Third Aunt Kong, don't get ahead of yourself. She then closed her eyes and declared, Everyone is always targeting my eldest grandson. He will surely marry a city girl in the future. Getting on television isn't something just anyone can manage to do. Han Thang, now worth hundreds of thousands, cleared his throat, seizing the moment to boast. Hundreds of thousands was last year's news. The number was now far greater. She scoffed internally. What could that girl possibly offer someone like him? First, she had to deal with Luong Tiohai's situation. She approached him with a few final words. The terms were simple since they were from the same village. Besides, the girl was known to be hard-working and resilient. Tuhai, if you're interested, make your decision soon. Amid the bustling crowd, a young woman with a strong jawline stood out.